ยังทำไมเดี๋ยวให้กดเดี๋ยวไม่ให้กดวะงงสวัสดีครับมาพร้อมกันหรือยังวัยรุ่นสำหรับคู่ชิงวันนี้แต่อยากให้บูมไปนะเพราะว่าเกาหลีมันกี่ทีมแล้วเกาหลีมันถ้าเข้าอีกไม่4 ทีมแล้วนะเฮ้ย
ได้อย่างไรต้องฝั่งซีเปล่าวะถ้าบูก็ยังฝั่งซีอะอยู่ไหนแต่ไม่เคยชม
กดผิดกดผิดกดผิดแต่มันก็ยากอ่ะบูมมันก็โดนศิลปภาษาตบมาใช่ปะล่ะสวัสดีครับจริงเบื่อเกาหลีมัน3 ทีมแล้วไม่มีทั้งทีวันเดียเอ็กวีเอ็นเจนจีโอ้โหพอแล้วมึงจะเป็น VCT เกาหลีแปซิฟิกเอาบูมเข้าไปเถอะอินโดมีแค่ RQ เองแล้วก็เป็นลูกครึ่งไปเป็นเล็กหน่อยนึงมันจะเป็นเกาหลีไปแล้ว VCT โคเรียนแต่ผมคิดว่าบูมอาจจะมาวันนี้บูมมันเข้มปัดเลยพลังเดมบีจะหยุดอยู่หรือเปล่าต้องมาดูกันสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับปั่นหูน้ำเข้าหูเฮียไม่เปลี่ยนปกหรอครับมันอัพโหลดไม่ทันหรอแป๊บนึงนะเดี๋ยวเปลี่ยนปกแป๊บผมเปลี่ยนแล้วนะแต่ว่าพอกดเปลี่ยนปุ๊บผมก็กดไอ้นี่ไปเลยกดเน็กไปเลยมันก็เลยสงสัยอัพไม่ทันมั้งหูเน็ตไม่แรงแล้วเราจะตอกย้ำฟูลเซนทำไมใช่ไหมอัพโหลดละบันทึกโอเคเปลี่ยนปกละปีนี้บูมปีหน้ามิดเฮ้ยพูดได้ดี โชว์แมตช์แบบยูไอตายด้วยใช่เหรอไม่ได้มาดูโชว์แมตช์เลยเศร้าเลย กูโดนแล้วปะเนี่ยลืมปิดเสียง Morning ครับวันนี้ครับพี่เอ๋ยบอกว่าเดี๋ยววันนี้มาสายๆหน่อย อาจจะเป็นคู่เกมคู่ ไม่ใช่คู่เอาประมาณเกม3ประมาณเนี้ยปีหน้า PX Duel 3 ตัวใหม่น่าจะได้นะ โอ้โห มันยากอะดิ มันหมดยุคที่แบบว่าจะมาหยิบดูเอลเยอะๆแล้ว มันแบบแต่ละตัวมันก็ โดนเนิร์ฟมาแบบไม่ได้เก่งขนาดนั้นสมัยก่อนลองนึกภาพดิที่แบบเจ็ตยังไม่โดนเนิร์ฟเลนไม่โดนเนิร์ฟเงี้ยมัน2 ดูเอลมันก็เวอร์แล้วไง ตัวมันโกงอ่ะทีนี้มันโดนเนิร์ฟเยอะมันก็เลยแบบเล่นยากแล้วก็ต้องไปทำแผนอีกอย่างคนเขาเปลี่ยนแผนการเล่นไปเยอะด้วยครับมันก็เลยแบบมันเล่นไม่ได้อะเอาจริงมันเล่นได้แหละแต่มันฝืนไว้หน่อยอะเข้าใจปะคือสมมติเราหยิบ3 ดูเอลมาใช่ไหมสิ่งที่เราจะเล่นมันก็คือแผนที่จะต้องแบบแผนแบบว่าแผนมันไม่มันฟิกอะมันแบบตายตัวอย่างเช่นเข้าไวก็คือเข้าไวอย่างเดียวอะไรเงี้ยมันไม่ได้แบบว่าแม่งจะไอ้นี่ไปหมดแบบว่าฟิกแผนไปไอ้แผนนี้ไม่ได้เดี๋ยวเอาแผนนี้อะไรเงี้ยเว้นแต่ทีมแม่งจะมาหาเทพแบบทำแผนมา ซึ่งถ้าทำแบบนั้นมันก็มีปัญหาเรื่องแมปพูอีก จะเอาเวลาที่ไหนไปทำแผนหลายๆแมปใช่ปะล่ะเข้าใจมันมีข้อนี้ไปหมด แต่ถ้าหยิบไปแล้วก็ถอดสมองเล่นก็แค่ยิงก็ตามนะครับภาพก็จะเป็นแบบทารอนตอนที่นั่นอะแชมเปี้ยนแต่นั้นคือมีแผนแล้วนะก่อนเข้าแชมเปี้ยนอะภาพก็จะเป็นอย่างนั้นอะเล่นแบบว่าถอดสมองเล่นแต่ดันชนะมาได้ไงชนะซีเคทมาได้เงินเล่นแบบไม่มีแผนปีหน้าผมเชียร์ทารอนดีกว่ามันทารอนเจนจีเปเปอร์เล็กเหมือนเดิม พูดทำไมกูก็เชียร์อยู่ทีม3 ทีมเนี่ยเพ r ร์ลสปิดจริงๆอยากให้แฟกเจอร์กลับมาแต่ไม่รู้ว่าน่าจะปีหน้าแหละแต่ไม่รู้ว่าตอนไหนอาจจะเป็นกลางปีเปล่าไม่แน่ใจโลตัสอะพอได้แล้วเบื่อแล้วโลตัสเนี่ยเบื่อหน้ามาก คิดถึงเพร์ลสุดๆ คิดถึงเพร์ลแทบใจจะขาดใช่ไหมออฟซีซั่นก็ยังมีให้ดูแข่ง เฮ้ย เพลงนี้ เพลงนี้กูโดนมั้ยไม่โดนหรอมั้งโดนแค่ไปเอาออกใครสน อย่างน้อยผมก็เคยเจอคุณวิกตัวจริงนะเว้ยอุ้ย ข้าวมาไวขนาดนี้เลยเหรอเอาเรื่องทำไมต้มน้ำมันต้มยำมันมีแต่น้ำอ่ะ
ตามไหมเอาเป็นข้าวข้าวข้าวไม่กินเท่าไหร่
เอาน้ำมาด้วยเราคิดดูผมเปลี่ยนมาใช้ไม้ตั้งโต๊ะ แล้วจ่อกับจานข้าว ASMR กินอย่างเดือด วันนี้ขออนุญาตเชียร์บูมครับกะเพราเนื้อสับอ่ะ คนแบกกุ้งทำไมคนหนึ่งต้องแบกกุ้งอ่ะไมฟิกบอกกูไม่ได้เล่น กูเล่นโชว์แมตช์ ผมว่าถ้าจะบัฟไวเปอร์บัฟสกายดีกว่าสกายหายไปเลยครับปีนี้
ไม่มีแบบ
อะไรวะช่วยด้วย
จะไว้
ทำไมกองเชียร์อินโดเขาคึกคักจังวะ
จริง
แต่จริงๆผมเชื่อนะมาจัดที่ไทยก็ไม่แพ้กันอ่ะ
ๆคนไทยชอบออกกล้องด้วย
ผมว่าคอร์สเพลเยอร์วาโลแรนต์น่าจะเป็น100อ่ะ แบบว่าไปเข้างานเนี้ยเราจะเห็นเจ็ตในงานสัก40-50 คน เอาว่ะ ถ้า VCT มาสเตอร์แบงคอกมาผมได้บินไปไทยเลยเนี่ย บินไปดู ห้างสนาม บินไกลปะบินจากสมุทรสาคร บินจากพระราม2ไปเข้าตัวเมือง ค่าตั๋วบินน่าจะแพง บินติดสนามวอตปาร์ตี้ ยาหมดแล้วเหรอเอาอยู่นี่ไงหมดแล้วอ่ะคุณ
ใช้แรงมาก
อุ้ย มีคนอยากได้เลออดบัดดี้เห็นนะ มาผมมีเอาบ้าสนปะจะโดนยึดเมื่อไหร่ก็ไม่รู้
ดูดิ
เขาว่ากันว่าไลออดกันบัดดี้อ่ะ ถ้าสมมติว่าไลออดให้ใครไว้อ่ะเขาจะจดชื่อไว้แล้วดูพฤติกรรมคนนั้นด้วยเว้ย เอางี้ไม่รู้อ่ะเขาลือกันมาอย่างนี้นะ แล้วคนที่ให้อ่ะ ต้องมีรายชื่อ แล้วถ้าคนที่มีไลออดกันบัดดี้ไปทำตัวไม่ดีอ่ะเขาจะริบคืนหรือคนนั้นต้องรับผิดชอบเนี่ย เป็นผมนะ กูไม่ให้ กูไม่ให้ ไม่ให้ใครทั้งนั้นอะอยู่ดีถ้ามึงไปเกียนเอาเดือดร้อนกูอีก กูสาให้ ต้องหาพี่กิฟ เขาประกาศจัดหรือยังว่าจัดที่ไหน ยังไม่ได้ประกาศมั้งนะ แต่เดี๋ยวถ้าได้ข้อมูลเดี๋ยวจะมาแอบบอก ว่าจัดที่ไหน
โอเค
เดดล็อกบังเลยวะ ใครเอาเดดล็อกมาแปะไว้ดีวะเดี๋ยวพี่เอ๋ยรีบกลับมาดูเลยนะ เอ้ยที่มันควรจะเริ่มได้แล้วปะนานกว่าจะทำใจ
ไอ้ร้อน
เฮ้ยร้อน
ร้อนอยู่น้ำมันด้วย
แล้วทำไมตอน after party เขาไม่ไปนั่งด้วยกันวะ งงวะอะไรอยู่คนละทีม ยังอีกเหรอ เริ่มได้แล้วป่ะน้อง เฮ้ย และมิสแน็กสวัสดีครับ ทีมพี่นะไปแทนทีมไหนล่ะครับ หรือเพิ่มเข้าไปครับ เพราะว่าบีทจะหมดสัญญาก็ปีนี้ครับ ปีไม่ให้ปีถัดไปครับปีถัดไป แล้วก็ถ้าตกถ้าผลงานไม่ดีก็อาจจะต้องมานั่งคัดใหม่ไลออดเพิ่งเปลี่ยนกฎตอนปีนี้เองว่าทีมที่ได้เข้า Ascension จะได้ไปเล่นแค่ปีเดียว แล้วก็ถ้าผลงานดีก็จะได้มาคัดใหม่ หมายถึงแบบว่าเขาเรียกว่าไงอะถ้าเข้ารอบลึกก็คัด Ascension ต่อเลย แต่ถ้าไม่ได้เล่นแชมเปี้ยนก็อาจจะต้องมาคัดโซนใหม่เลยมั้งเนะ แอนแอนแอนแอนอ๋อหมดละ เฟนติกแอดปาร์ตเชื่อถ้าแม่งไปได้นี่คือแบบโหดจัดเลย
โอ้โห
เดอเก้ออกเฟนแอดปาร์ตเข้า ยอดซูเปอร์แมนทีม จริงเดิมก็โหดอยู่แล้วนะ ปีนี้คือผลงานมันดีอยู่นะ เดอเก้เฟนติกบาวนี่ไม่มีครับไม่มีโหดูจากสภาพเมื่อวานนี่คือ เมื่อวานอะผมแบบเล่นไม่ได้เลยคือมันเขาเรียกว่าไงมันเชื่อป่ะผมแค่ท่าเป้าอะมือผมยังสั่นอะท่าเป้าแบบเช็คมุมอะไรเงี้ยคือไม่ได้เลยเว้ยเมื่อวานคือแบบแย่มาก มือสั่นไม่เท่าไหร่แล้วแบบโอ้โหมันยิงไม่ได้เลยเมื่อวานอ่ะไม่ไหวจริงแย่จัดPRX บาวนี่ no 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 ไปเป็นกระสอบทรายพี่อเล็กอะได้อยู่พี่เล็กต่อยไปเลยครับผมซาดิสผมชอบโดนต่อยผมชอบเจ็บตัวครับมาพี่อเล็กพี่เอ๋ยมาไหมเดี๋ยวพี่เอ๋ยมาประมาณเกม3ประมาณนี้นะเห็นพี่เอ๋ยบอกไว้เมื่อวานนะพี่เอ๋ยบอกติดงานครับพี่เอ๋ยบอกว่าวันนี้ต้องไปคุยอะไรนะเซ็นสัญญาธุรกิจว่านซื้อที่ดินอะไรเนี่ยมูลค่า700-800 ล้านอะของเขาอะพี่เอ๋ยบอกว่าเดี๋ยว VCT Master Bangkok เดี๋ยวพี่เอ๋ย
สร้างห้องไหม
เหมาตั๋วทุกใบบนโลกใบเนี้ยแล้วก็แจกคนไทย เคยได้ยินใบเนี่ยเคยได้ยินเสียงประตูบ้านพี่เอ๋ยที่ดังเอียดอ่ะคือประตูพี่เอ๋ยเขาทำมาจากแบงก์อ่ะก็เลยแบบมันเลยแบบมีเสียงแบบนั้นอ่ะ
ทอง
แล้วไอ้ตรงที่หมุนประตูมันเป็นเพชรอ่ะมันก็เลยแบบเอียดไปหน่อยเขาเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะบานกบประตูอะมันเป็นเพชรไงมันเลยมีเสียงบันได48 ขั้นนี่ทำจากทองหมดเลยของพี่เอ๋ย รวยเกินตื้อดืดตื้อดืด ภาษาอินโดเขาพูดเร็วกันจังเกวนชาดา
ราคามาตานี่ภาษาอินโด
หลักการมาตรตังมันภาษาฟิลิปปินส์เนี่ยอินโดไพรอินโดไพร
คนอินโดหน้าเหมือนคนไทย
หน้าเหมือนคนใต้
หน้าเหมือนคนใต้
แต่คนอินโดพูดอังกฤษกันเก่งโคตร
เคยเป็นเมืองขึ้นเนี่ย
ไทยแท้ เมื่อวานไทยแท้รัวๆเลย แพ้อีโคกันยับ สงสัยได้เริ่มบ่ายสามแน่เลยวะพี่เอ๋จะได้มาดูไว นี่คือที่เขาเริ่มช้านี่คือพี่เอ๋ซื้องานไว้แล้ว บอกเฮ้ยวันนี้ติดธุระเดี๋ยวมาช้าหน่อย เริ่มช้าๆหน่อยพอดรอพี่เอ๋อิมพอร์เซอร์ ทำไม
แก้มน้องเขี้ยวอ่ะนี่อะ
พี่ฟิปก็มาเนี่ยนั่งข้างพี่ม่อนเนี่ยเห็นนะเอ็กเฟโลแม่งเป็นรอบชิงแล้วเป็นแบบบูมเข้าด้วยโอ้โหฮอนี่น่าจะมันสัสแต่ถ้าเมื่อวานบูมแพ้ฟูเซนก็ภาพฮอก็จะเป็นอีกอันหนึ่งยังเงาหน่อยผู้หญิงเสื้อส้มชื่อวิกตอเรียปะพี่วิกตอเรียแฟนพี่อเล็กอะหมายถึงคนนี้ใช่ไหมไม่ใช่คนเมื่อกี้ที่อยู่ไม่มี
เหมือนเขาจะอายุน้อยกว่าคุณป่ะพี่วิกอะ
ได้อะ
พี่วิกเหมือนเขาจะอายุน้อยกว่าคุณ
ไม่เป็นไรเราเรียกพี่หมดทุกวงการปิมมี่เรายังเรียกพี่เลยลูกพี่ขนาดเจมอายุเท่าพี่เอกเจมยังเรียกพี่เอกเลยเนี่ยนั่งบอกแล้วว่าเรานับถือกันเป็นพี่
ตัวจริงเขาสวยมากสวยมากสวยมาก
นัวนะ อันนี้นัวนะ เริ่มยังพี่เอ๋ยมายัง
สงสัยรอพี่เลย
นี่มันเท่จังวะไลออดนี่มันไลออดจริงๆดึงมาวะแดมบี ไอ้แดมบีนี่ตัวโหดเลย บ้าจัดคือถ้า SPG แพ้นี่คือทีวันเล็งไปแล้วนะแดมบีเนี่ย
เดมิว
มึงอย่าแพ้นะกูรอนะกูรอเข้าซื้อนะ นี่พี่รอ NC Slasher หล่อจัดเลยวะ
หน่ออย่างม่วงดูหน้าอย่างม่วงเลย
มาดูรอดูว่า นี่จะเต้นออกมาหรือเปล่าซีบิว วันนี้ไม่เต้นว่ะจะมาท่าอะไรไม่รู้ลำมวยเก๊กออกมา ชาเดินเหมือนหลงอยู่ในห้าง เดินแบบมองหาคนอยู่เพื่อนกูอยู่ไหนวะ
พี่เอฟตั้งโกง
เ ตั้งโพลไหมเดี๋ยวค่อยตั้งนึงตั้งตอนนี้เดี๋ยวสปอยเกินตั้งเลยแล้วกันอะปูปูปูเป็นทีมเกาหลีที่ไม่ชอบแอดเซนดีเฮ้ยมาวะเชียไอซิงมันซิงอีกแล้วเปิดเสียงก่อนเอาดิแล้วไอ้ชิ้นนั้นมันค้าง
It's all down to Zesby. And he's trying to find the rotations, but he's been blocked off by this perfect smoke from Persia. Now slipping through, it's going to be Margaret. His head gets taken off. The spike goes down.
Nice open plant. 2-man advantage. SPG should win this every
UI
day of
get
the week, and so much time is going to be burnt off the clock here. Desbiu is a raid boss though. He's got 2 smokes to work with. He's got light armor and a sheriff. He really, outside of the paranoia, could not have less to work with to be able to complete this 1-on-3, but is he going to even have the opportunity to do so? They're giving him absolutely nothing.
The big brother of the team, though, gonna have to try to make it work. The sheriff, it does quite the number of damage. But look at the utilities. It dumps through. Danby taking the shot.
He never even had a chance. He puts a smoke down on the spike, instantly hit by a Prowler fault line. SPG, it's just clinical as always from them. They've chosen to start Sunset. They had the choice of
เกมผมมาสิงเนี่ยนะวันนี้พี่เอ๋ไม่อยู่ได้เลย
choosing
สบาย
what
ส
map to
บาย
start on or choosing the decider. We've seen them steamroll everyone in
ไอ้มาร์คาเล็
very
ตมัน
quick
คมมาดิ
fashion in this tournament, and they've chosen to start on Sunset here, to start on the right foot. And it's a match that, you know, you look at their logo and the fact that they've gone onto Sunset here, maybe that's the comfort territory for them.
Possibly is. Those palm trees, the sunset.
Depths.
But at the same time, for Boom Esports, these guys are hungry, Pilski.
They are, but really not much for them to find in a round like this. They're going to try to isolate the lurker Margaret, who's just holding backside of B main for now.
Taking a couple of shots. Can't quite find too much. Danby wants to slide in. The shot's not quite connected, but here comes Francis and Margaret. Completely blinded up by the Dizzy, though. Unfortunately, it's still not quite enough. It's all down to Zesby once again. He tries to block them off with the dark cover. They are still flooding the site. Zesby, he hears footsteps, tries to get a shot, but it's to no avail. Ivy ends the round.
Yeah, simple anti-eco there from SPG. A little bit of pressure over on that A side of the map. They come back and wrap back to the B site, meet up with Margaret, and as a team cut down all of Boom inside of B main. Early on here, you've already got yourself a neural theft for Margaret. I'm looking at SPG in this bonus. If they're able to find an early pick and get a good timing on that neural theft, they could completely run circles around Boom Esports in terms of the rotations and the decision making in the mid to late round.
And that could give them so much momentum, right, Pilski? That's what they're looking for without a doubt. They are 2-0 up right now, and they're looking for more.
Boom, on the other hand, was wondering how they were going to approach the start of this match, whether they were going to try to take a foot forward, but they've started things very slowly. They're just dropping off Zesbiu on this info line using the one-way. Prowler spotting out, so SPG just confirming that this is where Boom is trying to hold, and they're trying to force them off this info line, but there's no commitment from SPG. They're just trying to deny the info. There's the Dizzy to be able to retake that info line, and as soon as SPG hears that, look at that, they immediately go back and try to take it again.
Waiting for it, setting it up, and here it comes. Info line gone. Zesby has to try to hold, but it's going to be Danby with a slide in.
Neural theft could be huge here. NC Slasher on the off angle though.
He's trying to fight back, has the Dizzy in hand, but no, can't quite toss it up. It's going to be Danby with the shots. Now comes Shiro, but he's going to have to try to hold. The reaction's not quick enough. Danby on a tear.
ภาพเดียวกับฟูเซนเลย
But onto the 4th kill. It's the paint shells that undoes him. But still the round
ไอ้
over
ดันบีมันอะไรขนาดนั้นวะ
4K from Danby
God.
in the bonus round. The neural theft was on the
UI
other
มันก็
side
ยัง
of the
คิว
map,
ศูนย์อยู่นะ
going, never even
ส
needed
กอร์
it.
มันก็
They
ยัง
win the
0-0 อยู่
bonus
อย่าแข่งแบบ
regardless,
Loop
and the
Infinity
reads are far too clean for SPG. You saw how they heard the Dizzy. They immediately go back and isolate Zespiu, pick up that rifle, and steamroll the rest of Boom.
Absolute steamroll. Bonus round converted, and this is going to hurt Boom.
Absolutely. They're already back onto yet another half by in a matter of minutes. They're so far behind in this game and they need a miracle, but Danby's running them down with the overdrive.
He slides in and he's looking for yet another target to hit. The Outlaw will connect onto Shiro. Going in towards Market now. Danby, he's not stopping. He keeps ramping it up.
ไม่ค่อยรู้
And
เรื่อง
on to the next. Inside of Boba. NC Slasher tries to fight
โอ้ย
back, but
แดมบี้
it's not gonna
พอแล้ว
happen. On to the next now. And it's still going to be Zesby. Once again, the last member alive. He's looking for the shot, but it's not going to happen. Once more, Danby.
The disrespect from Danby right off the bat, running into the opponent's spawn, running them down like dogs. The crowd is so quiet right now because there's nothing happening for Boom Esports. SPG in total control of this game, a clean anti-eco after winning the bonus. They are going to have a rock-solid economy to continue dominating on this attacking side. And let me remind you, in the previous series, they went 8-0 and 9-0 up on both maps on attack, and they are dominating on attack again.
Boom, they might have had a 7-5 defensive start against Full Sense yesterday, but so far, doesn't look consistent. SPG are 4-0 right now.
Lower pacing, they're going to get into the site. We'll see if the trips can make any difference for Berserks in the back of the site. Over on the other side of the map, Boom have pushed this A info line and dealt with the trip.
And this allows for Danby to slide in. He's looking for those targets. He knows they are possibly nearby, but look at the relays. Persia off of the little peak, a double kill, now pushing forward with the rolling thunder. Danby holds down the line. The rotations have been cut off.
SPG choose not to push the issue
นีออน
anymore.
แม่ง
This
อ
is
ร่อย
where
จัด
Margaret can catch them in the side.
ไม่ว่าแดมบีจะคิวไว้เท่าไหร่ไม่สำคัญครับสุดท้ายก็เป็นศูนย์หมดสกอร์ก็ศูนย์อันนี้คือมายิงกันขำ
Trying to set up for it. Holding down the positions, anticipating the flank, takes him down, and this could be a start.
There's no
But
time.
Spike,
They just got to save. They can't get back in. They've
ๆ
never
อันนี้
been
น่าจะ
allowed
แม
to
ป
the
ของ
rolling
ศิลปภาษา
thunder across
มัน
spawn,
น่าจะเลือกก่อน
pushing them all back the one way, securing the round, and SPG win another gun round in a matter of seconds. Boom need a timeout.
just when you thought a single kill might have brought back some momentum over, Danby slides in and finishes the deal.
Another rifle lost. Boom, it's
5-0.
just crushing. 5-0. Only 2 rifles retained. They've got to try to buy what they can around them. I think they need a timeout. The crowd is trying to get Boom going again.
They are cheering for it. Boom Esports is what we hear. But are Boom Esports here and ready?
Boom are trying to crunch mid here. That's going to forfeit this A site control. SPG disrespecting this info line that Zesby likes to get on, but here's the fight in middle for Margaret.
All of middle surrounded. Shiro, the first pick.
Neural theft as well. They're going to be able to read exactly what SPG is doing here and prepare for it accordingly. They push down the flank. The trip's gone because Cypher's dead.
UI
And Boom
เป็น
are
เชี่ยเลยวะเนี่ย
throwing their way straight up into elbow now.
Very aware of it as well, though. SPG, they continue to push up front. And looking from the back now, this elbow line has to be held. Francis looks to shoot. Zesby takes down the first top, and then it's going to be Famous chiming in. The rest of Boom, they're trying to push through, but they can't get past Francis. Onto the other side, they tried to slide in. Famous, it's not going to happen. NC Slasher, he has been shut down.
He just can't get back into the
ไอ้แดมบี
side.
มันไปกินอะไรมาวะ
Found Margaret right off the rip. Huge commitment in on the flank from Boom Esports, but there's nothing going right for them here. Surely they need a pause. They need to be able to mentally reset from this horrific
มันลั่น
start
ตั้งแต่
here on
เจอฟูลเซน
Sunset.
อะ
It's not
นี่มันก็ยัง
even
ลั่น
really
อยู่
a map that we've seen between these two teams. SPG choosing to change up the veto, choosing to pick the first map, and continuing to dominate every team they encounter on attack.
It just looks unstoppable, Pilski. I mean, bear with us, audience. The HUD might not be where it's supposed to be right now, but the score, I will keep it up for you. It is a 6-0.
Quite honestly, Quack, I think that's probably for the best that no one in the arena can see what the score is right now, because they will not be happy with how this series has started here. We're hoping for a miracle for Boom Esports, but SPG, ever since they came out of Challengers Korea, earlier in the year, the core of this team together all knocked out in separate teams, in separate qualifiers for Challengers 1 Korea or Challengers 1 Japan. They come together and dominate Split 2, couple of close games in the playoffs, and then into Ascension. They have just absolutely destroyed everyone. And it makes me wonder, like, what kind of practice are these guys getting back home? What kind of teams are these guys playing in Korea? How good are the teams in Challengers Korea compared to what we're seeing here in Ascension? Because if you're playing Nongshim Red Force, D+, you're scrimming against the top teams who are playing in Pacific, they're in Seoul, in Korea, and you're cutting your teeth on that kind of opposition, then you're going to be sharp and ready for a tournament like Ascension, and that's exactly what we've been seeing.
Like Dex mentioned on the desk, he might have heard TRX's name being tossed in those scrims.
Dax loves a name drop. I
There it
respect
is.
it. Going to be a massive fight over A main here, but SPG are just here feeling this out, holding the back of the one-way and getting ready with the Prowler.
Hopefully, the utility.
แต่ถ้า
has
SPG
been
ได้
set
เข้า
up.
APEC นะ ได้เข้าลีกนะ
Push through. And SPG falls
บอกได้คำเดียวว่ายกระดับ
back. The
APEC
contact, it isn't quite good. Zespi has to teleport out as well.
SPG has read that so well, but that's where Margaret oversteps over the top mid, punished by Shiro. Again, a man advantage for Boom, but can they convert? They couldn't retake the A site with a 5-on-4 advantage. At least this time they have more space and info across the map. Cam is still up inside market. I can hear the footsteps of the breach coming back to B main, but it's just a singular one-man fake from Francis. Boom retakes middle. They've got a lot of info and space across the map, but they're reading this as a B site hit with the breach util coming into the site.
It is quite a bit of pressure on Zespi's shoulders. Just enough to sell the fake on B.
He just needs to survive. He just needs to pick one off and survive for the retake as SPG slowly works their way into A. Smokes go down. Haunt's going to go over the side. There's going to be no contact. Zespi might go for a bit of a spam, but he needs to stay alive. Danby reads it so damn well.
And he just continues to spray through. Suppressive fire, trying to fend off Boom. They are trying to get a little bit more space back into the site. The fault line connects. Sight lines, though, not quite there. NC Slasher, famous! They have gone in! Now looking for more. It's gonna be SPG trying to shoot off onto the other two, but then NC Slasher comes in with the blades!
They're finally back into the game. Took a while for Boom to get rolling. It was a momentous start for SPG, which is exactly what we expect, but at least Boom has not let as many rounds go by the wayside compared to that upper bracket series between the two. They've got a showstopper to work with into this round. Could be completely key here for Famous to be mixing that one in to try to string these gun rounds together and break down the economy of SPG, who have won that bonus early and have got on a great streak.
นับหนึ่งแล้ววะ
Not too bad with the call from Shiro.
เท่าไหร่แล้วเนี่ยสกอร์กูยังไม่รู้เรื่องเลยเนี่ย
It's just his
SPG
reflex
6-1
play, but
Boom.
Here comes SPG again. They are trying to switch up the pace. Danby in with the relays.
มันป่วนจัดเลยวะ
Engaged.
เดน
They
บี้
read the fact that it's a stack. Gonna get the wingman going forward, clearing all that space. Refresh of the one-way. It's hands off over on the B site for Berserks. Zespi gonna join him with the from the shadows in towards spawn side and SPG. It's an open site for them, but Danby is gonna go and again push the issue into spawn here.
So deep into the site. The smoke's not quite there though, and there's a rolling thunder from Boom. It knocks them up. Berserk's in with the first blood. Persia though, stopping them in their tracks. It's gonna be a shot still going to next hit, and that's SB trying to fire back. Persia in, not dead yet. Tries to fall back, but NC Slasher on for a bit of a flank. They might not know he's here, but they blocked him off with the cyber cage.
Got a full kit of util. Gonna deal with the haunt. That's gonna reveal his position, Quack.
Persia. Ult expires, but here comes the Dizzy, reveals his position. NC Slasher, he's done it before. Can he do it again? Two players, two obstacles right in front of him. Margaret, a little bit too far for him, threads the needle, and that's SPG up 7-1.
Just an immediate reply from SPG. They're reading the game so well. The patience outside of A main, counting the util. They have these protocols in place as soon as they see 2 or 3 sets of util. They're always one step ahead, reading the stack of Boom, seeing the Cypher retake on the other side of the map. They know what the strong and the weak side is, and they are never running into those traps.
Just keep seeing it. Boom, though, trying to switch up some of their setups. It's the same right now.
Yeah, this is Boom, waiting for a mid-crunch, waiting to pull the trigger once SPG takes some space over there, but it's just been Margaret dropped off, and they're going to catch them off guard a little bit. The kills coming through from Boom thick and fast.
Still, though, it's some of those are pistols, but the
กด
shot
ดัน
connects. Margaret goes down. That's a rifle he could pick up. Still, though, onto the site, Danby. He's trying to get the spike planted. Ivy trying to hold off on some of the rotating lines, but no peaks so far. Here comes the flash. Ivy trying to fall back, still trying to hold towards Boba. Another flash being drawn out from Boom. The shots will connect, but not quite the transfer. Zero able to hop on over. And Berserk
เอาว่ะบูมมันเล่นเฉียบขึ้นว่ะ
Thrifty win for
เฮ้ยสกอร์
Boom.
มาแล้ว
And in comes the scoreline. It's a dire proposal for Boom to turn this around. But a thrifty win is going to do a hell of a lot of damage to SPG's economy. and give Boom access to some much needed rifles.
สกอร์ไปอีกแล้ว
Crowd willing them on, and they are fighting for this game of Sunset.
Definitely looking for a way back into the game. If they can end this first half,
โดนหัวด้วยนะสแปม
it ain't too bad. But you got to consider the ultimates in the game right now.
Have a couple online getting pretty close to a rolling thunder here for Francis. If they get some more control, that's something they can have access to, but it's more Danby that I'm keeping my eye on. Once he rips that overdrive, he is merciless.
So far, we've been wondering about it. And Famous catch up to the speed that Danby brings. The paint shells trying to hold it off.
So many players here for Boom. Ready with the reactive util of the breach of the Gecko. Rolling Thunder going forward, but the Mosh will kick them back for now.
It's been completely avoided. Boom trying to hold off on towards their positions. NC Slasher, good
เฮ้ย NC Slasher ว่ะ
second.
ยอมไปอีกหนึ่ง
Gets yet another. Famous from the back lines comes in exploding. Boom! Another round picked up.
Much better read from Boom in that round. Ready with 3 players on that B site, and that's where you need to slow down SPG before they get rolling. You can't let them get into the site. You can't let them scale up because they play those XVXs and those post plants so perfectly. It was the counter utility that made all the difference. The Rolling Thunder going forward from Francis, but just a singular mosh and a paint shells. The grenades making all the difference from both the Gecko and the Rays. And that's what Boom need. They need to keep reading this correctly, and this is where Danby is going to go back to what's been working for him all tournament long. Picks up the judge, and he's going to be sliding into the faces of his opponents. It's extremely tilting to play against. But Boom, anything but on tilt here. They definitely have a will and a way back into this game. After that thrifty win, after successfully defending the B hit, they are just 1 round away from resetting SPG's economy, and that could be an easier road back into a 5-7, and that is a very different scoreline from what we've been seeing in the upper bracket games.
They've got the will, they've got the drive, Pilski. It might have looked different so far throughout this tournament, but right here, right now, in front of the home crowd, the drums, the claps, everything cheering for the team.
Boom is hungry for a comeback here. The fans are looking for it. And SPG, this is where they've been dominating all tournament long. They haven't had much of a doubt being put in their head. I think Boom, they're going to make anything happen here in this grand final. You've got to make it happen on Sunset, because let's be honest, you're going into Icebox and Lotus, 2 maps that they got destroyed on in the upper bracket by SPG. Crash right off the bat, going to be clearing all of that B space, trying to catch Margaret on the backside, but he avoids it beautifully. And in the meantime, SPG's taken all of A. Hands been left behind for the retake. Boom, working their way down tiles. Trip going to be a little bit of an idea for SPG to get this flank on, but Margaret,
มันก็เข้าไวดีนะ
he might reflank once Boom tries to attempt this retake.
That's such a long lurk, Pilski.
เอาเซ
Boom
ฟเฟอร์
sandwich them. Look
You
at
might
this
not
Prowler
know this.
going forward.
The Prowler, it sends them back. Margaret, unfortunately, he hears footsteps and tries to hop off. Back into the site, Famous, looking to start things off. The elbow position is so darn hard, but NC Slasher starts things off, eliminating the lurk. Famous, unfortunately, falls. Ivy, he holds the line.
Oi.
Persia, onto
หมด
the
เลยเหรอ
next as well. NC Slasher fighting for his life.
อุ้ยยังคลีน
Huge! Swaps off to another weapon, and Ivy tries to reaggress. Manages to catch him red-handed. Shiro, alone and cold. The spike will be his undoing.
That's just again, Boom. Whenever they're out of position, they can never quite make it back in time. The retake takes far too long. They wait for Margaret in spawn. They read the fact that there's a Cypher ready to backstab them. But the patience from SPG is what wins them the round. They don't need to move an inch. They don't need to move a muscle. And Boom take far too long to be able to retake elbow clear all of the little angles that they need to complete that retake, despite a sick multi-frag from NC Slasher. It's just not enough.
Boom are working against insurmountable odds right now, but they are still not backing down. It is 8-3, the last round of the first half.
Going to be a quick B split, changing up the pace. NC Slasher has to be able to hold on to Market side here, but Danby's swinging up through Spawn.
Look at how he slides in all the way through Boba. Zero, unfortunately caught unaware, and that's going to be NC Slasher trying to dance around the utility, but he gets caught. The net is completely wrapped around Boom, but Berserk's trying to get a little bit more space. Comes back in through the spawn angle.
Famous, very difficult prospect on the operator.
โอ้โหมันโดดมายิงเลยเป็นสไนด์นะใจถึงเพิ่งได้
Going up through the windows, but SPG's just running at him.
Oh, good shot though, and he swaps over to the shorty. Danby way too close, point blank range with that Phantom. Down to Berserk's, and he's got so much to clear. Persia! It's the first half, 9-3 for SPG.
What a sick combo. The Nightfall across the B site with Danby running straight up Market stairs. That's how you use the Fade ultimate. It's not a character you're used to playing against on Sunset all that much. Not everyone going for it. Preparing different initiators for the most part. The Soba very popular for breaking the trips. The Gecko for the plants and the strats like that. But in this case, the Fade has immense value. Not a single player from Boom can hear Danby sprinting through Market behind them, and he catches them both off guard for free.
With that, we head on over to the second half, Pilski. It's clear that SPG has everything set up for them. Once again, upper bracket advantage. They pick a map where they have clear strats set up.
Fan wheeling Boom on, trying to give them a hope back into this game. But SPG, it looks like history is repeating itself already. Another dominant attacking side from them, exactly like the upper bracket. And Boom has a huge comeback on their
ทัก
own
ทายครับพี่ช่วยขอบคุณแลนดิ้ง
attempt
10 บาทนะครับขอบคุณนะ
to be
ครั
able
บ
to get back into this game, because if they lose this game of Sunset Quack, they are staring down 2 maps that they've already lost in the upper bracket straight away against SPG. That's the whole reason why they had to complete this lower bracket run. And yes, they've been improving, and yes, they've been able to use the energy of Arena to their advantage, but have they faced opposition as tough as SPG? I don't think so. Not since they played them in the upper bracket. Full Sense did not push them very much. Just 1 map taken away. So Boom, they've been improving, but they've got to hit another level here, and they've got to do it quick, or that spot in VCT Pacific is going to another Korean
ขอบ
team.
คุณเบบี้เนยนะครับเสีย7 เดือนนะครับพี่วันจะทำเกาหลีล้วนใช่ไหมคะใช่ครับ
Eyes on the prize. Right
SPG มองผ่านเหมือนโลโก้ PKC
in front of the players'
เคส
monitors.
139 อ่ะ
That trophy stands. It is halftime, and like Zespi mentioned before in that interview, this is what he's listening out for.
They need the energy from the crowd right now. Gonna be B main control right off the bat. Berserk's left behind. Full main control over on the A side of the map, taken by SPG, and they're already in rotation. Back across to A, or back across to B rather, giving support over to Margaret, who's just sitting on the cam. Trip gets dealt with, and in goes Famous to the side.
Straight in, Paranoia. Sends through as well. Famous in with paint shells, trying to catch on to Margaret. He will do it! And then SPG tries to push through Boba.
SPG preparing the U-tilt, getting ready to commit on this retake and isolate these players on the side.
The fault line in the relay, Danby is smooth.
เป็นคนที่ใช้สไลด์ได้คุ้มดี
Ivy up from the back lines, able to take another shot, but Famous comes back in as well. Persia setting up for the flank, but it gets dealt with. NC Slasher now, it's all up to them, as well as Berserks holding it up from main side. They've got the angles, they've got the utility. Danby has to try to make it stick, but here comes NC Slasher once again. He cuts him up.
The crowd again being the 6th man for Boom, giving them the energy they need to get in on the pistol. Bucky comes out for Danby, juggling around a couple of guns, might go back to the Sheriff, but I'd love to see him get a shotgun in this round and slide at some fools. Boom, that's exactly what they needed. Now they need a clean anti-eco. They need a strong economy to be able to perform this comeback. And they have done this a couple of times in this tournament. They've started very slow in some of these halves, down 3-9, completing comebacks against the SG, completing comebacks just previously against Riddle Order in the series that we cast and winning in OT.
And then the shots come through though. SPG, they will not back down without a swing. A couple of shots with the Sheriff up towards A main. They are contesting for this area, not wanting to let Boom through into B. Famous will be able to take at least one down, but then the trade.
As SP's looking for info on the other side of the map. Francis keeping tabs on it, but he's got naught but a classic. Needs to catch him on a good timing or with the U-tilt.
Still though, Destiny up onto the other side. It's
วิ่
Macari
เกือบ
It was Testy as well. He had light armor, couple classic shots, and Zesby could have been melted in a matter of seconds. Ivy's trying to get on the rotation timing with the Sheriff here, though.
Yeah, no spike plant being heard just yet. Ivy trying to get a quick one, but Zero denies! Boom! Coming back in, hot off the press in the second half.
มาแล้วว่ะบูม
Three guns
กู
kept
บอก
up.
กูตื่นละ
That's what they need. Now they have some firepower into this bonus round to try to either chip away at the economy of SPG or deal them a blow of losing the bonus, just like they were inflicted in the first half. SPG, on the other hand, though, still well and truly in control of this game. Nothing to get too concerned about just yet. Into the first gun round, should still be feeling very confident. Going to be a slow default. Boom feeling things out. Cam dealt with over on the A side of the map, and control established by the one-way thrown in from the Clove on Market side.
Yeah, trying out a different lane, but still Market. It's quite hot under contest.
Boom clearing the cam, being aware that a trap can come in from the breach. Cross spotted by Persia.
He's looking for the
Ooh.
denies! NC Slasher, and then pushing up mid. It's gonna be Margaret trying to fight back from the other angle. They've been completely surrounded. The crossfire up against Boom. Margaret's freeze, and he takes the round RPG on to double digits.
Little too easy. Just one little pixel info line from Persia. They clear the cam in market Boom Esports, and they think, oh, we can sneak through to top mid here. And SPG's ready for it every day of the week. They had that deep A info line. They rotate into a 1-3-1 and crunch top mid from both sides. You can see both the Preach and the Neon, as well as Margaret, over from top mid and spawn side here, just spraying through the smoke. They're just running into a meat grinder. And that's not how you wanted your first bonus to go. Back onto the B main control, but there's already 3 players here for SPG. A little bit of a B trap.
Still though, Showstopper is available for Famous if he decides to deploy it.
Boom don't get caught by that though. They're patient. They're biding their time. They've learned from what SPG was doing in that first half. They don't want to get caught by the traps either. The potential of the breach fade to be able to catch you off guard and a quick little neon slide in is something to be wary of. And Boom are going to walk back to the other side of the map and see if they can contest Persia.
The responsibility falls onto Berserker's shoulders. He's good for the first and the next. Falls
Bad
back immediately. Cyber Cage up. He hears and collects on information. Persia off to the elbow angle. Good for the first, and instantly uses the pick-me-up to try to fall back, holding down the line for SPG. He flicks back! It gets another kill! The Not Dead Yet comes back in, and that leaves Famous as the lone survivor. The spike on the ground. He flicks, gets the first burst. Still needs to take down 2 more, though, and he could be surrounded. Ooh. Off to the next flick, and he gets down Margaret as well. Ivy trying to set it up. The backstab from behind. SPG! 2 rounds away from victory.
It was such a good attempt from Famous in the 1-on-3. To be perfectly honest with you, Quack, SPG were kind of feeding it to him. They were giving him the 1v1s. They were giving him a chance, but he was not ready for that flank on short side. And despite all the damage done to the economy here by Boom Esports, they are running out of time. Unless they can take advantage of this reset window on the half-buy or keep the press on and complete a 7-round comeback to go into OT. This is going to be another dominant scoreline here for SPG.
Overdrive used, and it's going to be Danby Francis.
มาแล้วตีนรก
chiming in. Overwhelming Boom Esports. It's a flawless round.
It's a slaughter in your own spawn.
อันตี
You
จันนรก
can't even get into mid. You can't even get basic map control because SPG takes everything away from you. And Boom, all of the pressure of this game relies on this one gun round. They've got to string so many rounds together not only to break the economy and pressure the economy of SPG, but to even have a single hope of coming back into this game. They've got the Thrash to work with. That could be a great tool to be able to open up this round, and they're going to throw it in right off the bat.
Right now, a perfect reflection of what happened throughout the tournament. SPG sitting casually. They are looking to close out the round on the offensive. Debbie slides. Berserk fires back. Good for 2.
Yeah.
Go Nick.
Boom are going to go and take this A site. Famous thinking about aggressing up onto short A and pushing the issue. With the Cypher dead, Ivy has a flank timing to be able to take advantage of, and SPG are just waiting for a mistake.
Question is, are Boom going to give it up? Thrash deployed just to clear out Elbow, and it spots out Ivy. Good bit of information so far, and the smoke from Zespi just to control the site. Tries to reposition. Crowded steps up to an elevated angle as well. The aftershock not connecting. Fame is up from behind. Ivy gets a shock. Persia, though, slips through the smoke. And sees Slasher holds his crosshairs tight and close, and Famous in for the finish.
มันไกลเกินดิ ถ้ามันได้สักแบบว่า 11
The Thrash being absolutely instrumental in that round.
10 อ่ะ 10 อ่ะ
Thrown right off the bat.
ยังได้อยู่
All of that A space. The second wave once it comes off cooldown to be able to spot out the flank and helping Boom to position themselves appropriately. But you can see this is where it's only going to take one slip up from Boom. SPG keeps throwing these aggressive rounds in. You can never know when Danby's sliding at you with a breach stun coming in your face, and at the end of the day, that's going to be very difficult to deal with. That's going to be something that is only going to take one little slip up, one lapse of concentration, and the game's over for you.
One possible retake to end this map. Boom. Looking the entry. The Dizzy comes out. Persia might have been blocked off, but so far still holding down the positions. Famous looking to start things off. Continuing to push through now, but he doesn't quite spot Ivy. It still is the Nightfall that connects. Boom. They have to hold their ground.
Boom trying to get comfortable in the side, but Danby's going to slide forward, throwing up the fast lane, and now trying to dive onto the back of the side with the rest of the team. Shiro runs the line, but he can't hold on. Danby's going to get it done, and SPG is going to win the first
GG
match.
เลย
13-6. They close it off. They had the hottest start possible. Boom. Slow.
ไปเจอกันเกม 2 น่าจะได้สล็อตแล้ว ใจเย็น ใจเย็น เกมยังไม่จบ เพิ่งจะเกมแรกเอง
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was quite the match to start our grand finals, and SPG doing SPG things as they've been doing this entire tournament, looking very good, very sharp, very honed, and continue to dominate on Sunset. There was a moment we thought there was a chance with that second half pistol round winning.
Yeah.
And how do you guys feel about this map?
I feel like just like the caster said, there just wasn't enough time for Boom to get back into the
ชิน
map
ภา
after
ษา
that
ฟอร์มคง
moment
ที่ตลอดเลย
happened
น่า
with
กลัว
SPG.
มันโหด
That's
มาก
we
เลย
talk about it all the
นี่มัน
all
โห
the
ด
time.
ทีมในลีก
The
บาง
attack
ที
side
ม
from
เนี่ย
SPG is
โคตรโหด
immaculate.
Yes.
Can Boom deal with it? First map, answer was no.
Yeah, what? For 6 rounds especially, it was a 6-0 start there for SPG. Always the
Parang
pacing
Korean.
that they played that allowed Dambi to get in there towards that backside. Persia on the clove. You know he's going to be playing aggressive as well. And from what we've seen here from SPG, it is a bit of a curveball coming into the map draft, playing Sunset first and foremost. But the execution is still there. And we've highlighted Dambi again and again in this
Dambi
tournament
ni
for
mang
good
แบบ
reason. And
what the fuck
right now, I remember our casters
โหดจัด
talking about it. You just don't know when he'll decide to just fully send it and go for you.
มันมีเพลเยอร์แบบนี้หลงเหลืออยู่ในเทียร์2ได้อย่างไร
Before playoffs, we actually didn't have any aces. We just had a lot of multi kills.
เพชรในตมอะ
3Ks, 4Ks. A lot of them was this gentleman Dambi on his neon. Now, this is always an interesting
เจอ
factor
ใคร
going into
ล่าสุด
this
บัตเขาชกใครอ่ะทำไมดู
matchup
แปลก
throughout this entire
ๆไม่ได้
tournament.
ตามเลยว่ะ
Getting those first kills, but not
ไม่ได้
managing to
ตาม
capitalize on that.
มีอะไรไหน
Yeah,
ลอง
I
เล่า
think
ดิ
oftentimes we saw
Bad
Boom
team leh.
deal with the early aggression. They do take down Dambi and the one that's closest behind him. But almost every time we see SPG trading out better, it's the Persia, it's the Ivy that comes through to just win the round for them. The moment you can hear the crowd, all of a sudden there's excitement. They took down Dambi, but all of a sudden the round, couple of trades happen and the round goes to SPG.
Yeah.
And I do feel that some of the kills that we got at the very start of these rounds were also onto Margaret, so it doesn't really break the execution of SPG in those scenarios. It still allows Dambi to slide in, that's why he's the MVP. But you also gotta give big props here to both Ivy as well as Francis. Francis's and fault lines have been essential to stop Boom if ever they want to go for counter aggression. Every time there's a fault line there in the way
ชกคนด่าฟูเซนก็น่าจะ
and
นั่นแหละ
those 14 assists in his stat board really proves it.
มันก็มี
Yeah, I think
จริง
that's
ๆผม
spot
ค่อน
on.
ข้างเข้าใจฟูเซนนะ
Highlighting
เพราะว่า
the
ฟู
usual
เซนแม่ง
around Dambi, and that
เฮเตอร์
usual
เยอะ
is
เข้าใจ
They cannot, Dambi cannot do it alone. He needs these guys by his side.
แต่ว่าพูดต
That's
รง
right. We mentioned it
นั
in
ก
the
แข่งมัน
pre-show. That's
มัน
being
ก็
said,
ไม่ได้ผิด
the
อะไร
only, not the only, but a
แต่
huge
แค่ทีม
win for
ทีม
them
เขามีเฮเตอร์เย
would
อะ
be
เฉ
a
ย
Brian Nerf Neon. But you're right. With great teammates.
เรียกว่า
they set
วง
him
การ
up
วาโลไทยมัน
for success.
ร้อนแรงเลย
But this is only map 1. This is the best of 5. It is far from over. We got our batik wear ready for the rest of
แต่
this
พวกอิน
match
ฟู
today.
กับพวกนัก
We're
แข่ง
gonna
ใน
go
ว
on
ง
a
การ
quick break, and
หลั
when
ง
we
ๆ
come
เขา
back,
ก็
we're gonna go
รัก
into
กัน
the
ดี
map
นะ
2 and see where
บาง
this
คนนะ ไว้มันจะตัดเข้าหน้านี้ละไอ้หน้าเจ็ตเนี่ยปิดเสียงยังไงหูดูจนช่ำบอกเลย ดูจนช่ำนึกว่าไอ้นี่นึกว่าโปรดิวเซอร์เป็นไงหน้านี้คือโดนลิขสิทธิ์ตลอดครับไม่ว่าแม่งจะถ้าเปิดทิ้งไว้สัก20 วิเรียบร้อยเลยส่วนตัวผมถ้าแข่งในไทยผมก็อาจจะไม่ได้เชียร์ฟูเซนอะแต่ถ้าออกไปนอกไปเล่นลีกใหญ่ก็เป็นตัวแทนไทยก็เชียร์อยากเห็นน้องๆไปเล่นในลีกผมไม่อยากเห็นคนไทยไปเล่นในลีกเยอะๆคือแบบแม่งเวทีระดับโลกกับเพื่อนเท่นะเว้ยได้ไปนั่งดูซิกเลตเนี่ยไปนั่งกับเปเปอร์เล็กเมื่อก่อนเป็นไงผมแม่งเท่จัดดูแล้วขนลุกหลอนเยอะพวกหลอนพวกในวาโลหลอนเยอะคือเอเวอเรสต์คนพวกนั้นเราสามารถเห็นได้จากในแรงที่เราไฟล์ไปแบบพวกที่แม่งชอบพิมพ์ด่าแบบหลอนอะคือพี่แบบคือมันมองง่ายอะพวกที่แม่งมองว่าตัวเองแม่งท็อกซิกแล้วแม่งเท่พวกเนี้ย แต่พอมันโตขึ้นมันก็รู้เองว่ากูทำเฮี้ยอะไรไว้ในอดีตวะ พี่ก็เป็นเมื่อก่อนอะแบบว่าสมัยเล่นเกม แต่ก็ไม่หนักเท่ายุคนี้แม่งหนักจริงแม่งพอมองย้อนกลับไปกูทำไปทำไมวะเมื่อก่อนโคตรปากแจ๋วอะแล้วเกม MMO โอ้โหปากแจ๋วนี่เขาเล่นกันยันบ้านเลยนะ สาย MMO ที่แบบปากแจ๋วเนี่ยรู้เลยเฮ้ย
นี่ฟิชชิ่งอะ
เบนจี้ฟิชชิ่งมันพี่เอ๋ยดิมันฟิชชี่เบนจี้ฟิชชิ่ง บางคนไม่รู้ไม่สนนะมันก็แล้วแต่คนอ่ะพี่ว่าแต่โตมามันก็น่าจะได้คิดได้บ้างอ่ะถ้ามันคิดไม่ได้มันก็อย่าโตเลย มันทำไมวะมันแบบมีความสุขกับการทำตรงนี้ก็เรื่องของแม่งเลยถ้าแม่งเกิดมาทำเรื่องดีๆไม่ได้เนี่ยนั่นเป็นคนไร้คุณภาพต่อไปแต่จริงๆนะด่าไปมันก็ไม่สนหรอกคนพวกเนี้ยนั่นแหละอย่าไปด่าแม่งด่าไปแม่งก็ไม่สนอยู่ดีมันมี mindset ที่มันไม่เหมือนเราคือเข้าใจปะคือแม่งการทำตัวแบบเขาเรียกว่าไงบางทีมันอาจจะในหมู่เพื่อนๆมันอะบางทีมันอาจจะคิดว่าการที่มันทำอย่างนี้มันดูเท่กับเพื่อนมันไงจริงๆมันมั่ววงการวาโลอ่ะมันก็มีคนดีๆแล้วคนแบบนี้แหละเยอะจริงๆมันเยอะคนเรียกได้ว่า FPS ไทยอ่ะมันเป็นฟิลแบบว่าคือมันมีคนหลายระดับอ่ะมันก็ไม่อยากจะแบ่งแยกหรอกแต่ว่าเขาเรียกว่าแบบคือพูดไงดีวะคือผมอ่ะไม่ได้แบ่งแยกคนหรอกแต่คือมันก็รู้อยู่แก่ใจป่ะว่าคนแม่งก็ต้องมีหลายระดับคนที่เขาแบบว่าแบบนี้แล้วคนที่เขาแบบนะสังคมแบบนี้อะไรมันก็อยู่รวมๆกันอ่ะก็ไม่แปลกที่เราจะเจออะไรแบบนี้เว้ยมันก็เหมือนการอยู่ในสังคมทั่วไปอะไรเงี้ยแค่ว่าวาโลมันทำให้เราโคจรมาเจอกันได้ง่ายขึ้นบางทีในโรงเรียนที่แม่งดีๆก็อาจจะมีแต่คนดีๆแต่ถ้าโรงเรียนที่แบบว่าแม่งมีแต่พวกนักเลงอะไรเงี้ยมันก็จะเป็นฟิลแบบเนี่ยมันก็แบ่งแยกแต่แค่วาโลมันไม่จำกัดทุกเพศทุกวัยคือเวลาการโคจรมันมาเจอกันมันก็เจอกันแบบว่าสภาพแวดล้อมกันอะมันก็ไม่แปลกที่มันจะชกกันแบบโอ้โหเมามันจัดเลยเราอย่าไปเราก็อยู่ในที่ของเราแค่นั้นแหละแต่จริงสตรีมเมอร์ทุกคนอ่ะผมพูดได้เลยนะเว้ยที่สตรีมอินฟูวาโลอ่ะคือมันดีกันทุกคนเลยนะเว้ยแบบหลังบ้านไม่ค่อยแบบเขาเรียกว่าไงอ่ะอย่างบัสอย่างเงี้ยมันอาจจะดูโหดนะเว้ยแบบกับช่องแชทอะไรเงี้ยแต่แม่งโคตรเด็กดีอ่ะ อยู่กับพวกพอเจอจริงๆในงานหรืออะไรเงี้ยเด็กดีใช่ไหมก็อย่างว่าแหละครับคือบัสมันก็ต้องแบบทำตัวแบบก็ดูช่องแชทมันดิเห็นไหมล่ะมันก็ไม่แปลกที่มันจะต้องชกไงเพราะมีคนไปชกมันก็ชกคืนแค่นั้นแหละบางทีถ้ามีคนมาชกผมบ่อยๆมันอาจจะเป็นแบบบัสก็ได้นะแต่ไม่ค่อยมีหรอกช่องแชทอะนานๆจะหลุดมาทิ้งส่วนใหญ่ก็โดนแชทเราชกกันไปก่อนภูมิคุ้มกันดี
that comes through, and the first guy that comes to mind is Dambi.
ไม่ต้องชก
We
เอง
highlighted
คนดู
him
ช
at
ก
the
ให้
start. We're still
นานๆจะหลุด
highlighting
มาทิ้งนาน
why
ๆแบบ
is this guy
ใน
not
สภาพ
having
หลอน
off
นี่
game?
นานๆจะหลุดมาทิ้งช่อง
He's
ผม
only 18 years old.
แต่
He should
พี่เลยก็โดน
pressure,
บ่อย
but he's not. On the other side, we're seeing some players feel the pressure that's maybe a little bit
พี่เอ๋
more
ช่องพี่เอ๋โดน
experienced,
บ่อย
right? So I think there definitely is that aspect of you
ของ
haven't
พี่เอ๋
been
รุ่น
much
ใหญ่รุ่นโต
iron yet,
ไม่
so
ค่อย
you
มีใคร
don't
กล้า
have
ไป
the
ชกใน
fear
ว
of
งการ
it. And I just love seeing
ใคร
Dambi.
ไม่ไปชกพี่เอ๋ย
Don't worry about all
โค
of
ตร
that
บาป
fear.
เลยชิบหาย
All of the youngsters on SPG, don't worry about that fear. Just go and play your own game, and they look so comfortable out there.
Are you talking about the talent room? You know, I didn't get burned. You know, I'm good. I'm safe.
เดี๋ยวแกง
There's
เขาช
no
กให้
mark.
ละ
Oh,
But
that
ส
means
บาย
there'll be a feature burn
ทีม
for
ใคร
you,
ทีม
Jack.
มัน
but I do want to say real quick too that I agree here with Ewok. If you think about it, these rookie squads, they have nothing to lose, everything to gain. But also how they're structured with their coaching. We've heard from Coach Silkanon that just allows these players to define what they want to do. Crafts these compositions, see if it works, allow them to be aggressive. But then some of these more legacy teams like Boom, like Full Sense, you know their styles from so long ago. You know that the coaching structure has also molded them in a certain way. And perhaps that
ไม่
is
แปลก
what
ใจ
is
เลยแม่งที่
allowing
แม่ง
these
จะโดน
rookie
ยับ
teams
ขนาด
to
นั้น
shine.
โอ้โหแม่ง
We've
โค
seen
ตร
it
โห
from
ดเลย
Sabrisa, we've seen it from
เกาหลี
Middle
อะ
Order. That explosiveness to just
แต่ผมว่า
suddenly turn
มันเล่นสไตล์
everyone
เปเปอร์เล็ก
on
เลยนะคล้ายๆเลยนะ
Absolutely. And I
แต่ผม
like
ว่า
that
ถ้า
you
ไปเล่น
bring
ใน
that
ลี
up,
กอาจจะ
whether it's the coaching
มีภาพ
staff,
โดน
which
อยู่
we have since learned since the beginning of VCT, how impactful the coaches
ในลีก
can
เข้ม
be on their team. But also how the senior players
ดัมบี้อาจจะไม่ได้เล่น
act
หวือหวา
there.
ขนาด
Zesty
นี้
often brings
อาจ
up
จะโดน
for
เบรก
Boom
ก่อน
that he is sort of like the older brother and he wants to
ส
take
ไต
on
ล์
that
นี้ที่
role.
ที่จะโดน
Even
แน่ๆเลย
though
ไปเล่นกับ G2 อะ
the
โด
rest
น
of
แน่
the
นอน
team is very experienced, but I think
G2 แม่งโฮ
actual
แบ
life
บโอ้โห
experience helps them
แบบ
just calm down. But we see this on SPG side
มัน
as
เฉียบอะ
well. Francis and Persia, they often talk about this as well, how they want their youngins to go out and just kill.
And we see it because Francis is the IGL, but we also see Persia as perhaps an emotional leader, the maturity in the squad. Persia has been through many different teams. You said a while ago, right, that Miao has coached him like 3 years ago, I
Yeah.
think.
สไตล์
He's also
การเล่น
played
แบบ
with Orangutan
ศิลป
in
ภาษานี่
South
แม่ง
Asia
ค่อน
for
ข้าง
a
จะ
while.
แพ้
And
ทางพวก
it's
NA
just crazy to
รู้
think
ว่าอะไร
that Persia also leads by example, and you could say that for Francis. We've seen how many times that these players have
แล้วทีม
won
NA
these
เล่น
rounds
ละเอียด
once the youngsters are down. They're always setting up this utility, and we always have to highlight that even though Dambi has been the star of this team, Persia has been the scariest one in terms of stats. He has had the best KD. In the walkout, you saw it, 4.5. Who does that in a tournament like this?
Well, Persia's been doing it. Before we go to a quick break, drop another fun fact. Meow did coach Persia. He also, on that same team, was Mako from TRX. So
Oh.
it's super interesting. We'll talk more about that later when we come back from this break.
ไอ้เจ็ดอยากรู้ว่าบัตจะไปอยู่ทีมอะไรวะ จะบอกทีวันอะคือทีวันมันจะเอาหมดเลยเหรอ DIX อะชุดเก่าอะแล้ว DIX จะเอาใครมาแทนบัตวะ น่าจะเยอะแหละ เด็กปั้นก็เยอะ DIX อะเอาM100กินแบบนั้นฮะหมดแล้วหมดแล้วจริงปะทำไมจำได้ว่ามันหนึ่งหลอนแน่เลยได้เอาซุปเปอร์บัตแทน ซุปเปอร์บัตน่าจะโชว์เฮเตอร์แล้วครับตามที่อธิบายไปที่เขาใครถามเมื่อกี้นะน้องคาปิบาร่าน่าจะโชว์เฮเตอร์ครับกูเซนวันๆแม่งก็ตีแต่เฮเตอร์น่ะแล้วพอเฮเตอร์ฝั่งฟูเซนโดนชกไอ้เชี่ยแม่งก็แฟนคลับฟูเซนมันก็เข้าใจว่าไอ้เชี่ยอีกฝั่งมันคือฝั่งมิด แล้วคนที่โดนสุดท้ายแม่งจะเป็นพวกมัมมี่เปเปอร์เล็กรับจบ ตามธรรมชาติของเปเปอร์เล็กตามธรรมชาติของวงการวาโลรับจบไปฟีลเหมือนในเนี่ยเกิดเรื่องอะไรแม่งก็โทษพวกไอ้นี่ไปก่อนไม่ว่าพอพวกทวิตเตอร์หลอนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยสุดท้ายแม่งก็จะไปชกเฟรมทวิตไว้ก่อน แม่งไม่ได้รู้หรอกว่าไอ้นั่นเฟรมหรือเปล่าแค่รู้ว่าแม่งมาจากทวิตเตอร์ฟิลเดียวกันเลยรับจบเขาเรียกว่ารับจบทุกวงการเหมือนกันนั่นแหละมันเป็นทั้งสองฝ่ายครับมันไม่ได้ใช้เหตุผลอ่ะมันก็รู้จักแค่คำเดียวพวกทวิตเตอร์แม่งก็เหมาชายแท้พวกชายแท้แม่งก็เหมาทวิตเตอร์มันก็ด่ากันไปด่ากันมาแค่นั้นแหละไม่มีอะไรหรอกพูดไปเดี๋ยวกูโดนอีกแค่อธิบายให้ฟังภาพที่เห็นว่าทุกวันนี้แม่งก็เป็นอย่างนี้แหละมันก็เถียงกันไปเถียงกันมาเราเลิกไปโฟกัสตรงนั้นไปแล้วแค่ด่าพวกหลอนแค่นั้นพอแล้วใครหลอนมาก็ด่าแม่งมันก็มีทั้งสองฝั่งแหละครับจะว่าผมเข้าข้างฝั่งไหนมันก็ไม่ได้เรียกว่าเข้าข้างอ่ะผมแค่รู้สึกอยากจะด่าคนที่แม่งเป็นรายบุคคลอ่ะไอคนที่แม่งหลอนอ่ะไม่ได้แบบว่าเหมารวมด่าใครแล้วผมไม่ชอบเหมารวมด่าก็เป็นคนๆไปลองนึกถึงใจคนที่แม่งแบบกูไม่ได้ผิดอะไรกูก็ต้องมาโดนพวกมึงด่าด้วยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเฮ้ยเอาปิดเสียงทันไม่ได้แดกหรอกจริงพี่ดูวาโลเพราะนักแข่งเลยด้วยพี่แบบแม่งเห็นพยายามของน้องๆอะแม่งไม่ว่าจะทีมอะไรแต่แบบรู้สึกแม่งเชี่ยสงสารอะ ปีที่แล้วไม่ใช่ปีที่แล้วดิปีที่ผ่านที่แข่งล่าสุดแม่งแข่งกันติดเกินตารางแม่งแบบสงสารนักแข่งชิบหายมันโคตรทำงานหนักอะหวังว่าปีหน้าจะดีขึ้นนะไม่ให้จัดแข่งกระชิดกันแบบเนี้ยสภาพนักแข่งแม่งเยินหมดละไม่ต้องแปลกใจเลยที่แม่งจะมีข่าวแบบคนนี้แม่งขอพักอะไรเงี้ยโหตารางปีหน้าดีขึ้นดีให้มันเว้นพักหน่อยยังดีไงที่นักแข่งแบบหลายคนแบบมันจะมีไฟการแข่งอะแบบกูคือเราเล่นเกมเยอะอะแม่งก็อาจจะไม่ค่อยเหนื่อยขนาดนั้นอะหมายถึงแบบเล่นแต่แม่งก็เหนื่อยแหละใครแม่งไปถามทุกคนที่เป็นนักแข่งอะแม่งตอบเหนื่อยทุกคนแหละไม่มีใครบอกว่าไอ้เหี้ยกูชิลกูได้คือ365 วันกูแข่งทุกวันยังได้อะไรเงี้ยไม่มีหรอกเว้ยไอ้เหี้ยถ้ามึงแข่งขนาดนั้นมึงฟิตเกินทีมแม่งถึงต้องมีซิกแมนไว้สลับแต่ก็สุดท้ายไม่ได้ใช้ครับ แต่ทำไมมันเริ่มนานจังวะ แค่แมป2อะนะสงสัยแก้ปัญหา UI อยู่ปะเชี่ยวันหรือว่าวันนี้จะเป็นวันที่แสนยาวนานอีก1 วัน นี่วันนี้จริงๆผมกะจะอู้แล้วเนี่ยกะจะแบบว่าขี้เกียจดู ไปตกปลาดีกว่า แต่ไม่เป็นไร ตื่นมาหน้าคอมอยากดูอ่ะ ตื่นมาอยากดูก็เลยโอเค ดูซะหน่อยก็ได้ ปฏิเสธเชื่อแมนถ้าจะหวังให้วงการวาโลไทยดีขึ้นเกี่ยวกับตัวพวกชาวท็อกซิกยากครับ ยากเลย แม่งอย่าว่าแต่ไทยเลยต่างประเทศก็มี ทีมเทียร์ 2น่าสงสารมากคนเนี้ยยังอีกเหรอไม่มันนานจังอะนี่กด TFT ได้ตาหนึ่งเลยเนี่ยจริง
รอพี่เลยดีกว่า
จริงๆเขารอพี่แข่งลีไม่พักเยอะขนาดนี้เลยผมว่ามันน่าจะมีปัญหาไว้ย
will catch absolutely everyone, but how many will they be able to find? Gonna try Great shot from Famous. There is a bit of a position though that PTC.
ติตันที่พาทีมจีนได้แชมป์ Ascension แล้วออกทำไมอ่ะไม่ยอมแข่งลีกอ่ะ โอ้ย ปวดเทศเลย
The medal was good, and that's enough for Shiro to take it. But Leviathan in this clutch, unable to do it. And do you know what that is, Komodo? That is Boom Esports. We are here. It's Lotus, and full sense, you have one more shot. Which might actually be a workable scenario. The first one is found, the second as well is gorgeous, but utility pulled Zep into a site he's not gone into just yet. There he is! 2 for the trouble, and John Olsen's there as well. Zesby, my friend, I don't think you've got what it takes here. 3 versus 5, and Shiro, the thief in the night, will find it again. The snake will bite, and Famous will continue. It's all over! Boom! If Fox gets one, he gets the rolling thunder. Sushi boys! Not the weapon you'd be expecting in a retake like this! The battle of the duelists! And he can just get that spray down. They're going to need to deny him. They're going to need to take him. But once again... That's it. It's done. It is done! A trade of kills, Komodo, but Fox is still here. They are keeping a little bit of an eye on it, but there it is. Sushi Boys gets 2 and Famous gets that trade. I was going to say for just a second, there was a moment, there was a world being the shot caller alongside Shiro. This moment, he can reposition, he can keep going. Leviathan! Going to be a great fault line. John Olsen, work here, Komodo. John Olsen finds Shiro, and it's the denial. He's not going to be able to find anymore. Look at the focus up mid. It's traded out though nicely as Famous finds another. Berserk gets it. It's just Komodo. It's only SP. And now looking to cross, looking to get onto it. But there it is! Berserk! The rage! The fury!
안녕하세요. 한국에서 온 심플이사의
또 VTR 이래.
무빈이라고 합니다. 저희 한국 지역에서는 되게 공격적이면서도 노련하고 플레이 스타일에서 유연하게 대처할 수 있는 것 같습니다. 저희 감독님께서 팀 분위기를 되게 친구들 대하듯이 되게 편하게 해주셔가지고 팀 분위기가 되게 좋아서 특별하다고 생각해요. 저희 팀은 한마디로 야생마라고 할 수 있습니다. 이유는 되게 플레이 스타일이 공격적이기 때문이라고 생각합니다. 상대팀 입장에서 저희 팀은 되게 예측할 수 없는 플레이들이 많기 때문에 조심하셔야 될 겁니다. 심플이사의 키플레이어는 저라고 할 수 있습니다. 왜냐하면 저희 팀원들이 잘 총을 쏠 수 있게 만들어줄 수 있는 리더십과 노련함? 제 나이로서는 나올 수 없는 노련함들이 있기 때문이라 생각합니다. 다들 잘하는 팀이라서 어센션까지 올라온 것 같은데 되게 재밌을 것 같습니다. 저희 팀 만나면 벌벌 떨게 만들어드리겠습니다.
We are all hungry to win, and we are all born to be champions. We have a huge amount of experience. Me and Fikri is one of the older players, and then we have 3 other younger generations. Rizky sama Fikri kan, they managed to play in the bigger stage before. So the thing is I feel like we share a huge amount of experience, and in each individual of us we can basically frag and clutch anytime we want. I think what differentiates us is basically Indonesia region has 2 different playstyle. We usually can mix the playstyle. Like example, we can go aggressive, we can go rank style, and we can even play structured. And yeah, because of that, I feel feel Indonesian is a very consistent region where like everybody can play different kind of play style. You guys have to worry about our team because we've been practicing very hard since almost every
นานดิมัน
single day, and we've been
เอกพอร์ต
preparing
หรือเปล่า
for
ก็
this
ไม่รู้
day. It means a lot.
รอไม่ไหวก็พับจอไปทำอย่างอื่นก่อนแล้ว
Hey, you're watching VCT Ascension Pacific. We are on Grand Finals Day. We finished our first map of Sunset. We
เบรก
will
นึก
be
ว่า
going
คู่
into
เจอ
map
คู่ถัดไป
two. We are
เบรกนาน
in
จัด
the heart of Indonesia. We are in the capital, Jakarta, which is why we're sporting some batik wear. Well, two of us are. We will find one for you.
I had to order mine, you know, it's on the way.
It's on the way?
It's on the way.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that. Actually, you can order anything here, which is kind of
Yeah,
cool.
that's
Like,
so fast.
actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. So
Yeah.
it's
Ewoks just arrived, right?
this
Yeah.
is his own.
Yeah, this is my own one.
Yeah.
I'm an honorary Indonesian, of course.
Yes.
The suit had to go, and the batik came out. I had to go. Sometimes it's time to do the right thing and get behind Boom because they'll need it right now.
Yes, the batik buff, and that's
Yes.
what we're doing right now. SPG though, they look so good right now. What I really like about them, we were talking about the Korean teams earlier, and historically, reputationally, they've been known to be a bit more, what do you call it, very strict.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like the fun kind of strict, right? It was like really like just honed masterclass kind of play, slower play styles, very meticulous, but that's evolved over the course of this year. But I thought it was really interesting in Francis's interview, their IGL, how their coach has decided to approach this. First of all, they're way more aggressive, but they're also unpredictable. And he said also that they have a friendly atmosphere. They like to create this sort of like friendship atmosphere rather than having a hierarchy. And I think that changes the way that you play. It helps you innovate on the fly. We've seen other teams play like this before.
Yeah, for me, it stands out that they can be unpredictable because it's so difficult to make a deep run into a tournament if you're starting to become predictable. We've seen that in the past from Korean teams, and from this year, we've seen DRX change it up, we've seen Genji change it up, more rookies coming in, we see Karen, we see Foxy coming in, changing their play style and being a little bit more unpredictable, and it's been working in their favor.
And something I said a while ago before we went on break, right, that this is just the coach allowing this kind of aggression to actually work out. Gone are the days where you look at Vision Strikers into the DRX score, just the same old, and that's why they couldn't get that top spot in the international scene. This year, with Genji performing, and now more and more of these talents coming on up, Temprisa, if they get this series, they're going to be in for some good company, but at the same time, they know that they're going to be at least a bit of a tremor coming into VCT Pacific, right? They're there to make an impact.
Oh, definitely. If they are the ones to ascend, I think the Korean team should be a little bit worried. They're probably looking to take some of these players that compete against them. But I think this type of play style that they're having right now, to be unpredictable, that means you have to innovate a lot on the fly too. Of course, there's a lot of planning involved with that. What that means is you're equals, you're friends, and you're kind of just having a hive mind mentality there, and it's a very different approach, which I think is a lot of fun. Now, we got an interview in the audience. We got Donna, our Indonesian host, on standby. Let's see who she has on the mic with her. That was such a cute interview.
That was the best interview I've ever seen.
Yes. It was kind of funny. If you guys are just curious at home, for those of you who are not Indonesian, those are two Indonesian members of T1. Of course, X-Curate, the IGL for T1. And Adele is a T1 streamer now.
IGL for
officially as of
T1.
A couple months ago. And they're a little bit shipped here. But anyway, we're going to go straight to our casters because we got a game to get to.
Thank you very much, Vic, Ewok, and Dax. Yeah, that was a really cute interview, but you know what? We got to go straight back into the game. Things are serious. We just witnessed a bit of a loss, and this is something that Boom felt last year as well. They played up against Fleet in Ascension 2023. Wasn't great. They've been there. They've done that. They don't want to feel that loss ever again, Pilsky.
100%. This is where, you know, Coach Meow, some of the more experienced players in Boom Esports need to bring the energy back up. They're going into their map pick of Icebox. They had a little bit of an inroads in the second half, maybe a little bit of a comeback. So if they can have a better start here, I'm hoping for the best, man. But like, Sunset was the same as what we saw in the upper bracket. So let's hope that Boom can recover here on map 2 and fight for a spot in VCT Pacific in front of the home crowd.
มาแล้วโว้ย
They are the ones who picked this map, and they do it for a very specific reason. They made it close against SPG, but this time, starting out on the defense.
Going to be a big fight over mid here. 1-3-1 from both teams, so a fight into could tell the tale of this round.
And here we go, Boom. Straight
ต่อ
up
ไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Famous starts things off with the shots fired.
โอ้ย
Francis
เอาว่ะ
Famous alongside Shiro, they've taken the lead.
Shiro saving Famous there. He was going to get taken out. He was the hero that Boom needed to keep Famous safe. And now in this 2-on-3, fighting from behind the high tide, biding his time here. Famous trying to hide from the turret shot, rattles off there from Margaret, trying to fight for his life, but Shiro and Famous collapse on him. And it's all down to Persia. He's been dinked up. He's going to take out ZSVU, but they know exactly where he is, and the spike's been dropped in middle.
Trying to recover. Persia, he's down 13.
แล้วคือโลโก้ทีมขึ้นมาเพื่ออะไร
Near impossible.
Just trying to take the orb. He's trying to take whatever he can from this round here.
Perhaps one more kill would be fantastic, but nope. Famous will end it. Pissed around, picked up by Boom.
That's what Boom needed. They have not had good starts against SPG. Upper bracket down 0-8, down 0-9, and now in this first map of Sunset down 0-6. Finally, they take a round in the first 6+ and put themselves where they need to be. They need to be front runners here. They need to slow down SPG before they get rolling, because otherwise they've got no hope in this grand final.
Without a doubt. We've seen Famous pop off on so many maps before. We need to see him do it again. They are off to a pretty decent start right now.
Absolutely. Desview on the offline. What a shot. What a flick on the Bulldog. It's only anti-eco, but you can tell this man's locked in.
And he's looking to reaggress, to reposition. But then you've got players just trying to surround him. Still though, Spike stuck, and it's going to be Shiro in with the shock dart to deny the
มาว่ะ
nano swords now. Just
มึง
above
ยังไม่
the
แก้อีก
spike.
เหรอมึงโพสต์ไปตั้งนาน
Saprissa, they are trying to play around.
High tide going down. This is where Boom are looking for fights here.
Still though, Saprissa, they need to be careful around this. A single peep, a single shoulder, Boom is going to take them down. Famous starting to wrap back up around from behind. He's got the outlaw. A single shot will do the trick. Looking for context, Saprissa. They are trying to hold on to their guns, trying to wrangle some guns away from Boom. Can they do it? Famous.
อุ้ยเฟมัสซินมันโคตรเดือดเลย
He's
ว่ะ
looking for the next.
เอาว่ะ
Not gonna do it at all. 0. Very clean from Boom.
Absolutely. Getting warmed up on their map pick here. Let's keep an eye on the bonus. The defense was the better half last time against SPG. It's where Boom started to mount a comeback. And you can see why they picked this map into this series here. Recognizing that they started way too slow in the upper bracket, but making sure that they stick to their strengths. They picked Icebox against SPG, a map that they had not played in Challengers Korea at all, hoping that they would be able to call SPG's bluff, and this time it might work.
Still though, SPG with the full buy this time, cascades out into A main.
Slasher, worth mentioning that you can see Boom,
แต่ขึ้น
we
UI
skip
แก้
agent
ปัญหา
select,
ไว้
but they've actually shifted from the KO Gecko comp over onto the Harbor Sova comp. What a shot from Persia. denying any chance of Famous getting an outlaw pick in this round.
You're expecting the double initiator to do much great things, but instead, the flanks being spotted out so far.
Be trying to walk up A here. Trying to use the rifle advantage, but there's already 3 players here in position to hold the site for Boom, and Shiro started off beautifully.
Up in midair though, Dambi trying to regress it. It's gonna be the crunch in from Boom to deny.
Dambi
and
ไม่ใช่ Neon นะดิ
holds
น้อง
down the line.
โอ้โห
And off to the
บิน
third.
ลงบิน
Good dig. Berserks to finish.
เอา
Boom,
วะ
they converted the bonus.
This is the momentous start that they needed in this map. Full control of the economy. Denying any chance that SPG had at getting into this map. The comp change is working out beautifully. They see SPG pick the harbor and they go into the grand final and say, we can do it better.
If they can pick up this map, that would be tremendous. They've got the crowd riled up, Pilski.
What can SPG do on the half by though? Got the KJ and the Viper holding B. It's exactly what you're expecting. Cascade going forward, creating some space. Dart goes up top to clear all of B long. Lambot is still in position. High Tide going forward. They're going to try to fight for the site here.
Wow. Looking to go in, but then Zisby trying to get some of the sight lines available up and online. Berserks denies Dambi, and then the Nanostorm as well.
Such an easy hold. Beautiful utility. Poison Orb goes up. Snakebite zoning SPG back, preventing them from wrapping into the site. And once again,
เฮ้ยมันรีเฟรชแล้วมันรีเฟรชแล้ว
SPG stuck at yellow with nothing
เฮ้ย
going for them in this round.
กูไม่ได้จอดับคนเดียวใช่ไหมเนี่ย
And you've got so much. Some of the
ไอ้
vision obscured.
Someone's
ปุ๊บปุ๊บปุ๊บ
Someone's blinking real fast here,
ไอ้เจ้า
honestly.
เอาไม่ใช่กู
Got something stuck in your eye, I think, unfortunately, as far as the
Pip,
observer is
pip, pip.
concerned.
It's going to be
Night.
a bit of kitchen
Leo.
control now coming up from some of the Boom players. They're
Yeah.
trying to hold off.
เฮ้ยชิบ
The
เอ้ย
Brison's
หลอก
attack.
โผล่มาแล้ว
Back, trying to hold up. It's got that high tide still.
เมื่อกี้หลอก
in the
เมื่อกี้หลอก
way. They've managed to buy out so much time.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. Not much SPG can do here. Maybe just looking to take a gun or 2 away, build out those ult orbs, but outside of that, nothing going right for them.
Brisa running out of time now. It's clear, it's a save. Looking for some exits. Boom, taking the fight to them. 15 seconds left, and they push up front, creeping up. NC
เชี่ยเป็นงานหลอกเจอสเต็ปหลอก
round for Boom.
4-0 for Boom. Beautiful economy. Full control of the game. SPG, this is where they must now reply. Ults coming up for them. Reckoning and Viper's Pit. This round plays itself. Just get in there, create the space to get yourself into a strong post plant. Because Boom has done a fantastic job at disrupting SPG, at cutting down the numbers before they can get
เอาละครับเกา
comfortable
หลี
inside of the
สถานแล้ว
site.
ตอนนี้
So this might be a chance now for SPG to get something rolling for them.
A chance. A single moment. SPG now starting to feel the heat, the threat of the crowd. It's their timeout, but you can just hear and feel everything.
And this is where you look at the context of this series. It's a hot start for SPG. They continue their dominance on Sunset. But Boom have been getting blown out of the water by multiple opponents this tournament. To be fair, they've been wildly inconsistent. They smash Nows in the first game. They get dominated by SPG in the next game. It's up and down. It's all over the place versus DSG. I don't see that changing here in this grand final. Let's be honest, even if they get dominated on a map or 2, even if they have a rough map or 2, they've shown some beautiful comebacks, some beautiful resilience. And that's the experience that Boom has. They've tasted defeat before, and they know how to recover from that. And we're seeing that bounce back now on Icebox.
Never wanting to feel that defeat again. They've got that experience. They've got the core that are sticking together. They've got the crowd.
This is where you need to see Boom playing around this reckoning. Operators out. You can see it from the cam. Operators out from Famous. They're changing things up here. He's looking for a pick over to this A line. It's a 2-1-2. SPG is going to start this round slow. They're not going to go for a reckoning into A off the bat. Cascade and Dart going forward. SPG is just trying to make Boom think that they want to go for this A set play. And you're going to see Boom commit 3 players over to this A side of the map, but this is where SPG is trying to come back and catch Zespi.
Zespi, he had that great shot from earlier before with the Bulldog, but this time blocked off by the Cascade.
Spamming through the Cascade, doesn't catch anything. Danby dash activated, really looking to get in there. Zespi's going to have to give up the site as the Reckoning goes forward. Going to cut him off at Snowman, though. He's going to play safe. He's going to dash back behind this high tide and wait for the rest of Boom to get in position, and SPG goes forward.
Wow, so far up into forward positions. Will Zespi expect this? The high tide, the curtain falls, but quickly towards him. Famous fires off a shot as well. He hears Danby up top, swaps to the shorty, but Danby descends upon him onto the side. Zero. He's denied the spike plant, but the shot SPG still going. NC Slasher now out from Kitchen. He's managed to take down Francis. And Danby tries to go on the offensive, not the timing, it's NC Slasher! He slices them up again and again!
What a chaotic round! Spike dropped in defense, Spawn Quack. 4 players from SPG diving up Snowman into the opponent's spawn. And Boom still hold. Despite the ultimates, despite investing the Reckoning, SPG have still got naught in this half. Back down onto a half buy, but with the knives out for Danby, you can't take this one for granted as Boom.
Trying to hold it off. They know, they hear the footsteps, a possible stampede headed their way. Famous in with the operator, hunting.
Killjoy setups over here on the site. Cascade gonna once again keep SPG back, but Danby up top trying to make something happen, but once again NC Slasher punishes.
Huge whiffs in with the shot from He pulls out his own blades. The Cascade though covering the site. SPG looking for the spike plant. Margaret going up top, but then shut down by NC Slasher. Zespi looking down middle as well. He's been spotted out!
No! Not reading that correctly, wanting to go back up to tube side, expecting the lurk from one of the players on SPG. Both Persia and Margaret love to go for those plays. Boom, looking for information, taking middle, taking A main, but the pit's been established and the plant's going down for SPG.
Ivy on the lurk, and he's looking to shut down even more Boom players. They're
still looking for him. They're still trying to find him, but they have to abandon it. They know they're never gonna catch that timing. Boom, walking up to, taking way too long to clear Kitchen. They're not going to have time to get this defuse off Quack.
Possibly just thinking about the frags, Pilski. They know they can't get the spike, but perhaps just wrangling guns away from SPG, playing that economy game. This was a bit of a buy from SPG. Now in with the Guardian, into the Viper's pit. It's going to be Persia, in with a shot from the Sheriff. Berserk's playing peekaboo. Oh. Persia takes up the first round for Sunprisa Gaming.
You can't touch Persia in a post plant. He is the prince of the palace every time. Once he gets nice and comfortable, there's no way you're getting in there. Closes out so many clutch rounds for SPG. Posts huge stats, and a lot of those frags are coming in the mid to late round. Danby's the one who creates space in the early round, who goes forward and finds entries. But Persia's the one who locks it down. And now SPG well and truly back into this one. High tide across middle. Boom takes middle with a dart and posts up Famous on this info line. SPG Cascade forward. They take A main. And they're going to try to use that as a launch pad to get into the site. Operator swapped over to Margaret so that Danby can get on the entry. They dodge the drone. Boom sees nothing. They don't have a read here.
Could be a potential retakes game. NC Slasher, he's been good so far, but has to stay alive in this round to provide maximum effect for his team. Danby, Margaret, Persia as well. They've been top performers for Sunprisa. Up on top of 410 now, looking for the entries, the utilities. They go off, but NC Slasher, he holds the line once more. The sprays from his Vandal, the Reckoning deployed. Ivy fires back. It's now down to Famous, and he swaps over onto screens, but shut down by Margaret's operator. Berserk's in from rafters, the spike not yet planted. He might have spotted it on the ground, but swaps into the wrong angle. Ivy, the shot is too darn good.
The key multi-frag from Ivy. Spike going down now over on Jenny's side. 2 players playing on the side. Ivy looking for the flank. Margaret's posted on the line. Misses the shot. 1 kill for Zespi will give him the pit.
He needs it so desperately. But the angles, you don't want to repeat the operator. Margaret, he swapped out to another position. Onto the Vandal as well. He takes SB down to the ground.
NC Slasher needed help in that round. Somebody else had to come up for Boom Esports. He multi-frags. He's 9-3 right now with his dying breath deploying the Reckoning, but it's not enough. That's what happens when you give SPG too much space. They're able to contact their way up onto the site, and Ivy with a multi-frag on the Sova. Another player that is rock solid for SPG in the mid-round time and time again. And he's been coming up with some huge games so far this tournament. He's had like a 20-5 on Haven against Full Sense on the Sova. There's just so many threats for SPG. Force buy from Boom. They've got a lot of ults to work with. Can throw down the pit from Rafters here as the High Tide comes in to try to repel this A-side hit from SPG.
Thinking about it, but still, SPG a little bit too fast into the site. SB takes the fight instead. It's going to be Francis and Persia now. On towards Berserk, trying to fight back, but the shots from Persia, from Simprisa, is too darn good. Famous in with the operator. A tough weapon, a tough tool to retake with. The Cove as well, though, in his way, but he spots down Ivy, down to the one-on-one.
Gonna have to dodge the lockdown. That's gonna burn a lot of time off the clock, and Margaret, he's thinking about it. Should he contest? Should he stop Famous from getting back in the site, or should he play the time with the double nanos? Famous trying to use the movement, picks up the rifle, dashing into the site. Alarm bot revealing his position, and he has to now wait for the vulnerable to fade.
Spike, beeping away. He clears out the site, so he knows that Margaret is somewhere far back towards pipes, towards main, towards nest, but where could he really be? Drops down! Margaret not quite able to fight back, but run out of time! Famous! He's got the kill, but he's lost the round!
The lockdown, the nano swarms, Margaret playing the agent perfectly. You could see that split-second decision he made. Does he catch him on the cross, or does he play for time? And he's played that perfectly. SPG replying with 3 in a row here. Boom. Reeling from the last couple of rounds. It's been a bloodbath on the A site, but SPG's been coming up with the goods every single time, and they're going to try to go for light armor and Vandals yet again. They've got a couple of big ults that can help them out in this round. I'm surprised they didn't throw down the pit. But they had to read. They had multiple players on the A side. SPG continues to fight.
SPG, they will force Boom's hand,
สวย
but
กลับ
Famous gets the advantage up onto them, takes down Danby. So far, so good.
สวย
And Francis continues to advance. He feels that the site is too hot and drops off.
Look at the lurk of Margaret and look at the push from Zespi. Places being traded between both teams. Margaret trying to make the difference, but they're going to go back into Zespi on the off angle.
Spotted, and that's the shot. Off to the headshots. Boom! Headshots for days. It's the next round. Picked up, but Margaret still a big factor in the round for SPG. Picked up the spike. 50 seconds to work with.
มาแล้วโว้ยแล้วดันบุกได้ไงประเด็น
And that's the recipe
กัน
for
ได้เยอะๆ
success
กัน
for
เยอะ
Boom Esports. Famous going forward and disrupting. We saw what happened when SPG was allowed to get into the sites on Sunset. When Boom was playing too passive. They did it the same with the Gecko KO comp the 2 times these teams, the last time that these teams clashed in the upper bracket. They gave them too much space. They relied on the utility of the retake of that comp. This time, they've changed the comp. They've changed the approach. They're disrupting the A main control from the Harbor comp.
Still, ultimates available and online. Boom. Trying to stay to some of the same strategies. Pushing up front. Famous looking to disrupt. Brisa possibly aware, but that's spotted out. Snappy shot from
มัน
Famous.
ไปตัดได้ตลอดเลยวะไอ้ดันบีบก็ไม่เข็ดนะ
Zoning Simprisa back. They can't push through the cascade either. Out comes the Hunter's Fury trying to further extend that advantage, where Margaret finds the time to get a pick.
ไม่เข็ดเขาเรียกว่าไม่เข็ดเจ็บไม่จ
He's done it before. He's looking to do it again. The Viper's pit in his way. Catches them on the top.
ำโอ้ย
The lateral shot.
เอ้ยระเบิดฟอร์ม
Famous. The ground shouts your name. This is your home.
ไอ้เจ็ตตัวนี้มัน
defending it. 15 kills and 4 deaths.
The crowd rallying behind Boom. Defending the sites. defending their title in their home. They've never lost a match on land in Indonesia. Never lost a land, rather. And you want to see them continue that narrative. The crowd is on their feet for Famous in that round, and that is what Valorant's all about. That is what Ascension's all about. Even players that we've seen before can step up and make a bigger name for themselves.
Specifically in this year too, ever since Challengers ended, who might have thought that this was it, this was their last land, and then came Ascension back into Jakarta. They are looking to rally up.
And this is where we have to ask questions of SPG. How does the game go when they're not front running? How does the game go when they're not dominating? When an entire country is screaming for the other team,
นั่น
willing
บี
them
แย่ง
on
แล้ว
to success.
นั่นบี
Can
เริ่ม
they
เสียความ
handle
มั่นใจ
that
แล้ว
pressure here in the Bratama Arena?
Coach thought,
กลับบ้านไปปุ๊บนั่นบีบอกเอ้ยกูว่าต้องมีออนทุกด่านว่ะไป
but
มาฝึก
clearly
กัน
this is otherwise. Francis though able to fire back.
Yeah, great trades for SPG. Weaker weaponry, but they're able to get into the site pretty easily here, Quack. Boom with a lot of ultimates to get back in. Lockdown could flush SPG out of the site here, and they can get a pit down. But they don't want to have to invest this much, but they really just don't have much choice.
Needing to flush in. They're looking to rush through. Despy able to get the trade. The Hunter's Fury just to buy the attention away from the Sova into the lockdown. And then Francis taken down. Boom.
ลองไอ้นี่ไม่โดน
They
เนิ
have
ร์ฟ
the
ดิ
advantage. Can Despy get the shot? Yes, he does. Boom. Yet
มาละ
another
มา
round
เรื่อย
going
ๆเลย
their
บูม
way.
And that's a rare mistake from Ivy, I think. Using the
ลอง
Hunter's
เจ็ตไม่โดน
Fury
เนิร์ฟ
to
ดิ
counter
ป่าน
the
นี้โซแดม
lockdown
มาแล้ว
when
เอ
they're
เซน
not
ชั่น
even in position
ได้
on the
ได้เข้า
site.
ลีกแล้ว
Wasn't saving
โซแดม
anyone.
โค
The
ตรเทพ
1-for-1 already went against Margaret to get Boom back into the site. You much prefer to play the time there
แห้ง
and play the Hunter's Fury to deny the spike defuse, not counter the lockdown. And that's where you're wondering, are the cracks starting to show here for a team that hasn't made a mistake all tournament long?
Could this be right, Pilsky? A 9-3 first half. Simprisa, they've never felt this before. They only felt this in their home ground.
ตัวไว้ก่อน
Is it going to happen again?
Long control, Cascade and Drone going forward. Trying to limit the risk and deny Boom an opportunity to find this opening pick. But Famous is on this deep info line across A. Rotations already coming across. Lockdown, flushing Boom out of the site. They'll have to play hands off. Drone comes on through. Doesn't see a single thing. Reckoning in reply here for Boom, and they want to flood on this retake before SPG can get comfortable.
Zespy, he's been sitting on this Viper's Pit as well, but right now, not quite in position to use it. The Reckoning, it throws SPG off just a bit. NC Slasher looking for the shots. He sprays into where the spike might be planted, but a counter Reckoning comes through as well.
ยิงเป็นบาจัดเลยวะ Oh my god
He's trying to go rage mode. Famous! Boom! They get the first half down in 9-3.
It's a complete role
9-3 ไปแล้ว
reversal.
93 ไม่เคิร์ด
9-3 back against
สภาพอย่างนี้ไม่
SPG.
เคิร์ด
It's not something we've seen this whole tournament, and Boom is playing impeccably right now. The Reckoning at the last second to counter the lockdown, and the flood back on in. High Tide goes up across yellow, and all of Boom fight in that little pocket. They will not let SPG get on the side.
Simprisa Gaming. Have they been tested so far in
Simprisa
Ascension Pacific
Gaming.
2024? No.
โดนกระ
But
ทืบ
right now, in this halftime, I saw it for a split second. Ivy, he had both hands off his keyboard and mouse, starting to feel it.
This is the test of character that you wanted to see SPG have, though. Can they handle the pressure of the stadium environment? We've seen so many rookies come up from Ascension and be able to handle that pressure, be able to make a name for themselves in the VCT. Heretics doing so much work this year. SPG was the team that I'm looking at their dominant run, and I'm wondering, is that the next wave of Korean talent that could be absolutely huge here? Could be a team that does damage in the VCT Pacific that could go overseas. But if they can't handle the pressure, if they can't deal with this crowd breathing down their necks, then they're never going to make it.
This is where...
There's a yellow. There's a yellow.
ในมาร์เก็ต
I got a pan programmed out of my
เกลือ
night market before.
What's it
Show
gonna
us
be?
the
เกลือ
yellow.
ชัวร์
Quack!
Wait, there it is, there it is.
Bring it
มา
up.
ต่อ
Oh. Nah.
เฮ้ย
Oh, the volley
Whoa.
sword is huge. That's a top tier knife.
You gotta love it.
That's a rank up. He's going to be swinging that thing around and
Morning.
absolutely dominating in the rank server.
Buy it right now. Where you going?
เปิดในมาร์เก็ต
He better buy it. That's a mistake.
แต่
Either
มีด
way,
มันไม่
though,
เกลือ โอ้โห
what I'm buying is this
Cheng.
comeback story from Boom Esports.
เราเกลือมันก็ต้อง
Boom
เกลือด้วยดิ
straight up into A main. Dambi flushed off the line by the Cascade, but still sticking around.
Good little sight line by the edge of the cascade, but any shot connects onto NC Slasher.
Biding their time. Dark goes forward, clears out all of Belt there, but Zespi, you've spotted the Viper. You know he's not on the lurk, so you're fishy that something is up here if you're SVG.
Intentional high tide all the way up through Boilers while seemingly buying the attention away from those mid watches, from the AVE watches. And then here comes the Toxic Scream.
ยังไงดัมบี้เป้ามันเยอะ
Despi onto
โอ้ยชิบ
one
หาย
shot,
โดน
but
ไปหนึ่ง
Ivy and Danby good for 2.
Shock Dart does a lot of damage to Shiro there. They're trying to get in, but High Tide is going to cycle with the Viper Wall and keep them back for now. Spike is dropped on top of Bell. How are they going to get that back? Famous is going for it.
It's going to put him a little bit out of position, but someone's just jumped up to pick it up. So not too bad now. Shiro got the spike. Do they have the shots up against Simprisa? Both sides of Maze being watched now. Francis trying to push through, but that was a mistake. Shiro, great shots to start things off. Now Margaret trying to fall back, but he takes some damage in the way. Famous!
Famous
The
in-
shot down onto
Ui!
Icebox. Margaret!
อะไรวะเนี่ย
Picked her on the
โอ้
Margaret! How have you
Margaret.
done this?
They line
Yan
up
Nam.
for him so beautifully. And then the finesse to hop off the rope and instantly one-tap your
แต่ต้อง
opponent.
ส่งซิกเกเลตไป
Those
สู้
are the mechanics of these Korean youngsters. Unbelievable. Coming up huge in the pistol round. That's where your Sentinel needs to lock down the site before Boom can break through. And SPG staying alive here, not allowing Boom to go up to double digits too quickly. They want to make sure this game with Icebox is nice and competitive and make Boom Esports work it.
Outlaw being purchased up as well now.
Man, post, break down B long. High Tide goes down though.
Here comes is the high tide that was trying to catch some people off guard, but then straight into the line of fire. Simprisa, great exchange.
Yeah, a couple of trades back. They can pick up just a Bulldog. Not too much of a big deal. Spike plant going down. Shiro trying to get that off, and that's a good result for Boom, but he gets caught on the crossback, so it's all on Zespi with naught but a Bulldog.
Still though, this dog can bite the big brother of Boom. Unfortunately, just right around the corner, it's the Outlaw that pierces through his armor.
As far as expectations go for Boom, though, not too bad of a result. One gun taken away. Spike plant goes down. A little bit more economy, a little bit more ult orbs to play with going forward as they head into their first gun round.
Meanwhile, for Simprisa, they've got to keep this up. So far, they've been kings in this tournament.
Yeah, but it's worth mentioning, this is where you've seen them play Icebox. It's a map that they didn't play in Challengers Korea. They don't have a lot of competitive reps on it. It's the map that they flipped coming into this tournament. How much depth do they have on it? How much have they been working on it?
So far, it's been Margaret leading the pack. I mean, coming in towards Ascension, he's only played the Cypher, but now onto the Killjoy.
Low hands-off approach for Boom. You want to play safe against the bonus. You're expecting something funky out from SPG. High Tide goes through middle. You've got Margaret on that deep info line. B's been given up completely. All Boom has to do is read this round correctly, and it's an easy win for them. And SPG still in a forward hold. Boom can tell that something's up. They're going to use the drone to try to find further information. SPG trying to hide from that. Trying to dive back into the backside of the site, but they are currently looking for information over towards B, starting to explore the map and better inform their decision-making so they don't slip up versus the bonus.
It's down to that utility. Margaret, look at that alarm bot right around green. So much control, so much information possible.
The aggression's going to be huge behind the toxic orb they're playing for yellow. They're looking to fight this before it gets out of control.
It all falls down onto the shoulders of famous Zespi. Hero has made some great calls so far, but here comes it. The snake bite pulled out at the wrong time. Boom! They come in with an onslaught.
They crush the yellow hold
Make
so
hurt.
easily. Margaret's trying to find an opportunity
Lobby that.
around this high tide
There's
with
one
the
corner.
Vandal. He's the most dangerous player that Boom Esports has to be concerned about, but as soon as the high tide goes down,
โดนลาว
you
ฟุก
cycle
มันก็ไอ้
off
นี่
the
ไง
Viper
เป็
Wall.
น
You
ปก
keep
ติ
them
ที่
back
มัน
with
จะ
the
ได้
cascade. Danby can't see a
ลาว
damn
ธรรมดา
thing.
เนี่ย
Playing
Ni
this
à,
double
kìa.
controller to perfection.
เฮ้ย
He's ready to shoot, but Margaret, what a turnaround! He spots the jump peak as well, but
เออ
unaware
มันต้องดับเบิลพีกอย่าง
about
นี้
NC Slasher right
แม่ง
around from
เสียวเลยจะ
yellow.
ช็อตเมื่อกี้
Boom,
บ้า
they
จัด
reach double
ยิงแบบ
digits.
He is fighting so hard for this game right now, Quack. Both Famous and
อย่ามาหนึ่ง
NC
คัดซีเดี๋ยวนี้
Slasher felt the heartbreak of losing a chance to go to VCT Pacific this time last
อย่าเด้อ
year
อย่าเด้อ
in Thailand. They have both stepped up and they do not want to let that happen again. Tim Priester, on the other hand, Margaret's pretty fired up right now into this second half. He's had some very sharp multi-frags on the Killjoy, but they need someone else to step up. It's been a bit of a slower game from some of the other individuals. Once again, up into heaven. Danby spotted. Drone gonna scan the harbor. There's 4 players here for SPG looking to keep fighting, and that is a very fishy-looking cascade on Belt.
Speaking of individuals, things might be a little bit fishy, but yes, it has been Danby so far throughout this tournament, so far in this series. Now looking to go on the aggressive, shut down by NC Slasher. Boom! They fire back. The Hunter's Fury
เห็น
is
เฮมานี่คือแน่นอนครับ
and it flushes them out of position. Persia, he capitalizes. The toxic screen comes back up.
Boom slowing things down. Persia gonna drive through the Viper wall, but spotted out by the drones. SB punished for the push through tube. Did not find the right timing there. So Boom have lost their contingency plan. They wanted to meet up with Zesby, make their way back to the B site, maybe try to slip through middle, but now their options and their map control is very limited. Clearing out middle. There are so many little angles that they have to worry about, so many snags that they could potentially slip up on here as they walk their way back through garage. The alarm bot is going to give SPG the information that it's a pivot back to B. Dart's going to be coming up soon. High Tide and Cove there for NC Slasher. But Margaret is already starting to sense that something's up.
Holds the line, the off angle, perfect for him.
10 seconds.
But here comes the utility from Boom. Nano swarms being
They
brought
have
back
time?
up. Looking for the stick. They managed to just
เฮ้ย
about got it home, get it
ส
down.
เปมไม่โดนดีนะ
But
มึง
inside of the smokes, they've got to turn away. They've got to hold down some of
เกือบ
these
ละเกือบ
lines.
คิดละ
Persia off to the other angle from mid. NC Slasher pushes up. Persia good for the other. Senpresa, they found a way back into this game,
you did.
getting around away from
ไม่เป็น
Boom.
ไร
That's just perfect util
แปลก
usage and
ไม่เป็นไรเรา
positioning from
10
Margaret.
หนทางยัง
Once
ยาวไกลครับ
again, winning a round of nano swarms and positioning alone, allowing SPG the time to rotate. Boom never found the timing that they were looking for to get that spike down, to get themselves into a comfortable post plan, or to take a good timing in terms of the duels. So SPG's come up with the goods, and that's where now Quack, they've reset Boom. They're starting to forge themselves a path back into this game. They just need to deal with the sheriffs. They've got the lockdown available if they end up in a tricky post plant. If they need it, the Reckoning's a great tool as well on the retake. But they need to not lose too much here. The money still hasn't built up, and they need economy to be able to complete this comeback.
So potential for Boom to find that momentum in this round and pick up the Thrifty. Look at their ultimates so close to them. A couple of picks would be huge value for Boom.
Zerks on the lurk through middle. Famous with the knives out is the main player to keep your eye on here. Could have huge impact diving up above this high tide.
Danby, though, spotted out Berserks up around the mid area. Got Ivy towards Snowman as well.
เสียวเสียว
Boom, Famous. He's looking to find that entry. Ivy falls back.
An awkward standoff between both teams. Drone going to go forward and see not a thing. Oh, Harbor caught out there. They know that Boom is still sticking around, but keep an eye on Berserks. He's walking up A. He's going to start tickling some of that Killjoy utility. Going to start making SPG a little worried that they could have given Boom too much space on A. And maybe that's where either Boom pivots back to A, or they pull the rotation across and find the timing on B. He's calling the boys back, Berserks.
Could be a chaotic round, but it all starts with Berserks.
Even if they get back into A here, though, that's where you look at the lockdown. That's where you look at the reckoning. Oh, that was very close for Danby. through the Viper Orb. Couldn't quite find the timing. And there you go. With 20 seconds, they didn't even want to let them on the site at all here, Quack. High Tide going forward. Boom trying to get on the site and get into a post plan. But it's going to be very uncomfortable. And look at this, SPG straight in on the flood into the side.
And straight in they go. SPG, the Reckoning deployed as well.
He's holding it.
Spike might have been down,
อะไรอะ
but here comes the
กล้องเป็นอะไร
defuse. Margaret sticking it all the way. Space not granted to Boom. Francis in for more
เฮ้ย
shots.
แปลก
Completely eviscerated. SPG pick up the 7th round.
Again, it's just perfect positional play from Margaret on the Killjoy. He is really making the difference for SPG on defense here. Every single time Boom is running down the clock here, Quack. Maybe the pressure started to get back to them. And Margaret is punishing them with the nanos, with the lockdown, making their lives very difficult.
แม่งเป็น
And
นัด
that's
ชิง
where
ที่ทำให้ผมรู้สึกว่า
SPG, when
ที่
they
จอกู
know
พัง
that
ปะ
the
วะ
time's running down,
อ๋อ
when
ไม่ใช่
they
มัน
know
เป็นที่งาน
that things are hectic for Boom, they're chasing them down. They're forcing them into these uncomfortable positions, and they're ready for everything, even the flank through middle late into the round. So Boom back onto the rifles here. One off the Toxics, the Vipers fit. They clear the turret in middle. They've got the Hunter's Fury here for Shiro. That mid pressure has pulled the rotation off A, and that's all it was designed to do. That's
อย่า
where
ให้มัน
Boom
คัม
can
แบ็ก
come back,
โอ้
pivot back to
เย
A
อะ
and
ไปละ
work a little bit more space that's been given them by SPG. Drone going forward, clearing out nests. Cascade as well. Boom just walking up.
Set themselves up. Round pipes and then with the execute. Still though, mid has been cleared out by Ivy. This is being read by SPG. They're starting to get into position. Danby looking for the opening shot. Persia gets it instead. Danby dodges all of those Hunter's Fury beams just perfectly, but Zespi has made his way into the site. The trade's coming through now. Danby back once again into the tight little corner. Him and Persia both firing off in spades. Shiro, the only one left, down to the 1-on-2. If he can take Danby down, that would be doable.
ชิโร่ดีๆชิโร่
Got the spike. He's going to cut sound. This is where Shiro can show his experience. This is where he can toy with Margaret. But Margaret has come up with the goods time and time again for SPG. He's re-clearing A, but he's not going to bait.
ไหว
bite
ๆ
the
มันก็เล่น
bait
มันปวด
here.
หลังอยู่
He's not going to go back towards B. He's going to tuck himself into the gen corner. He is calling
เอ้ย
the
แต่ไม่ดี
bluff
เลยว่ะ
of
มันซื้อ
Shiro
ถูก
right
ด้วย
now. But the dart could be instrumental as well. He throws that out onto the side. It'll clear Jenny.
Time. Shiro, you've got to make it work. He slaps out into open positions. Margaret gets around and denies Boom once again.
And you couldn't have said it better. Margaret is denying Boom a chance at winning a map here. 18-12 every single round when it comes down to the last 20 seconds. Margaret is shutting them down.
Up to 18 kills. The lockdown, the plays, just calling the bluff. Shiro, he's had to step up to fill some big shoes after Severin left the squad into the IGL role. He found a little bit of confidence in split 2, but needing so much more of that right now in this very moment.
I mean, he's had some big games this tournament, but this is the two tales of Boom. They've been up and down all tournament long. The individuals trading places, stepping up. And this time you can see a couple of individuals having a good performance, a couple of individuals having a rough day at the office. And that's just not going to be a consistent enough win condition for Boom here. That's where SPG, they're coming back time and time again.
Every time you test SPG's mettle, they come back quite strong. They were tested by Riddle Order, a little bit by Full Sense, and straight all the way through the grand finals. Boom, what have you got? We talked about challengers. This could be their final land on home ground.
Absolutely. Challenges is winding up, going on to VCLSEA. You're not going to have a chance to play in front of a home crowd. You weren't even supposed to have this chance to play in front of a home crowd. The pivot to Jakarta has given Boom a unique opportunity that they cannot let slip through their fingers. They won't have home crowd support like this ever again, most likely. It going down for Persia. Over through B long. He's been given an alarm bot to play with as well. He's got a judge inside of the smoke. The drone has spotted that out. They're trying to flush him out. Famous is looking for the timing here around the side of the Vipers bit as the drone spots a few players outside of A for Boom.
Quite risky. At the very least, Famous knows that he's not right around that corner. Still though, onto the other side, Francis shuts down the initial
Wait.
A one-tap into Zesby's skull!
The one-tap pre-fire is brutal.
กดเฮด
This is where Famous, I mean, I don't even know if it matters. Danby is too quick with it, but inside of the smoke here on 1 HP, he's found the timing, but he just can't find Persia. Where is Persia, Quack?
This is the longest Mexican Indonesian standoff I have ever seen. Just all of them playing chicken. Persia, make a move first. No. Famous, you make a move first. No, I'm not gonna. You gonna. And then here comes Francis from the other side. Simprisa, the flawless round to close in the gap. Now
เชี่ยมัน
one
ตามมา
round
แล้ว
away from equalizing.
That's exactly what they needed. Look at their economy now. Operator comes out immediately. And this is a game that's going to be much more difficult for Boom to win now. One round in this half is
ว่า
all
บูม
they've
จะโดน
got,
หนัก
and
เขา
that
นี่
was the gun round against the bonus. That was an easier round. Now that Margaret has stepped up time and time again, Danby's going to get the operator out. The rest of them are going to get more comfortable.
The blades online and available as well. Positions swapped up. Good little spot jump.
น่าจะโดนหัวไปเลยมั้ง
From Danby. Pushed off the line. The rest of SPG getting active in middle. Zesby's ready for it. He's called over Berserks to give him some assistance, but as they swing together, SPG swinging better.
Too many targets, and look at this. Good discipline off the frag. They fall back and straight into the sight. Famous has to
Swipe.
go up huge. Great shots. Has to fall back. Has to hold the line.
Margaret's taking his time. He's in
ได้วางแล้วนะ
postcode
ขอร้อง
right
ไอ้
now.
โพส
He
แพน
needs
เนี่
to
ย
get on the site. High Tide going to go forward. Persia going to attack the spike.
That pulls the attention away.
Whoa.
The aggro. Persia. A great triple kill in
What?
the round. Looking to end it all for Boom. Famous. It falls onto his shoulders once again, but not gonna happen. The magic it seemingly has run out. And Teresa up 10-10.
Famous is trying to step up and make a name for himself time and time again. But the rest of Boom needs to come through for him. Persia doing what we expect of him, locking down the site. Margaret repelling them at every opportunity. These stable, passive backliners of SPG. Make no mistake, you might confuse yourself. Look at Danby's movement, look at Danby's highlight plays and say, wow, maybe Danby's the carry of SPG. No. They've got stability on the back line as well.
So far, 5 rounds in a row for SPG. The emotions for Boom, they swing.
This is where Boom's trying to mix in something weird on the half by, straight through middle, trying to limit Danby's vision and get up in his face before he can get the op shots off.
Not quite connecting so far, but re-peaks off to another.
เรียบร้อย
Suddenly up from
สกอ
Zesby,
ร์
but it's desperate. Is it gonna connect though? Onto the Guardian, he fires off, but Ivy up from the other side. Berserks, he's all alone. He can't find anything.
มันกลาย
Spike
เป็นด่าน
down
กัน
on
ตั้ง
the
แต่เมื่อไหร่
ground.
วะ
Francis in for the hunt. Finds a sharp bullet to the face instead, but then Ivy. Simprisa, they've taken the lead.
8-1 in this half on the defense. Boom is getting nothing out of this game. The bonus has given them 1 round going their way as they win with the guns. But in every other round with a half buy, throw a weird mid to B with the Viper's pit. Maybe we can win in the post plan. SPG's reading it all. Positionally perfect. Rotating off A, pincering through middle, and holding on B with 3 players. There was no chance for Boom. But they're going to try to make it happen. Over towards the A side of the map. Once again, Dart and Cascade creating some space in A main here. Killjoy's setup is on A for SPG and Ivy in position with the Hunter's Fury. But SPG, they've got a firing squad down on B. They've got Danby on the midline. They know that there's no pressure anywhere else on the map, but right here, the lockdown going down. It is very clear what Boom Esports' intentions are. Can Ivy get anything with this Hunter's Fury?
Looking for it. Hasn't quite used it just yet, but here it comes. Famous off with the cloudburst, but it's spotted out by Margaret. Boom. They need this round so desperately. Can they find it? Berserk
Hey,
certainly
Sway,
thinks so.
Sway.
And Sea Slasher now off to the up angle, up around screens. And then the approach from Raptors. SPG in for the retake. The spike not yet planted. That's the biggest problem that Boom has
Hey.
right now. But NC Slasher
ปาน
certainly
ซิดมันทำอะไรวะ
tries
หลับ
to
เหรอ
fight
พี่
for his teammate.
นี่
Push
ไง
it
มัน
up
ยิง
front
อะ
though. Ivy Francis back to the 2-on-2. They give no joy to Boom. Despy, he has to do it all, trying to find the score. But instead, it's gonna be match point for SPG.
Boom was up
เกลือน
4-2 Quack. They were waiting for that retake to come back in. They knew that SPG would flood the site like that, and they were ready for it. But that's where SPG is just too damn sharp. Francis and Ivy just waltzing back into the site, hitting nothing but heads. Taking the hopes and dreams away from Boom. They were up 9-3 at the half, and they've let this game of Icebox slip through their fingers.
The tide might have been up and high from before in the first half, but now it's certainly so low. Boom, looking to summon it back.
Margaret does whatever he wants, man. Pick up an operator. Everything's working for him in this game. The light armor on 4 of these players here for Boom, but they've invested a lot in it. He goes forward, and that's an easy kill for him. Boom already down in numbers.
One shot, one kill. Falls back, reloads. And now just calling the position, calling the push.
And SPG's closing the net. They've taken all of B long, working their way through Spawn. They know there's no rush. Reckoning's going to go forward into Spawn, stunning up Ivy, who's on the drone. But Boom can't dive into Spawn. They don't know what waits on the other side of that wall.
They've got to convert this 4v5 though if they want to stand a chance in this series, this grand final that means so much to Boom. Berserk, he spots that off from behind, but the shot's not
เรียบ
connecting.
ร้อยบูมอย่าโดนคัม
Sinprisa
แบ็กเชย
Gaming, they are tearing things up. But here comes NC Slasher, picks up a weapon off the ground. Famous, he's got to do it all. Pops the blades, and he's looking to go diabolical, but it's not gonna happen.
เลย
Sinprisa Gaming.
ไปเกม 3ศิลป์ภาษาเกมมิ่ง
I mean, this was Boom's map pick. The next one, it's Sinprisa's. Could it all end on to the next? I mean, that's what we're all wondering about.
Yeah,
I certainly hope the crowd will bring back that resurgence for Boom. Our panelists on with their Batik wear as well. What do you guys think? Vic, Ewok, and Dax, back to you.
I think I believed in the Batik buff for a
I
moment.
changed.
I know. Maybe it was too much. It was too much. It was overpowering, overwhelming. That was incredible, though, by Boom in that first half. What was it, 6 rounds in a row that they strung together at least? And things started falling apart in that second half. But we didn't really get to break down those agent comps, gentlemen.
And we got what? A mirror matchup, finally double.
Goli, come on.
We also saw NC Slasher do incredible work with it. Not only was he able to use his smokes to at least break the SPG formation, but we've also seen him manipulate those angles to get what, 2Ks, 3Ks on a round basis. Famous in also stepping up. We saw an incredible ace by him. And to me, it was a good start for Boom, but SPG, we've never seen them get 9-3 on attack, and they took it personally coming to the second half.
Yeah, they definitely did. We very rarely see SPG, especially this SPG, going all the way through 2-0, go behind. This
Yep.
looks like it could be the first time they drop a map this whole tournament. Usually it's their attack that carries them, right?
Yeah.
They only get 3 rounds this time. They go on to the defense, and their defense was going to be tested. They passed that test with flying colors. The defense looked immaculate. One thing I do have to say about Boom is I really liked how they played their defense side this way around. Famous oftentimes, previous times, he was on the B main, he was on the line with the operator, and he's not getting involved enough. This time it looked like he's trying to find the fights wherever he can, and that's why he was popping off like he did.
And I just like that the fact that we're highlighting Margaret right now as the MVP. Wasn't that our other point of concern here for Simprisa? Margaret, who has been historically a Cypher player, has to go for the Killjoy, and he absolutely passed that test. And we saw so many highlights from him alongside Persia. That defense was Margaret on the pistol, just shattering the hopes and dreams of Boom. We also saw that retake over at B site where they played green. The transfers were unreal from Sinprisa Gaming. It really just feels like you put them down a peg a little bit, and they just come back up, punching, kicking, and screaming for a victory.
That's right. Every single one of those Imprisa players stepped up in that second half, but you guys highlighted the guys who really helped carry that forward and gave them a few extra lives, and now they have 2 maps in the bag. This is a best of 5. This is the last life for Boom Esports. They have to win the next map. We are going to go on a quick break, and we're going to find exactly how this all plays out.
ปีที่แล้วเกาหลีไม่โหดขนาดนี้ปีนี้ปีศาจโผล่มาเฉยปีที่แล้วเกาหลีไม่ค่อยโหดนะเกาหลีไม่โหดเลยอะ DRX อะไรเงี้ยอยู่ดีแม่งระเบิดฟอร์ม ปีแล้วปีศาจคือเจมส์กินนะปีนี้คือเจมส์ซีคอนเนอร์ปีศาจ ดูทรงน่าจะ3-0ว่ะพี่เอ๋ยมาดูไม่ทันละนี่ขนาดงานเขายื้อให้เราเนี่ยเสียความมั่นใจแล้วผมว่ายากแล้วครับบูม SPG มันโหดเกิน นี่ถ้าไม่มี SPG ผมว่าโอ้น่าจะมีลุ้นฟูเซนเนี่ย แต่ก็โดนบูมอยู่ดีวะ
So, I don't know if I want to say uncharacteristic for Boom, but they just look a lot more down than before. Maybe it's the same kind of nerves they've had in previous lands, but Zespi also such a character, you know? He's always the life of the party, but if he's feeling the hurt there after effectively the comeback from SPG, you gotta wonder now how Boom is gonna dig deep. And I guess one thing I really want to point out right now, at least for Boom, SPG does start off on the defense, because when SPG was attacking when they faced off against each other, that was an 11-1 half.
Yeah. It was rough, definitely. So we're hoping for something a little bit different. But Dax, do you think that Boom's energy is a little bit down, right?
Yeah,
And
I agree.
this view he mentioned, right? Yesterday after they won, he said when there's a timeout or we lost a couple of rounds, he's listening to the crowd and getting the energy there. And you mentioned the crowd
Lotus
a
ก็
little
มา
bit
นีออนอีก
quiet. So I think this crowd's gonna
นั่นแหละ
have to get behind them again
มันจบแล้ว
for them
นาย
to get over the nerves and stop realizing, oh, a comeback's happening, right?
I do want to point out too about the roles of each of these guys on both teams. Francis, Persia, they're sort of the big brothers. Zespi has said that by himself, but Shiro, Ewok, you know Shiro, and he has some thoughts on this too.
Yeah, I talked to him last night after the game. We run into each other, and I asked him, "What does it look like you're not having fun? Because he's always so stoic, so serious, right?" And he just told me, "When all my teammates are having fun, I need to be the one that's serious. I'm the one that needs to be that guy. If everyone's trolling, he said, I need to be the one that brings them back." And that's why you see that more serious face and that more serious approach from Shiro. And sometimes the team needs that, right? You have on the one side the Zesbis that's hyping up the crowd. Berserk was enjoying it as well. But then on the other side, you have Shiro that's bringing in that energy of calmness. That it's okay for that heart rate to race. Enjoy the crowd. And the moment the timer starts, you're back in it.
Yeah, and I just want to point out super quickly, another student of the Ewok, Ewok coaching history, NC Slasher, he's having such a good showing here at Britama Arena. Ever since we set foot on the stage, he has had some of the best games we have seen, the most flexible roles, and even right now, sure they're losing 0-2, but we always see NC Slasher show up again and again for these multi-kills.
Yes, that's right. NC Slasher has been performing really well over the last 2 days. Do you think right now Boom needs more of that Shiro energy or more of that Zespi energy right now?
I'm gonna go for the Zespi energy.
Yeah.
It's what has brought them here to begin with, and we have to always recall Lotus is the map where we first felt it, right?
Yeah.
Against Riddle Order, those overtimes were willed by the crowd, and it kept going on and on in that lower bracket run. This crowd has been essential to Boom's mental, and truthfully, it's a two-way street. You want to perform in front of your home crowd, a team that fully supports you from all across these walls.
Yeah.
Do you agree with this?
Yeah, it's a give and take, right? I think when you're winning and you have all that momentum, then you need Shiro. Calm it down, and if it's looking a little bit dire like this, you need ZSP to hype up the boys, get them in line.
Well, they have to get in line right now, but they also need to remember that they are playing on
เฮ้ย
home
เริ่มไว
ground
ว่ะ
and that they have
นิสัย
all
จบ
of
ไว
Indonesia backing them up right now if they want to stay in the game. Sinprissa Gaming, meanwhile, while they were pushed just now a bit on that map, they are proving why they do deserve to win this trophy today. That's it. We are going to go into map 3. Let's go over to our casters who are going to bring us through maybe the last and final map. No, the casters are not going to take us through yet. We are going to talk about the agents here, and we are seeing a little bit of an adjustment.
Oh, it's a cipher for Berserks. And you gotta wonder, is it really just to try and counteract a few things that Dambi does in this situation? One thing I always note for Sinprissa is they're running Fade and Neon together. It's not too easy to break tripwires with that comp.
Yeah, it definitely is an adjustment. I think Dambi might have quite a difficult time entering into the site once they do go over to the attack side. I'm curious to see how that change is going to affect their potential attack side. There's some nice things that the Cypher can do in terms of map control with his camera, his cages. I would like them to play maybe a little bit of a slower pace if they're playing with the Viper and the Cypher together, where both of them can take some map control on their own without needing too much utility from the team.
Well, what I like about this, what this actually means is that Boom does not want the same scoreline as last time. They are looking to have a different result on this Lotus. They're looking to stay in the game. We're going to go into map 3. It is a 2-0 score right now. They need to win this for this tournament to continue. Let's go over to our casters, Quack and Pilsky.
That is right, Vic, Ewok, and Dax. This really might just be that last map. Boom needs to pick up that win to keep things going. Sinprissa, though, the pins are all set. They just need to knock them down. This is where it counts the most. Every second, every round, every frame counts. Ladies and gents, chat watching back home, this could be it.
100%. I really want to see Boom change their narrative here. You know, we've seen a poor performance on Lotus in the upper bracket. Last year, they let this same opportunity slip through their fingers. And I don't think, I mean, coming from a coach perspective or someone that's competed a little bit in the past, no one can recover from what just happened to Boom as far as I'm concerned. Let's be real. They let the comeback slip through their fingers on map 2. And now they must, with their backs against their wall here in Jakarta, be able to recover, be able to show us what true resilience means, and complete a reverse sweep for a spot in VCT Pacific. They're in the camp
Lotus.
on C mount, gonna tickle the door, applying pressure, pulling a rotation over from Ivy. SPG ready for the B pivot if that's what happens, as they have full A main control. Persia refreshing the one-way and sitting at rubble, but Boom wants to go forward with this lurk smoke.
What's great is that Berserk's holding up around pillar side as well. Might just be able to deny that rotational door control as well, but here comes Margaret in with the right clicks. A couple of shots into the wall though, but then Ivy and Dambi up from spawn, completely shutting down the offense.
SPG just keeps applying the pressure. It's a pistol win for Francis. And maybe it's what's happening on the program feed, or maybe it's some of the ghosts of the past coming at Boom Esports right now. Last year's ascension, they just let it slip away. And SPG, this new wave of Korean talent, have won the pistol, and they're one step away from going to VCT Pacific in their home country.
Boom. They might have been haunted. They might feel the haunt right now. But they've got to exercise their demons, Pilsky. After this round, though.
I feel like this cast is a bit of exercise here in Jakarta. I'm not going to lie. It is a little warm here in this arena. Creeping up C mount. Not even going to farm the orb. They want to go for the contact approach and catch Ivy off guard here.
And the snake bite comes. He's completely prepared for it.
โคตรเจ็บอะ
Triple the quad. Just the utility.
Yeah, Shiro's got nothing
โคตร
here.
เจ็บอ่ะไอ้เชี่ยเดินเข้ามาแบบ
Tail and run away. SPG
Kid Viper.
hunting him down. Danby going forward with the rest of the squad. Spikes dropped in C main. There's nothing to be done here for
Oh,
Shiro. He's
no.
just trying to get a little cheeky. Danby sliding forward, looking for him. Shiro cowering in the corner, but he can't hold on for long enough. And SPG goes up 2-0, a flawless anti-eco win.
เราจะมองไปที่
This is
ทัวหน้า
Groundhog Day for Boom. SPG hunting them down, applying the press. And Boom now, it's their chance to change their narrative.
I mean,
On this first gun round, they've got to have a really clean run against the bonus.
surely in the grand final, you want so much more. This round has to go Boom's way.
Gonna be front B main control, 1-3-1 here. Prowlers being exchanged back and forth. Gonna have a little bit of a kiss at the front side of B main. Trip cleared. SPG repositioning, rendezvousing around B, ready for some kind of fast B set play. But this is where Boom, they know this is how Persia plays. They've already played against this before, but can they catch him with Danby here?
Ready for it. Danby up on the other side. Paranoia switches out.
They get
Holds
nothing.
Boom back.
They're still going for it, Quack.
Oh, with the toxic screen too. Managing to take Persia off guard.
It was a complete misread. Persia, they read that as Boom forfeiting a main control with the Paranoias through the Viper wall. They spam Danby down. Francis on the off angle. Can he catch Shiro over a rubble? No, Shiro's too quick with it.
He sees everything. Tries to come back in to help out his teammates, but Berserks! He's covered their 6! Ivy goes down and boom! They come back into the game hot!
It doesn't get cleaner than that.
เอา
Five
วะ
lives
ถือว่านับ
versus
ไว
the bonus, and they
แพ้
read that
สอง
so damn well.
แพ้สองตอนแรกแบบว่ายับหมาก็ไม่เป็นไรแต่ก็ถือว่ายังนับไว
So
ถือว่าได้อยู่
they know that when Persia has full rubble control, that's where Danby, this whole tournament, has been abusing the neon rotation.
ไม่ต้องโดนลูกเล่นอภินิหารแบบไอ้บูมไอ้แม่ไอ้อินประสานแม่ง
And Boom takes full
มัน
advantage.
holy crap
And dealt with. Margaret has his own cam to be able to re-clear C later on. Orb taken over on A main. Once again, A main control taken by SPG. It's an Indonesian standoff yet again on the front side of B. Both teams waiting for a mistake. Door tickled by Famous. He's going to go forward, and the Viper wall goes up for SPG.
Dealt with. Prowler. And the C's as well, just to clear out the tight corners. Boom, they've managed to push into the B site, but they need to fend off Danby! Look at the slides, pops up the overdrive, NC Slasher cuts him up in half! Francis trying to reaggress, but then the toxic screen back up. The site, it has been split off, and then the push!
Boom pivoting straight back towards the C site here. Berserks has found space. He's going to take Spawn. He's going to put a trip down on Waterfall. They might not be ready for that. Margaret over in Spawn side, catching him off guard, but quite capitalize.
And the spike planted as well. Margaret alongside Ivy looking to push up front. Persia avoiding the tripwire though, that could be huge. Now it's all up to Boom on whether or not they can be aware enough to take them on, take Guns and Prisa up for the fight. A couple of swings headed their way. A jab across, Berserks holding it down. He's managed to knock down 2.
They're so
Now
low.
Up towards Persia. He's trying to reposition, wrap around the corners. And here comes Boom, trying to stay themselves tucked away. Berserks. He's fallen, but then Shiro listening up for the spike.
อุ้ยเกือบ
The last second, Shiro up with the burst, knocking down off the fates.
Barely holding on for Boom. He had 30 HP. It was a messy spray. You can tell that the palms are sweaty here for Boom. He needed a clean shot there. He's very lucky that Persia was not able to react in that one-on-one. Berserk's coming up with another great multi-frag. And there you can see it. Shiro was even kind of shaking his head. He thought that Persia was going to take him out. But they've scraped it across the line and they've reset SPG, and that is a very important round early on here for Boom.
A huge sigh of relief.
Gonna take a main control. Wall goes up. Boom don't know what waits behind that, so they have to bide their time. But Margaret, disrespect all the way through Spawn, walking up C. Berserk's looking at the map, won't be able to take him out, but they know that they've lost that space.
How do you play off of it though? Might be aware, but still on towards the site. NC Slasher.
Gonna pivot back through A-Link. Door broken. Boombox goes forward. Prowler gonna clear out Link. Ivy throws down the snakebite, trying to keep Boom back for now.
That is such a big snakebite as well. Holds them off on the timing, but Famous in for the burst. Hot goes up as well. The site is clear. Paint shells holds them off.
Zoning back Margaret. SPG repositioning around towards Heaven's Fire.
โอ้ดินโดดินโอ้ชิบหายแล้ว
A shot on the Sheriff.
Fast lane into the door
Oh,
as
sweet.
well, but here comes Berserks. It's all down to Persia for Sinprisa. Can he do it? Like I mentioned before, the pins, they might be set up, but he's only got a Sheriff in this round.
He smoked off, but he's thrown a progression smoke, and Boom setting up a firing squad. Zespi with contact, holding down the spray of the Odin. They don't want to even let him get in the smoke.
The spike continues to tick away Persia. The best he can hope for right now is perhaps just one shot through the toxic screen, and Berserks snipes him down. Boom, they take the lead by 1.
And honestly, Quack, I think Boom playing against Riddle Order in that upper bracket game is going to help them a lot here. They played against a B crunch just like that so many times with the Neon coming in, and they learned to hold that off. They have conquered that obstacle. I think that their win against Riddle Order will have given them a lot of learnt lessons that will be useful here, taking on SPG, and this time, they get to start things off on the attack. Last time, SPG set the tone, set the pace in that upper bracket game of Lotus. But this is where Boom, we're begging them to change the narrative. We're wanting badly more than 3 maps in this grand final. And I'm hoping that Boom can continue on the right track.
They picked up that huge win against Full Sense yesterday as well. Just remind yourselves of that huge win. 1 map to go the distance.
Patience from Boom again. Francis has cleared front B. They're waiting outside the dark cover. Nightfall goes forward. Showstopper in as well.
And so much utility. Persia tries to fight them off, and he just sprays! And then comes Zespi trying to fight back, but completely robbed of his sight and vision. Now trying to fire through. The last one left alive. There's just too much in his way. The ultimate it wasn't
ยิงทะลุ
enough.
ออกมาตาย
Brisa tie up the score.
Boom trying to crack into that A site with the Nightfall and a Showstopper, and SPG repelled that round so easily. Cam was still up on C long. Francis had full information on B main. If Boom Esports do not keep the information game honest, do not re-clear those lanes, SPG will stack A, and they will shut these rounds down time and time again. Boom cannot sit in A main for 45 seconds and try to break into the site like that against some of the best anchor players that we have in this tournament. In goes the Viper's Pit. Big fight over A main here. Danby overcoming SPW. Christmas lights in the kill feed, and everyone on Boom is dead.
Down towards Berserks as well. Cybercage just to retrieve the spike. What more can he do, Pilly? He's trying to find a bit more space, but like you mentioned, the information game, he's got none of it.
It's winnable though. He's gonna have to give them a little bit of information somewhere. That's the issue. He's got to clear the trip front B. Repositioning his trips, doesn't want to allow SPG to walk in behind him. But look, to be honest with you, Persia could just shroud a step straight past that one. Gonna walk up front side B. Will he choose to... It's a 4 trip. Actually, he can hop straight over this if the cam is not checked from Margaret. And there could be timing for Berserk to slip through, but the cam's going to ping him. He clears the trip. 40 seconds on the clock now. SPG breaking the door, repositioning, throwing down the dark cover, not trying to let Berserks get into the site. But with the door opening, if he gets into C fast enough here, he can beat Ivy on the rotation timing.
One of the star factors for Boom. Their assistant coach certainly thinks so. Berserk, if he can turn this round around on towards Sinprisa, that could be huge.
Paranoia.
A morale boost.
There it is.
Yes, it gets sent in towards Berserk. He kind of sidesteps it. A great shot into Margaret as well. He spotted Ivy, but the shot not quite through. The tracking a little bit far off. And Sinprisa, they take the lead up against Boom.
And that's just too much pressure for Berserks to deal with. That was a potential round hit where he could have won. Let's be honest. He dodges the paranoia perfectly. He finds the pick over on seeing main side. He just needs to hit that shot on Ivy, and it's winnable. But you can't win every clutch. And that's where you need the consistency factor for Boom Esports here. You need the crowd to will them forward, to cheer for them. Because that's where they've been able to get through these tough games, especially on Lotus against Riddle Order in the lower bracket. That's exactly what we saw.
The greatest thing a person can take into combat is a reason why. And this crowd, this arena, is Boom's reason why. Still though, Sabrisa off to the offenses. They just go off the bleachers into the blue.
จบแล้ว
And Persia picking up the double kill now. There's so much space gathered up around C. Despy trying to fend him off. It's not gonna happen. Berserk
มัน
down.
จบแล้ว
Shiro, the last one left. You feel the devastation. How does he fight his way out of this? No factor, no way.
SPG applying the press again. That's the second gun round in a row where they hit Boom Esports with a set play. When they hit them with the trap, they were able to come out one better in that A main fight. They know that they shut down Boom on that part of the map. They expected Boom to be working back to that
ลง
C
ก่อนครับ
default. It's a
ยังไม่
decision
รู้ว่าเล่น
they
อะไร
have
ต่
to
อ
make on attack. What part of the map on this 3-lane map am I going to look for? If I get shut down A, I got to go back towards C. And that is where Sin Prisa is a step ahead. The paranoia and Danby diving forward shuts them down before they can even get anything rolling.
And Prisa, the Titan, they have brought the rumbling up towards Boom. And now looking to stand tall against them once more. Boom. They don't quite have the guns. Right around the corner. Berserk's already shut down. The Prowler as well spotted out everything. Famous in with the Bucky, waiting for someone to walk into his sights. It's not gonna happen though.
SPG just going to disengage. They know that they have the numbers advantage. They know that they have the better guns. There's no reason for them to take too much of a risk here. They re-clear front B with the Haunt. Dark cover going to keep Boom back in C main. It's a one-dimensional approach. Danby's over here, but no recon bolt for him. Or relay bolt, rather. Ivy has got both the orb and the spit here.
And the snake bite as well. Boom, they try to sidestep it, but the snake bite, it burns down two of Boom. Despy, they managed to do a little bit of damage, but they need so much more. Famous, he's looking to pick up the gun, but it's way too risky. Straight into the dark harbor he goes, but Francis says it's lights out. Sinpresa has doubled up on Boom's score.
ไม่มีภาพแล้ว
The skies are getting darker for Boom Esports, but these bright upcoming stars from SPG are shining right behind that. Domination in this grand final, just like the upper bracket. The first map was pretty cut and dry. The second half of Icebox is where they really performed a test
มันไปหา player มาจากไหน
showed
วะ
their
โหดขนาดนั้น
resilience. And this is where in Lotus they can make their dreams a reality. They can qualify into VCT Pacific. And this is looking at the scoreboard, exactly what I was saying about Ivy. This man just comes up with some insane maps. To be fair, a lot of these are anti-eco farm. He's literally pressing Viper Orb button on his keyboard and throwing a snake bite down, and he's like, oh, I got 3 kills. That's pretty cool. I guess I'll get a bit of a stat pad on. That can't be too bad for the old rating.
That's what Sinpresa does. They've been doing it all tournament. It's not just Ivy as well. You've got Danby. So much working against Boom, but listen to this.
The timeout. Despy told us in the interview that he tells his team when the press is on, when things are getting difficult, listen to the crowd. Let them give you the energy that you need to be able to fight for the series. He needs to lead the way and motivate the boys. They need that Zespy energy. They said it on the desk.
So many of the tier 1 players that we have in Pacific.
คนละขั้นเลยตอนนี้
Some might be
SPG
Korean,
มันก็
huge
โหดเกิน
portion, but a lot of them are Indonesian as well, and they are here in this arena cheering Boom on too. Pratama, chat back home, viewers watching, Boom, they need you in their room right now.
They've got some great tools to work with, Quack. That's the good news for him. Pick could be huge in the afterplant. A main control comes straight out, but look at SPG. They are ready with a huge trap here.
It's that toxic screen that we've seen so many times before. Dambi off the rip. Ivy and Persia as well. But NC Slasher, that Odin does not quit.
Great patience from Boom, using Rubble to their advantage, playing behind the Viper wall and punishing SPG when they try to go forward. Neural Theft going forward, confirming that Boom is over towards A, confirming that they're rotating back towards C. Margaret can see them. He's trying to beat them on the rotation timing. He's got a couple of little pieces of utility over here, but he doesn't commit to it. He thinks they're going to go back to B, and that's where he's wrong. That's where Boom can get on the site, put down the pit, and win this afterplan.
Or at least trying to stay alive long enough to come into this retake alongside Ivy. The spike will get planted. Viper's pit deployed by Shiro.
Night falls up for NC Slasher off the back of the spike plant.
And that's now gonna be Margaret trying to slip the net just right around the edges of this Viper's pit. Looking for it. Oh, right around the ledge as well. What a way to deal with the pit, but is it gonna be enough though? Berserks, he's ready! He lets it rip!
เอ้ยมาว่ะ
Boom! What a
อย่าตลก
round!
อย่าตลก
That's what they needed off the back of the
อย่า
timeout.
บาตาโลก
The crowd giving them the energy that they needed to hold down that A trap. They have showed a remarkable amount of patience in this series so far. They recognize the pace that Dambi sets on the Neon, just like on Sunset with the Fade as well. These are the things that they need to play around. Against SPG's defense, they cannot get caught by these traps, or it's all over for them. And that round, they passed the test with flying colors. Again, this time not a trap, but full A main control right off the bat. SPG has taken the A side of the map. This is where they have to decide if they're going to rotate or they're going to commit and push forward. And actually, looks like they're going to throw the Prowler into A main. Boom, on the other hand, though, calling the audible. Back towards C side, picking up the orb, throwing the lurk smoke forward, but not committing into C here. They're going to go back towards A, into Dambi, into Persia. No relay bolt for Dambi here, though. No paranoia. How can you hold A main? You can't. Persia's just looking for picks.
And he will continue to tap off through that smoke. Nothing found.
ไม่อร่อยเลย
Very clear Rubble. Berserks, what a pick onto
Don't find him,
Francis
man.
there.
Dude.
Front side of B through the door opening, punishing SPG for their information-seeking expeditions. They've constantly been re-aggressing front B, and look at Ivy.
Pushing up pillar. Spots them as well. The snap is good.
Beautiful trading, beautiful spacing for Boom. Making sure they keep their heads on straight. Berserks in the pole position to punish anyone who tickles the door.
Persia, Dambi slides in, but instantly dealt with by Berserks. Now Famous into the sights. The Odin gets pulled up by Margaret, but no! The Berserker barrage is here.
2K to win that post plant in round number 10. And this round, again, Berserks is coming up huge for Boom.
Persia, he's working up against 4. He's working up against the crowd. You're not gonna do it, Famous. This is his home.
I hope you can hear it on the stream, because the crowd here in Jakarta was chanting for Boom to finish that round. And that's exactly what they did. 2 in a row off the back of the timeout. They want to keep this one close. Huge ults online for Boom Esports now. Nightfall, showstopper, could be pivotal to be able to get into the site and lock down the post plant. The last time they had these 2 ults, they tried to send it into A without dealing with that C info, without playing the info game. This time, they're going to do something else. Front B being contested heavily by SPG. They've also got the C trap ready to go, and Boom is taking the spike over in that direction. If SPG finds the right timing to rip open the door and punish Boom, that could be everything.
But Boom fires back. Berserks, he finds a way.
กิบกิบกิบกิบ
Neural
กิบ
Theft online as well, and spots out right around the corner.
Oh, Francis throwing out the Prowler. Berserks was ready for it. Berserks is hard carrying this game for Boom right now. He gets the pick front B. The Neural Theft shows Boom the trap that SPG had in place for them. And Boom are straight into the site with a showstopper. Berserks with another entry quack. Unbelievable performance from this man on the Cypher.
เอาว่ะ
Here comes the spike. Danby, overdrive, looking to regress. He wants that retake
ปิดความ
so
ร้อนแรงมาให้ได้
badly. He wants the offensive first half for SPG. Trying to slide in,
ส
but that
ว
one
ย
from
สวย
Famous off the rip too. Ivy, he might have a pit, but can he stay alive long enough? The targets, it's not good. The outline spotted out. Berserks! Ties it up for Boom, 6-6.
I don't know what Berserk summoned in that timeout, but that is an incredible couple of rounds from him to keep Boom alive in this series. 17-7, swapping to Cypher off of the Killjoy into this
โอ้
series.
ยโลขนาดวิ่งยิง
Saying,
หัว
I'm going to take over this game, not in the fashion that you'd expect it. You're thinking about the trips countering the Neon, but he's reading the game so perfectly right now. He's ready for everything that SPG's doing. He's feeling out the traps, he's catching kills on the lurk, and he's keeping Boom in this grand final.
A great way to start. Drums pounding away. This is the moment. This is what Boom lives for. This is what Zespi was talking about. We've seen Berserks now. We need the rest of the team to step up to the plate alongside him.
This is where Boom needs to win this half of Valorant. This is one of the most important halves of Valorant they're going to play in their career. Are they going to be knocked out of Ascension, falling at the final hurdle to try to make it into Tier 1? Or are they going to set themselves up for a chance, a hope at a reverse sweep against one of the most difficult opponents that they've played at this level? SPG are a phenomenal rookie team that is playing dominated games of Valorant at this tournament.
ขนาดในงาน
And
ไม่
in
ก็
the
อึก
upper
อัก
bracket game on
ดุ้งดุ้ง
Lotus,
ตัดจอแล้วดุ้ง
SPG was flawless on the attack. You got to keep an eye on Danby with this Neon movement, man. He's about to do some things.
That certainly isn't the score right now, though, Pilski. 6-6 is very different from what we saw in that upper bracket. Danby is someone that we have to look at, but at the same time, Berserks right now leading the pack. Famous right up next to him.
And this is where SPG, I talked about Danby and his Neon movement, but what they highlighted on the desk was the swap to Cypher, trying to deal with the Neon. Berserks, these are going to be setups that SPG have not dealt with before, and therefore they must adjust how they play their attack. They have to feel out how they pace their executes. They can't just run into trips on the site. Push through C Mound though. Boom has taken all of that space. Margaret spotting it out. He knows that his cam was dealt with. SPG, first test. Can they deal with the trips? Can they deal with Berserks on site?
He's there. The pistol, the classic.
เฮ้ย
It might not connect just yet, but it's going to be Shiro. Gets
Ui.
the shot, and there it is. Deppy's down.
2 for
Ivy
2
fires
though.
back though.
Yeah,
And
Boom
that's
trying
gonna-
to come in from the flank.
And here comes NC Slasher from up behind. Great shots. Zesby as well. Francis. He's trying to hold them off, but spots them out way too much. Zesby straight into his
ดัน
face.
กันน่ะ ดันกันอีกแล้ว
In with the pistol.
They're continuing the momentum here. A pistol win on defense has set
ม
them
อง
up
ไปที่
for
สปิดสาม
success. Spike plant goes down for
ถ้าเราชนะ
SPG.
สปิด
They're
สาม
gonna
แล้ว
have
ได้
a
เลย
little
นะ
more to spend in this next round. That's where you got to be careful of the Bucky from Tanvi. You already see him seconds into the round purchasing it. They're going to be putting a little bit of investment into this round. Give themselves an outside shot at breaking
มันหลอกให้ตายใจดิ
at
SPG อะ
breaking their mental. A 1% chance to just win this spot in VCT Pacific. Look at Danby, man. He almost bought light armor into this. He is. He's just buying light armor Bucky. He's saying, here's my 1% Hail Mary to win this tournament right now.
And here he comes, hopping off of mound. Fast lane into side as well. Alongside the Prowler. Bucky gets lucky. Berserks, though, fires back.
And in the meanwhile, over the top of the trip, Ivy's found a beautiful timing. NC
NC
Slasher's
Slasher!
ready for it, though.
And here comes the shots as well. But Margaret, what is this with the classic?
They're gonna keep pushing.
The
They're gonna
weapon's
keep
picked
forcing
up
the
and
issue.
Shuppy berserks now. Guardian fires off. It's all down to Zesby, and look at where he is, Pilski.
He's got a judge, man. What are you gonna do with this? Like I said, you can't take this round for granted as Boom. If they lose this round, this may crush their mental. This may crush their momentum. They wanted to build an economy, build an easier chance at closing out this game of Lotus on the defensive half.
I tell you what, though, Pilski, both of them are down so low, and Zesby's got the full kit of utility, sends out the paranoia, but the camera connects. A recon shrouded step, and that's the sun into Margaret. Cuts him down at the torso.
ว้ายปืนพี่เอ้ย
For the 1-on-2 clutch, he's done it all, and he is here to play for Boom.
Keeping Boom alive right when they need him. He is the hype man that was brought onto Boom for Split 2 to give them the energy that they need when the going gets tough. And he comes up clutch. But it has to be said, Quack, that got way too expensive for Boom Esports. They lost a lot of guns there. And that is going to make this bonus not have the punching power that you would want it to have. We'll see what they can get out of a couple of sheriffs. Little bit invested in this, and we're going to have a judge off.
Danby. And
Look
if
at
it's
this.
a judge off, man, I'm favoring Danby, and look at how he's sliding in. The B hops, air strafes, poison cloud to hold him off.
Bide their time. Who's going to be better with the shotgun? Famous in position, ready to punish this dive into C rather.
Boom. The underdogs, the underdog Bucky up against the judge. The
มาดิมาดิช็อตกัน
takes him down. Off the rotations now. SPG trying to find a way into another site.
Oh, SB again.
มาดิจัด
Reading that one
ไอ้ชิ
perfectly.
ช็อตกันแม
He
น
just keeps delivering with
ช็อต
the
กัน
judge.
มาสเตอร์รู้จัก
Now
ป่ะ
he gets a Vandal. Can Boom Esports win a bonus? They had absolutely no business winning after taking significant losses versus the Eco. SPG looking for options, tickling the door. Paranoia in reply from Zesby. Preparing the dark cover to head him. Famous is still close front B main, but he's getting sandwiched from both sides.
But here comes the Bucky! Oh, it's a twofer!
Wow.
Slasher off to the other side with a
Shotgun
sheriff to
master.
cut off the round. Boom! Up 9-6.
Forget about what happened on the anti-eco. Boom is back on top. Listen to the crowd willing them forward.
Boom Esports. They've converted the bonus, and they are looking to find a momentum.
Bunny's fantastic for them. Now into an anti-eco. Sees off the bat. Doesn't quite catch Danby. He can go forward now. Opening up the door. Dark cover forward. Prowler catches the trip. Zesby trying to hold with the paranoia, but he
Oi.
gets caught by Persia.
ชิบหายแล้ว
What a shot.
ไม่เป็นไร
Great
ช็อตกันตก
sheriff. And that could be the sight.
Yeah,
One kill could be one round.
Sights open for business. Open plant for tree. Neural theft reveals all of their positions. Danby catching up close.
Oh, jumping relay bolt, and there it is. Danby slides in.
เฮ้ยเกินไปเกินไปแดมบี้
He's looking in for it,
โอ้
but
โห
Shiro
จะเอา
shuts
ส
him
อง
down.
น้อง
Three
ถ้า
on
เก็บจัด
three.
มาไม่แน่นะ
Guns don't quite favor Sunprisa, but boom, they are looking to fight back. Here comes Shiro now, off towards stairs. Ivy trying to hold off. Possibly an unexpected angle. Persia with the off angle into the side as well. The trio, they push in.
Oh.
It's a 2-1, and it's going to be Famous in for the trade. Francis with the judge from behind. It's all down to Berserks, the carry for the team on this map, and he has to do it all.
โอ้โหปืน
Jumping shotgun.
ไฮไลท์กำลังคืบคลาน
It's gonna be the thrifty for Sunprisa Gaming.
You just can't cat them out of any of these rounds on attack. They're doing exactly what they did to Boom in that upper bracket, the pacing to beat the C's from Danby, streaking through the door. Hell of a sheriff shot from Persia. Zesby maybe a little bit over enthusiastic. He had the judge in the close quarters position. Could have played the tree choke there. And SPG applying the pressure now. Boom streaking forward, taking this A main control, shutting SPG out, but they are ready to take it back.
Trying to read the rounds. SPG counter paranoia as well. And here comes Dabby in with the overdrive. It's the Odin that catches him square in. Famous with the showstopper as well explodes on towards Mound.
SPG cutting sound now. We've had a 2-for-2. We've had an initial exchange over on A main. Boom do not have any information. A Cam in a passive position above C. What will they do? Looks like they're itching. They're eager to go and re-clear A main, to go and find some space, but Famous just sitting in a corner. He's not looking for anything. Boom is playing very passive, and that puts a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Berserks here. He has to hold this C site all by himself.
Silent. It's deafening. And it's gonna be that surprise kill on towards Berserks.
Beautiful shot from Ivy. Puts him down instantly. No Cypher util online anymore. Famous and Shiro walking hand in hand through Waterfall.
So much to do. The barrel instantly spotted out, and that's going to be Francis! What an angle to hold! A wallbang shot as well, and Sabrisa looking to close in on the gap.
They are way too sharp, man. Ivy just bops Berserks in seconds. You cross the threshold around the side of Waterfall, and Francis is picking you off with ease. Too much depth on this SPG roster to handle, and once again, after what you could consider a pretty reasonable start from Boom, SPG is working their way back in.
In towards Mound, and it's going to be Danby once again, kicking things off.
All going up. Lurk smoke exchange by SPG, trying to deny that information over towards the seaside. Zespy, could he have his own shotgun highlight moment on A main here?
Holding tight on the angle. Looking for those point blank shots, but he has to fall back. He feels the pressure, and it's just too overwhelming. NC Slasher down low as well. Ivy, he's getting the entries, he's getting the kills. Force and Brisa now alongside Dabby. So much chaos on the site. Famous, he's got a bucky of his own, but will he be able to find the shots? He heard that sprint, he heard those footsteps, but only good for one kill. Sinprisa, they have tied up the score.
They are on the verge of getting themselves a spot in VCT Pacific here, Quack. The money is fantastic. Everything is going their way. Another standout game from Ivy here at Ascension in Jakarta. He's got the pit online. Danby continuing to slide forward and find these timings onto the A site anchor. You can't keep letting him get out rubble like that, or this game is done.
3 ultimates online as well for us.
They have a lot of good things to work with. Judges back out for Danby. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Operator in a passive position for Famous Shiro. He's been fantastic front B, but he doesn't have an opportunity to even get involved in the round.
Nightfall out as well. Mostly evaded by Boom, but how do they come in with the retake now? So much space being taken away.
There's so many snacks to trip up on. Pit is up in the site. Safe position from Ivy. You are never dislodging him. Nightfall goes forward. Gathers a lot of info. The spam through the wall from NC Slasher.
But into the Viper's pit now. Zespy, the paranoia. It connects. Will he be able to find the kills? What an angle being held by Francis. Once again, it's a little bit unorthodox. It's a little bit offline, but they have to do the shots. They have to find the frags. Persia, he's doing it all instead. Berserk's now up from behind. They're starting to push in. They need to take down the Viper. Francis, he's so good crouched down. Zespy, he teleports right up behind him. Shinneru, it's gonna be Ivy. What a clutch from the man. The poison in their veins.
It's all in the name inside of the pit. And I'll tell you what, Quack, if nothing else, that one is gonna sting for Boom. It's gonna leave a scar that they will never forget. Their chances at ascending to VCT Pacific are slipping through their fingers. History is repeating itself again. back down onto the half buy. Once again, just buying whatever they can, getting some judges on some cheeky angles. Shiro trying to get the rifle up. He can get an orb or a kill. He can get the pit down and use that phantom perfectly.
Trying to find it. Trying so darn hard.
Again, it's just that C mount control, but going back to A main into the Bucky.
Down to famous. NC Slash has already been spotted out. Good little pick off, but with the blast packs trying to catch them off guard. It's not connecting.
So
Francis
close
with the frags.
Just not enough. They've dislodged the Bucky on the close angle once again. Francis selling the fake. He's going to tickle the door. This makes so much noise. It's going to put the pressure on Boom Esports to rotate back to the A side of the map. Shiro puts the wall up. He's got the Phantom ready to go. But SPG's walking into an open C side.
And that's going to be a replant. The frag from
อะไรวะ
Francis
เนี่ย
as well.
ยิงก่อนยิงไม่โดนด้วยนะ
Boom.
ไม่
The
ตายเลย
two remaining players. No guns available. They are trying to find anything. If they lose it all right here, if they slip and fall, they can't let it affect them. They need to hold their heads up high. Demby just not letting up, not letting Boom breathe whatsoever. Margaret onto the final frag. Zenprisa, they are one round away from it. From match point, 11-9 right now, Pilly.
Dominance all tournament long. SPG
3-0
on
หรื
the
อเปล่านะ
verge of something historic. Winning Ascension without dropping a single map.
No way.
พอเงียบ
Earlier
กิ๊บ
this
เลยวัน
year,
นี้
all of these players were
พอบอก
knocked out in the
กูเงียบ
open
กิ๊บเลย
qualifier in 3 different teams. They then go on to win VCLKR to take the spot in towards Ascension for a region which is known for having so much talent, for being the home of the VCT Pacific, and they just keep getting better and better.
And if they do win it as well, potential contenders. But listen to this crowd. So desperate for Boom to mount the comeback.
Everything's against them. SPG has got so much money. They have not put a toe out of line on this attacking side.
Boom, they have to make it happen. Eyes on the prize, Pilski. Even when it seems impossible, in order to ascend, that is exactly what you need to pull off.
Time to get back into it. You know what they say when the going gets tough. Show us that you are now, Boom.
ไปนอนดูหมู
Show
เด้ง
us
ไล
that
ท์ดี
you
กว่า
can
ปะเนี่ย
step up against all odds. Because it's not just going to take these next couple of rounds. They've got to make it happen 2 more times after this in a tournament where no one has beaten Zenprisa Gaming. SPG going for the mount control. Port dealt with by Berserk. Damby's up in his face. You can't lose that pick. Pit going down for Shiro. Trip keeping him safe inside of it. Rotation back across from Berserk in towards C-Link. Door tickled now. Pressure on the front side of B. Boom. Holding in tandem over there. What do SPG choose to do now that they've denied the C info?
Straight into B. Both extremities of the map controlled by Boom. So that's the only option available. They're just trying to exert a bit of pressure, a bit of presence from Francis.
SPG are still back in their spawn, man. A minute to go on the clock. What's the choice? Into B, where you've seen a bit of fade util, through a Viper's pit, where you think it might be the weak side of the map, or are you going to try to get into A here? Dark cover going to go front side of A. Danby going to try to sell a one-man fake. He's going to open up the door. He's going to throw in his relay bolt. He's going to pull Berserks back across to the A side of the map. And SPG are going to try to hunt Shiro in the pit.
Just 3 predators hunting for that one prey. They can smell his fear. The snake bite trying to push them off. Is it going to be enough, though? They need so much more. Shiro, he's trying to reposition, but immediately spotted out. That's Shiro gone. Danby, look at where he is.
Persia just shrouded steps straight past him. He's not ready for it all. Danby pushing forward into spawns. SB gets caught off guard. Persia's gone 1 for 1 in the meanwhile.
It's going to be NC Slasher with a wallbang shot, trying to deny the
GG.
blinded. Famous. One shot away from the showstopper.
Nothing he can do here. There's just too many SPG players
โหดจังอะ
out on the
โหด
map.
จัดเลย
Much time kicked off the spike. All he can try to do is bring a Vandal into the next round, is try to get his showstopper online. But outside of that, look at the money for Boom. It's going to be a half buy to try to fight for this game with. Down to Judges, Guardians, Bulldogs. It's not what you want to fight for a grand final spot with, and SPG are on the precipice of confirming the greatness that we all suspected.
Oh, they've spotted him out. And look at this. No
Really say it.
advantages, no pleasures, no joy. Sinprisa. The river has run dry for Boom. Tightening on this chokehold. Sinprisa, it's match point now. This could be it.
First shot. Doing a great job holding the smoke there. What can Boom come up with here? Couple of rounds in a row.
Still just trying to shoot back though. Ivy now in with the Odin. Trying to fire off Sinprisa. They are taking this round slow and steady.
Shiro holding the line front B. SPG, dark cover forward in towards the C side. Berserk's all alone trying to play off the back of his trips, trying to see if he can find any spam kills here. But SPG, it's all just pressure. It's patience. They know the pressure that they're putting on Boom. They're trying to make them panic. Boom trying to hold with an A-site hold on one side of the map. A little bit of a trap set up with the paint shells, all the paranoia. Further pressure applied by Francis. Wall goes up. Haunt goes in. But make no mistake, SPG is going to get into this C site unless Berserks can hold.
Berserks, he's done it before. He has to do it on this map. The cage, the only thing between him and SPG. The dark covers come up as well. And Boom setting up for the retake. You've got a little bit of a flank from Francis as well, and that's too much. Here comes Dambi. He's dancing all over the site. Berserks.
Oh,
Connects
Berserk.
up to the first shot. The showstopper comes in. Boom.
มาโว้ยมาโว้ย
So hard to fight back. Up against the ropes. They throw in some haymakers. They throw in the huge punches. Their fists.
เกมไม่จบอย่าเพิ่งนับศพทหาร ขอร้อง
Back away from SPG.
You have to get nervous for Boom there. The narrative of this tournament is if SPG get into a post plant, you will not complete the retake. But Boom defied the odds. 2 more to overtime.
Overtime or bust. They've got to do it all. A good little win.
จบนี่เล่นวาโลเลยดีกว่า
One
ขี้เกียจลง
single round.
เปลี่ยนชื่อสตรีม
Everyone watching.
เอ้ยก็ลงแล้วขึ้นใหม่ก็ได้
Their seats.
This is where now you've got to
ปล่อย
conquer
เล่น
the challenge
เล่
that
นแล้วลงสัก
is the
หัวค่ำ
overdrive.
ลงสั
That
ก
is
3-4 ทุ่มก็ลง
Dambi
แล้ว
getting up in your face and
เล่น
causing
ทั้งคืน
havoc.
แล้วปวดหัว
3 players on this A side here. Wall goes
Ooh.
up. Famous through the corner of the wall. Dambi diving forward.
เฮ้ย นี่ไงเจอซิงก็ต้องเจอวิ่งยิง
Indonesia, Bratama Arena. Everyone's hearts, they beat as one. The paranoia sent out now as well. All rallying behind these 2 frags from Famous. A third. Francis trying to wrangle away, but it's not gonna happen. Not today. A
สมมุติว่าถ้า SPG มันไม่ชนะเราเนี้ยแล้วแม่งโดนบูมคัมแบ็กยันชนะ มันจะจำไปจนตายเลยว่าไอ้เฮียราวเดียวแบบว่าแค่ราวเดียวจะได้ไปเลย สมมุตินะ
You
ไอ้
see
เชื่อจะ
that
จำแบบว่า
tiny little hole in a Viper wall. And that's all you need sometimes. Timeout for Sinprisa. It has to stop here. But the crowd is going to apply the press, booing Sinprisa. They're trying to stop Boom's momentum. And this is where the drums will start in the Bratama Arena.
You just need that star factor. Boom. This is the 6th man of their roster right now, the entire crowd.
We're on the precipice here. One round, the difference between a chance at making their dreams come true and it all slipping through their fingers for both sides. On the precipice of a reverse sweep maybe, or on the precipice of it all ending here. The whole nation behind Boom right now in the Britama Arena. They want one more round.
Boom's looking to give it to them. Simprisa looking to take everything away. The dreams on the line, the eyes on the prize again, once more.
Spotlight on the trophy. That's what this round is for. This last round. And it could be within reaching distance for Simprisa Gaming. A main control going to be taken right off the bat. Margaret keeping an ear out over on front side C. Sees nothing off the cam. Aggression in towards front B here.
But Famous, he hears those footsteps. A couple of shots. But the trades from Simprisa are good as well. He's still alive. He's got the overdrive, and he's looking to aggress.
Oh, clearing front B. Simprisa mobilizing their forces. Going to try to force their way into the B side. Through the dark cover. Looks like it.
Oh, and here it comes. Relay bolt square on into heaven. Zesby has to respect it. Shiro as well, and they're just waiting for reinforcements. All rendezvousing up around spawn. They need to push in. They need to make it happen, but it still is Dambi in with that judge. Oh, this position, Billy. This is not good for them. A single mistake, and it could be it. Paranoid. He's managed to make it happen. Needs to go in hands. That's gonna be the kill. That's gonna be another. Ivy. What can you do? Spike tapped all the way to half. That's
ดีว่ะ
zero. This is
ไปกันต่อครับ
time.
3 in a row to stay alive. They won't let Simprisa have it this easily. Boom will not back down on home soil today. They don't let Simprisa execute their game plan. They don't let them into the side. They go aggressive front B. They take assertive control of their own destiny.
เมื่อวานเขาทีฟูเซนใช่ไหม
Different vibe
ไม่อะไรได้
all
ลุ้นได้
across
ลุ้น
the B side this time for Shiro. Simprisa playing a split approach, not really committing to too much of anything here in overtime. Feeling out the A main control, seeing what noise there is over there, being ready to potentially hold a fast B hit. Cam goes forward for Boom Esports, and they want to pull the trigger straight away here.
Got to set it up for the right time. It's got to be precise. Off the Prowlers, but the C's so good as well. Francis, he's holding them back. Ivy in with a snake bite. Boom, they're looking for another option.
Boom, what do they do here? The C's has foiled their plans. Dark cover goes up. Viper wall goes up. Doors closed to B, boys. We're not getting in there. But they have no other options. Berserk's looking for a pick onto Persia. This duel's going to be incredibly important. But they might just re-execute B.
Cutting noise and then going in off the ramp as well.
Oh.
It's going to be a shot in for Famous.
ไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Zesby into the
ตัว
side.
ช่ำด้วย
Straight he goes. Spike getting planted now. Persia. What a paranoia. He's looking to create pressure on the sides and then their offensive.
เฮ้ยแท็บไอ้หมวก
They managed to hold
แมป4หรือเปล่านี้
They fall in. It's the kills. NC slash for Zesby. They do it all.
ถ้าแมป4ชนะอีก
Boom
ก็แมป
doesn't
5ชนะ
care.
กูบอกเลยนะ
If you shut them down,
ตำนาน
early, they're going in
ตำนานหนึ่ง
anyway.
ลาว
The crowd wheeling them forward. Setting up the reverse sweep.
They're
โอ้
saying
โห
obvious
พลังเจ้าบ้าน
finish it. That is what we've been hearing so far throughout this entire playoffs.
All dealt with. Dambi going forward, applying pressure to Famous. Berserk's over here on the side as well. Trips and Paint Shell could be huge. Margaret denying info front B has taken all of that B main space. The C pressure keeps 2 players for Boom with boots firm on the ground in the B site. Famous not on the rotation. He's going to play in front of that trip. Off angle for Zespi. If the A main control comes back through here for SPG, he could get a free pick. If it doesn't, he's going to know that they don't have to fall, but they've fallen off the line. The pressure's too much for him. He doesn't want to lose the pick at this point in the round, and that prompts the rotation back across from both Shiro and N6 Slasher into Heaven's side. Door tickled. Haunt goes up, but this is just pressure from SPG, Quack. They're not committed to anything yet. They haven't decided where they wish to finish this round.
It's quite a bit of utility drawn out from Zespi as well.
นี่ไง
Heavy responsibility.
เอาไปก่อนสอง
Empty Slasher. What a shot. But SPG
เอา
fires
ชิบหายมาก็เลยไปตัด
into the B site. They
3-3
go. It's gonna be on to Berserks now, and he's hiding. Waiting.
Persia's calling the audible.
ก็อย่าสแปม
Berserks
ตรงนั้น
not
น่ะ
able to find anything inside of the dark cover. They know that the C site's open for business. Boom scrambling into position.
And Persia
นี่
is
ไง
in such a good position.
สงสัย
But Zero's
เปอร์
ready
เซีย
for
มัน
the
สงสัย
duel. Down to Ivy and Margaret onto the site.
อุ้ย
Great opening shot. Shiro's good onto the site as well. Margaret with nothing but a Vendel to his name, trying to wrap around the corners. Dink, a pre-fired shot, a great dink. Pulls out the cam and he's thinking about it. But look at where Boom have gone. He has no idea. Boom. Together, they try to creep up, but the shot's too good. He's just ready for it. Quick on the trigger, and it's all up to Shiro, the IGL. Confidence in his veins. He needs to make it happen. Margaret just toying with him. Shiro.
Oh my
A sign of
god
relief, the crowd.
ไปกันต่อครับ
Wild.
มา ใจมันมาแล้ว
3-0, I don't think it's that fun to watch. And I have to say, it's so hard not to be infected by this crowd energy. And it makes you really, you can feel the emotions coming through, the tension that was hanging in the air in those final rounds.
You can feel when the air is heavy, and you could feel the relief once we went into overtime. Look, we were talking about a while ago, overtime, maybe it's not a good thing for Boom. Apparently not. Overtime is inevitable when it's Boom Esports, and that's their 3rd overtime win here.
Yeah, we mentioned the crowd was going a little bit quiet at map 2, and the crowd turned up so huge right now. When Famous got the 2 fast double kills, the crowd erupted, and I'm sure the players could all hear that. And it's just so much energy and momentum. SPG couldn't close it out. So much has been done by Boom to make this comeback happen.
It is actually crazy how much this audience does matter to this team right now. We were talking about the last map was a little bit quiet on that second half. This game, I'm not gonna lie, I went down there too just to help rev up the crowd a little bit because it does. And then you see this turnaround effect. It's crazy. But Ewok, it's got to be more than the crowd. What has changed here? Why is Boom pushing it so close with SPG this time?
I think for this map especially, their game plan was good. We mentioned about the Cypher, and the Cypher definitely countered that Dambi entry, and that's why we're highlighting Berserks right here, because he was the one doing so much work, even on the attack side with that Cypher. So much was done on that Cypher alone. Dax.
Yeah, and 27 kills, 17 of those came from the first half. He was essential on the attack, essential on the defense, and his mere presence really messed up Dambi's plans. We've seen multiple times Dambi tries to abuse basically the double slide, right? When you get the reset while popping the ult, always you'd see Boom Esports in the way, in position. And you gotta give big props also to Famous. He's not faltering under this pressure. Really, some of the players that historically in Boom did kind of shrink in these kind of scenarios, they're stepping up today. Berserks, Famous, great job for them.
How do you slow down a Neon? You throw in a Cypher.
Yeah,
exactly,
some
right?
tripwires, trip up Neon a little bit.
Yeah, I think it was a great choice from the coaching staff, or whether it be player also. They identified it's difficult for them to deal with the Cypher. Throw in the Cypher, it's a little bit of a change. It doesn't change your macro too much. And Berserks, it seems like he's like, I wanted to play Cypher my whole life.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Margaret had something going on there too.
Yeah, that's scary.
All right, well, we are gonna go into the fourth map after this break. Guys, I'm like sweating my heart palpitations. Look, we're gonna take this break to recover. When we come back, we are gonna go into map 4 VCT Ascension.
Đây.ปิดเพลงก่อนมันก็ยังมีใจสู้หน่อยพอได้แมป4แล้วเฟนาติกคัมแบ็กปะล่ะ4 นาทีเลยเหรอวะทำไมมันพักนานจังปกติมันแป๊บเดียวเองนะสงสัยพักคอ
เล่น
เปลี่ยนนักพากย์เป็นเอมิลี่อาร์มสตรองนักพากย์บอกไปหาหมอดูคอก่อนเลย เอ้ยคัมแบ็กปะเนี่ยลาวเดียวเสียวไปจนตายเปล่า
안녕하세요. 한국에서 온 심플이사의 프란시스 김우빈이라고 합니다.
미드 투 A를 할 건지.
저희 한국 지역에서는 되게 공격적이면서도 노련하고 플레이 스타일에서 유연하게 대처할 수 있는 것 같습니다. 저희 감독님께서 팀 분위기를 되게 친구들 대하듯이 되게 편하게 해주셔가지고 팀 분위기가 되게 좋아서 특별하다고 생각해요. 저희 팀은 한마디로 야생마라고 할 수 있습니다. 이유는 되게 플레이 스타일이 공격적이기 때문이라고 생각합니다. 상대팀 입장에서 저희 팀은 되게 예측할 수 없는 플레이들이 많기 때문에 조심하셔야 될 겁니다. 심플이사의 키플레이어는 저라고 할 수 있습니다. 왜냐하면 저희 팀원들이 잘 총을 쏠 수 있게 만들어줄 수 있는 리더십과 노련함? 제 나이로서는 나올 수 없는 노련함들이 있기 때문이라 생각합니다. 다들 잘하는 팀이라서 어센션까지 올라온 것 같은데 되게 재밌을 것 같습니다. 저희 팀 만나면 벌벌 떨게 만들어드리겠습니다.
We are all like born to be champions. We have a huge amount of experience. Me and Fikri is one of the older players, and then we have 3 other younger generations. Like Rizky sama Fikri kan, like they all like they managed to play in the bigger stage before. So the thing is like I feel like we share a huge amount of experience,
ฟังเน็ต
and in each
ถ้าพี่กิ๊กชนะนี่
individual
ไล่
of us
พ่าย
we
พ่าย
can
แล้วครับ1 เกม
basically frag and clutch anytime we want. I think what differentiates us is basically Indonesia
เมื่อ
region
กี้
has 2 different
หมาย
play
ถึง
styles.
เมื่อกี้ใช่ไหม
We
ถ้าชนะเมื่อ
usually
กี้
can mix the play style. Like example, we can go aggressive, we can go rank style, and we can even play structured. And yeah, because of that, like I feel Indonesia is a very consistent region where like everybody can play different kind of play style. You guys have to worry about our team because we've been practicing very hard since almost every single day, and we've been preparing for this day. It means a lot.
ตึงเหมือนจะนานนะอันนี้ทรมานจิตทรมานใจจริงๆ ยังกลัว
that last map and even the last series, Ivy is truly waking on up here in the arena as well. We've talked about all throughout the tournament that, oh, this is looking so good for Persia. This is looking so good for Dambi. But Ivy was the closer when they were back in Korea. He was the reason why they beat Nongshim there in Abyss. That incredible clutch coming in from mid. And right now, he's showing the same signs of life in this run in last series for Simprisa, in this series right now. And I remember I saw that B-side take with the Vice Split. I was like, Ivy has this. If he's the one last left behind, he can get the clutch, and his numbers are proving it in the last two series that Simprisa has played.
Yeah. So what I'm also a little bit curious about is the moment there's so much momentum, right? You win the map, and in that fashion, which Boom did. The moment you leave the stage, a lot of that momentum leaves as well. You go back into the rooms, and you come back out, and you're a little bit of a fresh start. Yes, you still have it in the back of your mind, but if everyone did a good job on the mental side, this is a fresh start. This is like the series is 0-0, and I'm wondering who's coming out the better of it if it's 0-0 back again.
Think about it though, guys. This is the first time Simprisa has dropped the map.
Yes.
This is the first time we actually see them say, oh, we have to play for more. Oh, we're not going back to Korea to do Pacific here and now. And I do wonder how that feeling is for Simprisa Gaming. Are they angry about it? Are they still keeping their calm? What is going on right now for SPG?
I would love to know the same thing. I'm pretty sure right now they had perfect score. and I'm telling you, like, you know, Asian students were kind of like, ooh, there's an imperfect score now. And I'm sure they want that extra credit. They probably want another 13-0 of anything there. You know, Zespi was talking about there are two different playstyles in Indonesia. Now, SPG, we've seen that they have a very interesting playstyle, even for a Korean team. They've said it themselves. They're aggressive. They're unpredictable. What are the two styles for Indonesia? And do you think this is something that Boom needs to adjust at all? Or should they just continue forward and do the absolute best that they can?
I do like that Boom do sometimes switch up the pacing. They are a little bit slower than some of the other teams that we've seen, but that's not in a negative way. Full Sense is one of those teams that also do change it up a little bit, but are traditionally slightly a little bit slower. When I initially came over to Indonesia to coach the teams here, Onyx was very ranked style. So I had to instill some structure and everything, and there's sometimes some pushback against it, and maybe you're just not as comfortable with it, but I do feel like both of these teams do have their styles down. They are comfortable with it, so I don't really see a reason why they would throw that out of the window now, especially with the stakes this high. Stick to what you know, but make those slight adjustments exactly how Boom did with the Cypher last map.
Yeah, and you see it also from Boom. Sometimes they start off these maps, they still want to play the retake style, more structured, play that utility. But once it stops working, you could see when the lesson was learned against Simprisa the first time around. They just got rolled over on Lotus because they kept forcing that kind of style, not really going for the contest that they would like. And as of right now, instead, it's just, okay, we need to fight. We need to fight Simprisa right now. We need to actually counter them. We need to put this utility. We need to spend as much as we can just to displace Simprisa Gaming. And that's what we love about Boom Esports and the past few series that they've had. They've really shown that they can do it.
Now this game, this next map is going to be really tense. The emotions got really high just now near the end of that third map. This fourth map is going to be very similar. Tensions are going to be high. Emotions are going to be running high. And imagine what Boom is talking to their team right now. I got to speak to Zespi yesterday in the hotel lobby. He was telling his team, if we lose, don't cry. And I, of course, asked him, what's wrong with crying? And he said, I want them to leave with no regrets. And I can imagine this is the point they're at now. No regrets. We are here on the final stage. We prepped all that we can for both of these teams. And they just need to do the absolute best that we can and hope for the best and enjoy every moment. Because not every day you get to be on a grand final stage.
Absolutely.
So I'm very excited for this final map, Boom versus Simprisa Gaming.
How close were they to being out of it? It was match point for SPG. They were so close. And Vic, you asked, what do I feel like is a little bit different? I think the moment when the enemy team reaches that match point, there's two different reactions. The one is, it's Jover.
Yeah.
The other one is, now, we got nothing to lose.
Yes.
Let's go. Then we saw Famous. 2 kill.
You really
and
could
the
see
crowd
that.
loved it,
Yes.
right? And then we're like,
Yeah.
is it happening? Right? That is the two different reactions. And we saw the route that they did take.
It's actually crazy. You could see it. You could see that, like, you know, they just threw all their worries into the air.
Yeah.
Caution to the wind.
And they just play like how I assume they play in scrims. Both of these teams have been reputed to play amazing in their scrims. And that's probably because stakes aren't very high when you're in the scrims. And they need to bring that same attitude here to the stage, to the grand finals stage. As we gear up for Haven, I'm curious about these comps. I'm curious how both of these teams have prepared for each other in this fourth map. And again, this is the last life for Boom.
Yeah, and Boom, historically, they play a very standard composition of going
Ma
for
la wa.
reach as well as the killjoy.
Finally
It's time!
Oh.
It's time for Boom Esports! Famous
Grand final
is
Neon.
on the Neon, and we have been saying, is this a clash of styles?
Wow.
Raze versus Neon. Will we see
It's a
that
Sky.
Force Jet? No, it is finally
Sky
time for
main
Boom
here.
Esports to bringing out when it matters the most.
They're bringing out the Viper Sky Neon comp. This is going to be really interesting. I do think they're making the change here to potentially counter the SPG comp with the Neon. The Cypher's going to do work, but this time there is a Sova to be able to break Cypher tricks.
Boom Esports are here to play. They have brought out the Wolfpack and they are here to win that trophy. Can they do it and bring us to a fifth map? Let's go over to our casters, Quack and Pilsky.
Very much Vic, Dax, and Ewok. Yes, this is insane. What is this composition? They came off hot off a huge win up on the third map, but now into Haven. We haven't seen this Haven from Boom so far in this tournament, and it's going to be a Neon.
Dark cover, straight through the long A main control taken. Dart dealt with NC Slasher inside of the smoke, looking to punish anybody who pushes through from SPG. But as the dust settles, SPG will have some A long control. Cam keeping an eye on middle. Dog goes forward, cleared by the Omen.
I'm really curious about the Sky and Breach comparison, but right now it's just a bit of information.
Jump spot. Oh, they tried to catch NC Slasher there in a little bit of a trap. Zespi playing behind his one-way on Sewer, and SPG don't like the way this feels. They're going to go back to middle, but Ivy hits a shot, traded back by Shiro. Danby's trying to trade him back, hits him with the relay bolt, but the orb keeps Shiro safe.
And he comes back inside this orb as well. Just trying to keep them on their toesies. Shiro, what a frag. Danby still, though, just quickly straight into the A site. NC Slasher kind of aware of it, but not quite able to connect the shots. It still is going to be Danby continuing to push off front. Zespi up from behind. Berserks as well. The paranoia, it hits. The spike not yet planted. Persia, he's in trouble. Danby's down.
เอ้ยมาแล้วเว้ย
What a kill to start off the map for Boom.
Shiro is the hero that Boom Esports need in that round. Ice cold to sit in a toxic orb. Top B getting full stunned by the relay bolt. And then the looseness that it takes to push through the orb and kill the lurker after being under that much pressure. Those are the kind of plays that you need to pull off a historic comeback.
Still though, Pilsky, this is gonna have to be a marathon since Brisa are still up by 2 maps.
In control. Danby again has got the Bucky out. Scary to play against. It's given Boom a couple of issues already on Lotus, and looks like SPG are going to take this B site.
Wow, Danby straight in, dealt with by Famous. Shiro up on the other side of C-Link. What can SPG do? The spike on the
Nia.
ground, firing out frantically. Nothing doing. Flawless round for Boom.
What's the answer to SPG? What's the answer to Danby on the Neon? Berserk's a Cypher, bro. Swapping to the Cypher on both Lotus and Haven, making the small adaptations that are needed to break up SPG's pacing, to stop the Neon getting too far in. Boom collapsing on the B site and swatting away that annoyance of an anti-eco.
Throughout this whole tournament, Danby has been such an annoying factor, but suddenly now, Boom,
อะไรอะ
composition. The guy
จอกูพังเหรอ
spots out
เฮ้ย
SPG.
ฮัลโหล
Main control taken by SPG here. Does seem like
ใครปิดไฟวะ
similar to the
นี่
pistol.
เขาเล่นวาโลอยู่มาปิดไฟบ้าหรือเปล่า
It's going to be again the dog on the same timing for NC Slasher, most likely looking for information. Smoke to garage, trying to deny that info. Retake on A long. The trap has been set.
Trailblazer spotted as well. The trap doesn't quite spring.
Yeah, they don't quite catch the right timing. Margaret trying to be the hero, lurk up front P. He's going to try to cut the rotations in the mid-round if possible. Left behind is Ivy. Droning, keeping the pressure on A, keeping the rotations there, but they're not biting. Look at Famous moving back through Swan. He needs to make it to the C site to be able to defend in time, but it looks like it's going to be an open site and a retake scenario for Boom.
And this is the strength of that Viper as well. In a pivot position, he's able to come back to see at the right time. Famous, the fast lane comes up. Francis in the cyber cage though. Berserks up from behind. Persia fighting
Delay
back.
ทีนี้
And
เอา
here he comes.
เอา
Boom, trying to pick them off bit by bit. Frag by frag, bullet by bullet. Margaret up from behind,
hurt.
but he's been hurt.
อ๋อวินโบนัสด้วย วู้ฮู้กูขอเลยแบบยาวแบบตาที่โดนคัมแบ็กอะที่แม่งแบบทรงดีแล้วแม่งก็โดนคัมแบ็กงง
SPG, they had that sliver of a timing. They made it on the C site. Tambi was up in their face. What's happened all tournament long? He multi-frags, he pushes into his opponent's Swan. He sends a message, but this time, Famous punishes. We've criticized him for not playing Neon too much, for being a little bit inflexible in the Asian pool. What a story it would be for him to Neon diff Danby.
Hiding this trump cut all tournament long. Trump card being pulled out.
Absolutely, completely different composition, everything. All of your preparation is out the window for SPG Trailblazer. Going through the dark cover, once again confirming that SPG has taken a lobby control. But that's nothing out of the ordinary for Boom. They are very well prepared to hold exactly this kind of round. Margaret's in grass. Guiding light once again confirming that SPG have not moved a muscle. And Boom will keep 3 on the A site.
Yeah, we'll play this game with you for as long as you want, SPG. Dark cover comes out, and Zesby full and well aware. Paranoia straight in. Danby, though,
What?
shots through the toxic screen. And here
Oi.
comes the slide.
Oi.
Oh, and a third. He will get shut down, but the damage is done.
They wipe the sites with sheriffs. You can't slide in with a one-shot kill gun like a sheriff and multi-frag like that. How is that possible?
No.
Berserks, there's just nothing for him to do in this round. Great momentous start to this game for Boom, winning the bonus, putting themselves on the right track, but SPG winning a half by like that.
เกาหลีซ้อมเช
Look
ลี
at
บอลเลย
how
มากจริง
many guns they're
แม่
about
ง
to
ซ้อม
pick
กันแบบ
up. That's a massive economy swing.
วันหนึ่งละ
and that's a
800 ชั่วโมง
huge equalizer early on in this game of Haven.
Big bargain. Thrifty round. SPG just visited the thrift store and picked up weapons for free. And it's all thanks to Danby's Sheriff. I mean, that's how insane this player is.
Absolutely. I don't know what the thrift store is called in Korea.
Thrifty
For all the Aussies on stream, of which there are probably not that many. It's a quick trip to Vinny's, and you've come up with a bargain. Love to see it. How will Boom respond, though? Good news for them is they've got plenty of money to be able to continue to reinvest. They choose not to whip out the operator. They had the money for it. That's unlucky for Famous. It looks like he was on the jump spot, to be honest, backside of sight. And that sheriff shot has gone through the top right corner of the sight box and taken his head off. That is incredibly unlucky for Boom.
So unlucky. All he wanted was the jump spot, but still, Danby now online with the overdrive, and he's got to be careful. Breaking through. It's going to be SPG trying to find a bit of an offensive. Boom. They've got a lot of A-long control, and they are trying to push up.
เอาละไป
Away main control here for
UI
Boom. Zesby in a deep position. Going to be re-cleared. Are they going to drone him off the line? There's a big crossfire between him and the sky.
Is it going to be enough? The recon drone instantly spotted out.
เสียงก็
Oh,
ดีเลย
relay bolt as well. Guiding light in the face, and Zesby tries to hold them off the paranoia, but look at Danby! Margaret, Francis, they're all here and ready to frag. Famous, he's got to hold them off. The fast lane comes up, a relay bolt, but it's all too desperate.
SPG slowing this down. They know that they don't have to push the issue through the Viper wall into the site. They've got a massive advantage. They call the audible. They go back towards middle, re-clearing grass, dark cover, straight onto garage window, instantly in there.
Seemingly, Boom. Grasping at straws in this round. Danby off to the off angle. Shuts down Famous.
SPG's running circles around them. looking a little clueless in this round, unfortunately, for Boom. They thought they had the right approach, taking that A main control away from SPG. But that's what SPG has been doing all tournament long. Beautiful rotation timings. Calling the audible, going back to the other side of the map. That's why SPG, with the speed of the Neon, are a marvel to watch on a 3-lane map.
Oh my God, Billy. Quite literally running circles around Boom. Berserk's needing to hold on to his rifle. But he doesn't look at the right angle.
He's not,
Ivy up from behind.
he's not glued on enough.
Blah.
Rifle hitting
Fall
the
leg.
deck. And this is where Boom, their advantage, their bonus round win, their beautiful start to this game of Haven is completely crushed by the Sheriffs. The half by
มีเยอะกว่าก็เทคพอร์ต
followed
เนี่ย
up by a reset in, what was that? I can't find it now. Round number 5, I think it was.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. No one's got away from me. Yeah, round 5. Huge reset there. Has to be said. And now the pressure's back on Boom again. This is where you question the comp change a little bit. At the same time, though, this has been 2 months in the making for Boom. The expectations heading into this game of Haven were that Boom and SPG, outside of that full sense game that SPG played, the 13-0, have not played Haven since the grand final of their respective challenges games. And they both lost their Haven. They lost to Nongshim on SPG's side. Boom lost to Alter Ego. And they have both clearly put in a lot of work. Boom's come up with a new comp. SPG's come in swinging against a very fearsome opposition like Full Sense and made them look second rate.
Man, is it tricky. Might have thought it could be a bit of a resurgence, this Neon pick now coming in, but is it effective enough? Can we find that consistency?
Been nothing but A main control. That's been the focus for both teams. Who will change that up? Who's going to go for a fast B set play? Who's going to go for a quick C exec? An aggression down C maybe from Boom. After the tack timeout, this is where you might see a little bit of a change up, and that's it. SPG, pressure on the front side of B's. SP's not ready for it at all. Famous close in garage, 1 kill away from his overdrive.
Gun's not looking all too good either, but
Yeah.
at least in position.
SPG slowing things down after they get that man advantage. Not in a rush. Drone re-clear in towards A main, being prepared. Danby's going to commit in with it. Couple of players hand in hand with him. Re-aggression down middle, but Margaret, the cam spots it out. They know exactly what Boom's doing, and they're going to fault line re-clear mid straight away.
Right? A bit of a reaction baited out against SPG, so utilities a little bit spent. They're trying to re-clear in towards A-Long now, but Margaret, he's got other ideas.
NC Slasher, though, quick on the trade. Isolating Margaret. That's the lurk dealt with, but Shiro has to hold the site with naught but a Sheriff.
Oh my God, and he hears everything. Off to the other side, Persia fires off the shot. Down to the 2-on-4. Tough retake for NC Slasher inside of the smoke.
1 kill away from the Seekers. Could reveal a few more positions here for SPG if he wants to rip it.
He's got to find the angles. First, SPG are disciplined with the crossfire, the swing, it gets shut down.
Immediate
ภาพเดิมอีกแล้วไอ้เชี่ย
And this is the
โอ้
power of a breach
ทำไม
on
กูเหนื่อยจังวะ
Haven.
เนี่ยดูไอ้คู่เนี้ย
Back through the choke points. Paranoid off the line. Danby hunts him
เฮ้ย
down. Berserks.
ยังไงยังไง
Beautiful kills, but there's so much time ticked off the spike.
He's still trying to go in for it though, Pilly. Persia and Ivy are very aware off of the sprays, just trying to keep them in line. Possible for the spike to go off, but nah, it's not too good. He's going to head off instead.
No time. SPG. Little bit of a flutter.
นี่ตอนแรกผมเฉยๆที่ตอนนี้ผมเริ่มปวดหัว
Too much of an issue. Couple little exit kills for Berserks. He's
Wait, wait.
still looking sharp. He's still looking crispy. Had a
ทีม
monolithic
SPD
game
เข้าไปแล้ว
for
เดี๋ยว
Lotus
น่า
to
จะ
keep
เดี๋ยว
Boom alive in
SPG
this series.
SPD มันสไปร์เลย
Open it up from the killjoy to the cipher. He's been
SPD เนี่ยเข้าไป
your eye on for Boom,
ทำคอนเทนต์
and still looking sharp. Ults are going to change the game here for both teams. Pit, Overdrive, Seekers for the Boom esports boys. They are going to dominate this A main control, but this is where SPG's changing
แต่ผมก็มีแบบ
Info denial,
ติด
smoke
ปากกัน
towards
นะ
top C. They walk their way through grass. They've got a Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury. But Boom are
พี่แอนเฮม
taking
เคยติด
time.
ท็อป 10 แรงเรเดียนเลยนะเว้ย
A,
ทำไม
the cam is gonna
ทำไม
rush
ทักหลัง
in
พี่แอนเฮม
and
ไม่เอา
try
เล
to
ยวะ
take this space.
ตอน
That's
อยู่
been dealt with.
ปีเนี้ย
Two gunshots heard by SPG.
พูดถึงนักทำคอน
What
เทน
will
ต์
they
นะ
do now?
Persia comes in to investigate. The tripwire in front of their feet as well.
Two smokes coming up for Persia. They have everything they need to execute a site right now. Drone's going to go into A main, and then SPG is going to pull that trigger. They're going to take C with 3. Margaret's going to try to sneak up garage window and cut the rotates.
And Ivy's just spotted out some of the Boom players up around A lobby as well. So here comes the push straight into C side. Demby. He's trying to open things up. The cyber cage is up from Berserk's, just trying to buy time on the rotates.
Oh, he got one.
He managed to get one through
Oh,
with the
the
freeze.
scan.
And possibly on the next as well. Runs out of ammo though, and now needs to stay alive. Margaret holding down the line inside of garage. But the shot from behind.
นี่ไง
Berserk
คลาส
is
สิก
here.
เข้าไปทิศ
And
หน้า
onto the sights.
Rolling
They
Thunder.
try to hold off back. It's that retake play. Post-plant positions online for SPG with the Rolling Thunder. They're just set up for it.
They
And
dodge
here
it.
it comes. Trying to evade it, Zesby. Did he just Shrouded Step? Did
Hunter's
he
Fury.
just get in time for it? Hunter's Fury blown off as well. And here it comes. Taking so much time away off the spike.
They have
Zero
time.
tries to stick it desperately. He manages
Has
to
he
get
got
it
it?
half. The Viper spin as well.
Oh.
No! Francis! He takes away their life and the round win.
Both teams threw everything at that round. Pit invested to try to get the defuse off. Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder, every big hole and the kitchen sink. And SPG. All it takes is a few shots from the Vandal to crush the hopes of Boom there. Spamming through the
Vandal.
smoke in the afterplant. Disappointment. But they need to stay
เกือบได้
resilient
อะ
here. They're keeping these rounds close. The adjustment on Haven has been a welcome one. Close in short B, short A here, Famous pulling out the Bucky.
Very familiar with it. The recon though. Oh, it's a bit of a whip, but he's
เฮ้ย
still
เอาดิ
Ivy now will
เอ้ย โดน
and
ไปดิ
Demby on the side
เรา
from
เนี่ยไอ้สัต
A-Long.
ว์
Into the site they go, and Demby always looking to go even
เชียร์บู
further.
มออกหน้าออกตาแล้วเลย
Able to hold
พอ
on
แล้ว
to
ที
the
มเกาหลี
back lines as well. Berserk's, he's got
มี
quite
เจน
the
เจ
challenge
เชียร์
ahead
พอ
of
แล้ว
him.
อย่า
With
เอ็
the
ก
jump shot, and he has seen all.
สำหรับผมนะ หรือ
Demby
จะเชียร์
now
ทีวันก็ได้ถ้าใคร
alongside Francis in with the same crossfire that we've seen before. Boom, trying so hard to get a little bit more space, but the angles, they do not favor them. The guns as well. Shiro in with a bit of a wide swing. Francis, a couple of bursts. Just trying to keep SPG inside of the site. If anything, Berserk's now, all he's got to do is to hold on to his rifle. But look at SPG. Too many swings.
Huge swing from Ivy. SPG up 5-3. 5 in a row after Boom take the bonus. And that's a statement, Quack. That is not something that's going to be easy to recover from. This is where you're getting the switch up from Boom. Famous with the overdrive in the back pocket has got the operator online. This is where you're keeping an eye on the Sova, you two. You're keeping an eye on the breach. How well do they limit the opportunities of Famous to get on an info line, to get an early pick? They're going to go for the B play.
Ooh, the shot's fired off. It doesn't quite connect. Demby, what? Just as the stock extreme comes up. And off to the sides.
They cancel again. SPG, the patience is perfect from them. If they committed to be there, there's already 3 players ready to shut them down. Every single time, this protocol of patience from SPG has been their greatest strength. Slowing things down, back towards the C side of the map. Margaret left on the lurk. Re-aggression straight through garage here. Shiro walking hand in hand with Zesby. Margaret caught jumping through window. That's an in back into the round for Boom.
Possible. They are right around C. The paranoia sent out as well.
They don't like the way this feels. But with 50 seconds on the clock, kill trips on the A site. This is where Berserk could come up huge yet again for Boom. He's got a Viper wall to play with. Where are they going? C-Long cleared. That's a lot of info for Boom. They can rotate accordingly if they want, but the spike's going back to C.
What is happening? SPG with the mid-round adaptations now. Rotations pull all over the map. Still though, It's gonna be Zesby who spots it out in full, able to cut Zambi down up around his legs. It's all down to NC Slasher on the site. Rotations being pulled over as well. The calls are good. He spots them. The shot's not connecting. Ivy with the white swing. Jiro in for the trade. It's all onto Francis for SPG, and he's running out of time. Comes in for the stick. Berserks off to garage, and Shiro up for spawn as well. Oh no, he pulls off the wrong weapon, and he tries to fall back. Berserks, he's been spotted. Francis, how does he do it?
How does a different rookie step up every time for SPG when needed? We've said every single one of their names this tournament. Ivy goes huge on Lotus, and Francis on the breach wins every post plan for SPG. How is it possible that every single one of them will deliver on the stage?
This is just ridiculous, and I think he's gotten his Rolling Thunder again.
Yeah, it's only a half buy for Boom though. They've got nothing after the bonus. They're going to aggress down mid, pushing NC Slasher off of the line, but this is where SPG will take their time. Margaret, will he get caught off? He won't. Sliding in is famous for the trade, but Persia's too quick with it.
Berserk's now in with the Sheriff too. NC Slasher inside of the dark cover. They don't quite expect it. The relay bolt though, it just stuns up so much. Boom, they've been stun locked time and time again.
Persia on the off angle.
Berserk's now off from behind. Does he know? Does Persia know? At the very least, just trying to hold on to the position. Berserk's, he's got to check the corner. The barrel, it's so careful, so dangerous. Just off the swing, able to connect, able to convert, but down to 5 HP. Dambi sees him, and he's got a Phantom as well.
Shock
a single spray could be it. Shock dart, everything online for Ivy. Berserk's, this is a nigh impossible task, but he's gonna try anyway. Dambi just doesn't let up.
7 in a row for SPG. Again, putting a massive streak of rounds together on the attacking side of Haven.
You Berserk the
They
paper.
dominated Full Sense on this map. Another favorite to take out
ถ้า
Ascension
ฟูลเซนได้เล่น
Pacific.
ด่านนี้นะเขามีภาพอยู่นะ
Boom have had the best start
ตอนที่เจอ
possible
Boom
to Haven on defense, and they are still getting rolled.
This is 7 rounds in a row. It might be a full buy from Boom, but still the ultimate's looking so good for SPG.
A main control, again, keeping an eye on the Trailblazer timing. Stun goes through onto Sewer. Margaret on the lurk, this time a change-up. Trailblazer goes through short A, looking in a different direction. Dealt with by SPG though. They're gonna forfeit a little bit more of a hold on A. Dambi sticking around. Drone gonna clear out short A, probably. Free clear on mid from the flashpoint. Cam sees nothing. This is where Boom are waiting to aggress on short A. Oh, shot from Zesby.
A sudden tap out. Guiding light just to hold them off too.
Beautiful opener. Guiding light confirms the position. Spotting through the wall. NC Slasher makes it across. He hasn't been seen. The Rolling Thunder's knocked him up.
Oh, that's such a great execute onto the side. Dambi, he's looking for it. He's gotten the double. And he swings back into the side. Famous! Here he is! Oh, the wrong line though. And then Persia. Shiro, he's the only one left.
ให้ตายเถอะ
Down.
น้อง
Margaret, the flank wash. How can Shiro possibly make his way into the site, the aftershock, just to flush him out of position? The barrel's been spotted. Shiro tries to crouch, but Persia, the prince, he is here.
And Dambi not losing his head there was everything. There is a world where NC Slasher goes unchecked on short and comes up huge for Boom there. But that's where SPG, you can call them aggressive. You can call them, you know, some young rookies who might lose their head, but they've still got that Korean style. They are detail oriented. They will check everything on their way into the site. Slow round to start. This is a change up again for Boom. Nothing's been working for them. You see them change things up with the Trailblazer pathing. This time a 2-man crossfire over C long. Trailblazer will once again go and clear short A, but this time Quack, it sees nothing. And that's not something that they've seen before. They are getting curious. Dark cover goes to the backside of A lobby. Big rotation from Famous and NC Slasher, and they're running into the crossfire.
Prime position for Shiro, though. He's gonna have to let some shots. Able to
Swipe.
get down Francis. Berserks with the support. The spike is down. It might be a shock dart kill from Ivy, but still, how do they
อะไร
rotate
วะ
around
ไม่โดน
this?
ช็อกดาบตายอีก
They cannot let them get the spike. Boom cannot let them get the spike. Persia can get it with the ulti, though. Ivy trying to hold on to C-Log. He's missed it. No, he's got it. He's got it. He's going to plan open. 2-on-3. And damn, Famous rather, lurking in through A-Long could make the difference here for Boom.
In the right spot. Needs to find the
โอ้ย
right
เปิด
time,
เปิด
though.
หาตำแหน่ง
Seekers from NC Slasher
นั่น
will
แน่
reveal. It's gonna be Margaret. Calls out the position. Tries to rotate back around to a better spot. Persia. Oh, what is that? A
โอ้โห
sudden
ชื่อ
break.
คมเลยขนาดนั้นนะ
Lights
เพื่อ
up
น
for Famous. Down to NC Slasher. Needs to check the corner. Berserk's trying to wrap back up around top of heaven. The barrel
No.
once again giving it away. No. Boom! They try everything, but to no avail. Sinprisa. They will end out this first half 9-3.
9 in a row after the bonus. Unbelievable dominance. I mean, let's be honest, who's surprised? They won 13 in a row versus Full Sense. And they're doing it again, mate. Jesus Christ, who can stop SPG? Because the way that it's going, I hope that it's someone in the Pacific League.
You would have to think so. Boom. They need this crowd behind them just to bring a map to overtime. Just to
93 เคิร์ด
potentially push us into a 5th map.
But how many times can Boom come back? They have been forced to over and over again this tournament. They've conceded huge scoreline deficits and come back in a fair few of them. But in a grand final, a test of medal, a marathon attempt at a reverse sweep, it almost never happens, Quack. This should be SPG's game every day of the week.
Not unless you believe. Not unless you believe in the magical story that could happen right here in this Britama arena. The whole crowd, the whole of Indonesia, their hearts beat as one.
Boom now. They gotta show us what they've got prepped with this new comp on attack. Gonna have to see some nice plays popping through the wall. Probably a fair bit of B play. You're keeping an eye on the Viper lurk. The potential of the Viper wall to deny info on the A side of the map is going to be critical. And it's going to be something that SPG, they have to adjust their approach on the fly to deal with that on defense. See how well they're able to do it. All of them are performing in the server right now. You've got a quiet 1 or 2 individuals for Boom that will need to be present for this comeback, because everyone for SPG is delivering. Not only are you seeing different individuals having clutch moments and huge maps, but in the server, they are here together to win this grand final.
All on the same page too now, investigating up around A lobby.
That's what I said, bro. Like, they just instantly clear that Viper wall, but over on the other side of the map, Trailblazer goes forward. Cam is going to see that C has been taken for Boom, and this is where you need to see what SPG's retake plan is.
Trying to wrap back around, pushed out of A2. Berserks is in position.
They're looking for Margaret, but he's Berserks rather, but he's chilling in spawn. They're gonna go really digging deep in spawn, looking for him. He
Hey.
got 2 out of it.
Hey.
3 from Berserks.
ไอพี่เบอร์เซอร์ก็จัดให้ไม่พัก
He's gotten out his claws and he's
นี่ไง
drifting away at Sinprisa.
แล้วพี่เบอร์เซอร์เขาแบบจัดให้ไม่พัก
It's the pistol round for Boom.
They went looking for him, but they did not like what they found in spawn there, Quack.
The arena lights up.
This is exactly what happened last map. They went down 9-3 and they won the pistol, and they went on to drag it across the line. It took absolutely everything out of them, and I cannot believe that Boom still has more left in the tank.
They're gonna keep going. They've got that experience. And Prisa, though, look at this pistol. All the way, pushed up A. Shiro, he's gonna have to do it all. Eyes on the prize, onto the dark cover. Berserk's here with the support. Famous chimes in.
เฮ้ย
Oh, the spray!
มาแล้วโว้ยมาแล้วโว้ย
Clean anti-eco for Boom. Keeping their economy going, keeping the guns up. A dangerous looking bonus here. You can put a sheriff in the hands of Shiro. Not a big deal. Still a winnable situation as SPG moves onto their defensive gun round. What's their approach going to be against this new Viper comp? What have they prepared on the fly? This is what happens sometimes in Valorant, Quack. You load into the agent select screen and you have to be creative. You have to be ready for these fast plays from Famous. But it ends up not being a factor. Disengage from Boom. 1-for-1 trade there for mid. SPG, though, coming out ahead of it. 1v1 duel, I should say. Persia wins that. So how will Boom make this 4-on-5 happen?
Thinking that they might be able to push off the kill. Into the B side they go. Persia able to fire back, and he's looking to anchor. NC Slasher, though, does not let it happen. Now Famous, they've got to watch out for both extremities. The slide in, and he denies it outright. Ivy, what are you gonna do? Into backside he goes. He's got a lot of utility, but still, the spike gets planted on C.
เอาอีกแล้วมัน
Not
จะชนะ
gonna let Saprissa take an inch. Not gonna let Saprissa take a mile. Boom! Converts another round.
That's what I was saying in the halftime. I didn't say his name, but he has not turned up on defense. Famous is firing up on attack right now. A multi-frag in the first gun round there. Boom, win the bonus. That's 2 bonus wins from them. This time they cannot let SPG back into this game. Against the half-by last time, there's already action right off the bat. Zespu finds the opening pick onto Francis. Fighting over on Windows side, but look at SPG collapsing on this B side. That's where the neural theft reveals all of their positions, and Boom are gonna avoid a major slip-up here and reposition back to A.
Even plays a little bit of utility just to confirm as well. Quick rotations into the A side, but Ivy, what a shot!
He's still fighting.
Gets hit by the Trailblazer though, but still alive. Blinded and has to fall back, but here comes NC Slasher. Oh, Dabby with the relay bolt. He pushes out Boom. What a headshot! Guiding line out, and NC Slasher re-aggresses. That's a great kill. Boom, they need to fight their way back into the site. Persia, Margaret, they're not looking to let it happen. But where have Boom gone? They cut the noise, the crowd, they're starting to cheer on them. Here it is, Margaret, 5 HP, a whisper, and he falls, groundling to the ground.
Boom will not make the same mistake as in the first half. That's where they show their experience, Quack. They cut noise, they wait for Persia to over-aggress, and the crowd is fired up now.
Just listen.
Nothing like it. Nothing like a home crowd. I can tell you that as an Aussie. Boom taking mid-control. Shiro revealed. Op comes out for Danby. He's on that deep C line. 2 players ready to punish this B-side hit for Boom. Persia and Francis can come up huge with the counter util.
The B hit has been good so far. But look at how Saprissa have repositioned around this. They are just setting up for those paranoias, for those utilities. Francis in with the first shot. And Berserk's trying
Comeback
to play around
Israel.
his cases as well. But the recon, it has to push him off. Oh, but the positioning is good. The movement so sharp, so clean. Danby in with the operator. Subs onto a Vandal. And he's looking to slide into it. Zespi, Berserks, they've got the positioning.
Sheesh.
It's another round for Boom Esports.
All it takes is a few seconds, and that's the difference between Persia ready with the paranoia, Francis ready with the fault line to stop the B hit coming in. Half a second on the reposition is enough for Boom to get into the site. The crowd is willing them forward. This would be a historical comeback in a grand final. And Sin Prisa, the crowd knows that they are rattled.
Oh, and Dambi slinking. They were dialed in so much before, but just for a second, slunk into his chair. Now thinking, look at this crowd. The red and the blue, both sides all cheering on for one team and one team only. Can you ascend? Can you play against insurmountable odds?
There's our hype man. That's what he does best. Beautiful work, Mitch Concannon. You keep it up, you bloody legend. 9-8. SPG needs a change up, but they just tried that, Quack. They just tried to whip out the operator and post it down C. And boom, one step ahead, hits them with the fast B play. They've had a beautiful start here. Can't slip up against a half bar yet again here though.
Prisa, you've got to admire what they are trying to pull off. They were able to read that hit from before as well, but now the timeout. Let's see what they've got.
Overdrive from Dambi. Boom playing this one passive though. Not in a rush to be going anywhere too fast. They may have run into this A lobby control from SPG, and that would have been a mistake. Cam sees nothing in middle. Boom sense that something's up here. The dark cover and the dark clearing out lobby, giving them a lot of information. But boom, they're going to potentially go back into this one with the Trailblazer.
Oh.
That's going to inform their decision making. What will it see? Gets cleared by Dambi straight through the wall. They only see one player there, but they are sensing that something's up. Seekers go out, all of them towards A, and boom is straight on the path to C.
And here we go. Famous clears out the site. Dark cover surrounding in full. Margaret might be in garage, but
SPG are organizing their retake. Drone goes through. Overdrive's going to come out for Dambi. Huge reach, YouTube back into the site.
Viper's pit up on C
เอา
though.
ชัวร์ไปเลยเน้นวิน
That's going to be tough for Simprisa
Man,
to retake against. Relay bolt out. Famous. He's good for it. Denies the
Oh!
rebound. He gets a second too. And Z-Slasher is here. So much
ส
support.
วย
And everything lights up online for Boom.
They dive back into the pit. You can't overextend
เฮ้ย
against
ไปไหน
Ivy.
อะ
He's been clutched time and time again. And Boom are playing discipline. Boom are playing the clock.
Ivy wants to try to outdo it, but he can't. Tying up the score.
Shiro puts him down. Ivy was clutched in the pit on Lotus, but outside of the pit on a different agent. Not too effective there. Boom equalizes 9 apiece. Huge ults coming up for Simprisa. They just haven't had the right read in any of these rounds, Quack, but all it's going to take is for them to be in the right position at the right time to pick up a round. But that's where Boom has time to recover here, guys. Look at their money. They've got so much cash on attack.
The raid boss is starting to reel from the damage.
SPG again, take that A main control. Deep trip goes into garage. Cam cleared on C long. Dark cover goes up. This would be a great round for Boom to go back to A. But there's still 3 players in position, and Francis in a link with the breach util could be deadly. We'll see if Boom can hold their nerve here. And similar, actually, to what we saw in the last map, at front B, they're not dissuaded from just kicking off this seaside execute. They call SPG's bluff.
Just going in so quick as well. Margaret instantly has to rotate off.
He's been pushed out of the site. NC Slasher trying to keep tabs on that garage window. SPG scrambling back into position here. Keep an eye on NC Slasher in the mid-round.
In a great position to try to catch some of them off.
Oh.
The camera out as well, but an instant shot into Persia. Dome on. Dambi tries to head on in, but denied by Zesby. Francis is garage all of a
ไอ้
sudden.
อย่าไปเอาไปเพื่อน
Darks. What a shot. Needs to do even more. NC Slasher still up around garage. Possible line of sight. And he pulls the attention away.
Ooh.
However, Ivy in with a shot. Looking to bring
Oh.
SPG back.
He hasn't got it
Berserks
half.
just trying to play off of the timing. Down to 8 HP. He needs to hold steady.
There's no time.
He's done it.
พี่เบอร์เซิร์กเขาจัดให้เสมอ
Managed to take the lead.
Berserk's holding his
Sure.
nerve there. Francis could have got that to half, but he's fumbled the bag. 10-9 for Boom. 7 rounds in a row. Just what SPG did to them is being turned back the other way right in the next half.
You can't let up now. You've got to keep on going.
And SPG's just been too stubborn, man. It's just been the A lobby control every time. No change-ups, no different setups. This time on the half-by, they're trying to do something different. They've got a Rolling Thunder. They're anticipating the C hit, but Boom is just chilling in spawn, gathering that info, and without seeing the dart on the A side of the map, and with the Trailblazer seeing nothing in A lobby, they are reading this round beautifully. NC Slasher on that init roll. He's so flexible with his agent pool. It's something he played for Boom last year at Ascension.
Oh.
He's having a lot of impact. Berserk's under pressure now. Falling back into spawn. The rest of Boom are mobilized for this window peek.
At the very least, though, it's information for Boom. They're trying
Ui,
to
mau
fight
à.
back, and the sprays will do famous
Khói.
wonders. Persia now in with the sheriff, tries to fire some pot shots in from Garage. Dabby in with the Bucky too. He makes himself known. Boom, thinking about options.
อยู่ก่อน
NC
เอ
Slasher
อ
patching them up.
Oh,
Reaggression
here it
from
comes.
Persia.
Berserks, they know they're in Garage. A sudden peek out from SPG, and they're looking to go on.
Woohoo!
Famous denies them.
นี่ชาวอินโดเฮออกวะ
Kills.
He was 4-10 going into the half quack. It's multi-frag after multi-frag for Famous, stepping up for Boom. All of them standing strong, bringing this map all the way back to force us to a 5th.
1 round to match points. The crowd knows it. The players know it. Another timeout from Sinprisa. Oh.
That's what Boom think of that. And if you wanted a moment of reprieve, a moment to catch your breath, think of a plan B, think of a different option because nothing's been working for you. That's where the 6-man of Boom here in the Britama Arena will keep applying the press.
Desperate to find a way back into the game. These are the moments where you have to think, why did you start playing Valorant in the first place? Why did you bother? 1 more round.
Try to reach the top. That's what Ascension's all about. Sinprisa, though, for the first time in this tournament, are showing a little bit of inexperience. The rookies are cracking under the pressure, and the veterans are bringing it all the way back, keeping themselves cool on attack, informing their decision-making every time. What will Sinprisa come up with? They're out of timeouts. No more input from Coach Silkenon. He's been with the core of this roster for 18, 19 months. He knows these players well. He's got to come up with some words for wisdom. Instant fight over the front side of B here, and it's going the way of SPG. Beautiful call off the back of the timeout. Zesby's TP'd into spawn. Ivy's on long A, and Boom are trying to get the spike down.
Zesby, he has to come up huge from the shadows, well aware for SPG. Danby trying to jump spot it, trying to bait out some peaks. Zesby, he stays tucked away. Trigger discipline on it, but Francis, what?
ชิบเปิดฟอร์มแล้ว
He's gotten into side and he's done it all. SPG off of the timeout, come in with a win.
They've been trying to find the right approach for this whole half, and off the back of the timeout, they've come up with the goods. But it's going to take more than that. One good read is not enough to stop this streak of rounds from Boom. You're going to need some more consistency. The fact that that round is so clean is huge for SPG, though. Make no mistake.
Clear mental reset.
Absolutely, and you got to talk about the economy. This is not done yet. They have money to fight for every single round in this half, and so does Boom. This is gun rounds on gun rounds to decide who's gonna win Haven here. Cam into grass, change up from SPG. Aggression down C long, but it's just a walking approach. Danby jump spotting. Boom once again. Turtled in spawn. They don't see a dark cover on backside of A long. This time they saw it on window. And this is beautiful from SPG. They see nothing on C long. They expect Boom to re-clear mid off the back of the dark cover, and that's where they start to walk into mid. Shiro keeping tabs on the... He spotted the breach on the cross. What will Boom do?
Gotta keep your eyes on the mini-map as well. Berserk's in with the camera. Shiro, good
Beautiful.
for the frag. Onto Danby of all people.
They know where Francis is. They're gonna go clear him.
They're looking for
Beautiful.
it. There it is! Zesby gets one onto Persia on the C site as well. And here comes the spike plant.
Ivy and Margaret completely out of position. One-dimensional retake to come back through spawn side. Boom are playing it safe for C long.
They give them nothing, but take from them everything. Zinprisa, desperate to go in for the spike defuse. They tap onto it. They try to stick into
They've
it.
got to get him off.
Boom! Tick, tick, boom! They've reached
ผมว่าเมื่อกี้ไซเฟอร์มันน่ามาแทงให้โซวานะแบบว่าเขาเรียกว่าพออาจจะคิดว่าไม่ตายอะไรเงี้ยแต่มันก็ยากอยู่ดีไอ้ที่นี่มีทั้ง4กระบอก
All the way back, and we go the distance. Everyone in the arena on their feet right now. Shiro coming up huge again from Boom. Patience in window. Perfect call over to C. Multiple chances to slip up in that round. Spam on B on towards mid window. Little bit of damage on Berserks, but he's still alive. NC Slash is going to patch him up. Boom. Biding their time. Re-clearing window. Danby's in the back of the B site. Progression orb, limiting his vision, limiting his information, trying to spam through it desperately.
Nothing found yet. Hero just wants to plant himself here.
There's the garage take. Boom applying pressure, trying to pull the rotations over towards C side. Haven't been seen by the cam yet. It's above them. They haven't checked the cam. In comes the fault line. It's a trap. Margaret dives forward, but Famous is back.
เฮ้ย
Great reaction.
Jeez.
And
นี่
this
มี
could
ภาพ
be
แบบ
it.
5
On towards Persia now, and he's been spotted. Manages to spray down on towards Famous. He gets
Hey,
it,
hey, 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 hey.
but just be in for the wall bang all down to Ivy. He's got so much utility, but can you do it? No.
เชี่ยกูได้ดูยาว
The
ๆดูสักคุ้มเลยกู
How do they
ดู
pull
ว่า
the
ของ
way
จริง
back?
จัด
Unbelievable.
เอาแล้วไงน้องเอาแล้วไงน้อง
3-9 at the half, facing elimination, and they do it twice in the Britama Arena.
9-3 comeback, up for 9-3 comeback. Boom. They
นี่ผม
are
จะบอกแล้วปากศักดิ์สิทธิ์อะราวเดียว
They are
ไอ้เหี้ยถ้าแผลนี่ราวเดียวเลยอะ
They are
ราวเดียวจริงๆอะ
That's what Boom is. They know what it's like to lose at Ascension
โอ้
last
ตอนนี้
year.
สภาพจิตใจเสียน
They
ภาษานี่
know
คือแบ
what
บ
it takes to be able to bring it all the way back. Absolutely beautiful game of Haven. The comp switch up both times on Lotus. Berserk's going over onto the sidebar. They are forcing SPG
เดี๋ยวรอก่อน
to adapt
แมป
on
สุด
the
ท้าย
fly, and
ไม่
they
แน่
have not passed the test.
อะไรเกิดขึ้นได้
It's just so incredible. Taking a look at some of the scores as well. Famous, he outdid Danby on the map. 20 kills
How
up
do you
against
do it?
Danby.
How do you do that, bro? The whole storyline this tournament has been Famous can't play Neon.
Quick
His
debut.
Asian pool's been too inflexible. He's been playing Jet. He's been playing Raze. How about Neon diffing Danby in the grand final?
Just showing it off. He's got the flex. He is him. And we just want to see more, but still, it's going to be SPG's map pick next. They've left that open intentionally.
Yep.
Can Boom really face up against them?
I mean,
There's so much here.
It's going to be great. You know, that for me, Boom cutting their teeth on Alter Ego, who've got a fantastic Raze player. Don't mind playing the blind. Over on the
ยัง
side
ดิ
of
มันยังไม่ช
SPG,
นะไง
it's a map that they've been known for. They love that double senti. They
ยัง
innovate
ถ้า
in
มัน
a
ชนะ
style
พูด
that
ได้
a lot of teams mimicked on that map, and they get to lean on that as the last bastion to try to save this comeback against Boom.
It's either that or the reverse sweep, but you know what? I wonder how hyped up our desk is. This arena certainly is. So Vic, Ewok, Dax, how are you feeling?
How are we feeling, Quack? I know you guys have been casting out of your minds, but we've also been losing our voices out in the crowd because it is wild. This has been an absolute roller coaster of emotions. This tournament, this grand finals, I don't think we could ask for a better grand finals at this moment. There's one more map. We don't even know which way it's going to go, but Boom is in their full power right now, Dax.
Look, guys.
Reverse sweep.
No one
Yeah.
believed it would go this far,
No.
except the people here in this arena. And lo and behold, their fate is rewarded as we are going to go into map number 5. But the casters mentioned something. It's finally time for Famous to bring out the Neon, and boy, did he do impeccable work with it there.
Yeah, we've been waiting for it. It was Son did say, right? I did say this. If Boom don't pick up the Neon, they're not gonna win.
That's right.
And they just did.
Yes, you absolutely call that. In fact, we were talking in the green room to reveal to you guys of this conversation. Honestly, even the casters sound a little bit surprised. This comeback, we all thought this was going to end, and everyone's pretty happy that Boom won one map because SPG's been looking so strong. But as you were remarking, Ewok, you're really impressed with Boom's effort to switch things up, even though it's on the nth hour. They're probably up really late, figuring things out.
Yeah, I just really love that Boom's throwing in that curveball to SPG because we know SPG likes doing their homework. But how do you do your homework if you just saw it right before the map starts?
Yeah, there's no tape. There's barely any tape for Boom on this map. I do want to point out 2 things. 8 rounds in a row coming into the attack for Boom Esports. And with those 14 first kills, 6 of those were actually kills onto Dambi. This swap from Berserk from going into Killjoy to Cypher has been essential for Boom to really stop the Korean Neon in his tracks.
Is that part of the strat, you think? Because I've seen this happen before. Find Dambi, kill Dambi,
Yeah.
we win.
And then we take the Neon and diff Dambi.
Yes.
And that's exactly what we saw here, right?
What do you expect this combination of Neon picture plus Famous picture doing this?
There's only room for one Neon on Haven, and Famous made sure that was the case. What an absolute comeback. This is incredible, guys. Now, we got our Martabak here. We're going to go on a quick break. We're going to munch on this because we need some of that sugar to carry us through the 5th map because it's going to be very emotional, guys. This is VCT Ascension. Don't go away. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, it's the last and final map of this event.
ได้ดูเกม5เฉย Oh my goodnessดึงพี่เบอร์เซิร์กพี่เบอร์เซิร์กเขาจัดให้ไม่พักเลยเมื่อกี้แบบแน่นๆหนัก ถ้าบูมชนะ3-2พี่เอฟต้องเปิดตำหนักแข่งกับพี่เอ๋เลยอุ้ยไม่ได้ดิตำหนักพี่เอ๋เขาคอนทัสบ่ายสอง
To the stage area, we feel the energy of the crowd, and you know it's willing boom to victory too.
Yeah, we talked about if we're going to see a different boom. SPG said, same old, we'll just do it again.
Yep.
Right? They said, well, 2-0.
เฮ้ยโห
or
มี
they
ส่งพิซ
did
ซ่ากิน
2-0.
กันด้ว
They
ย
said we're going to win. They did 2-0 here.
Yep.
But they forgot it's BO5.
Yes.
They got the 2, and then they had the match point as well, right?
Yeah.
Let's not forget that. Right? SPG had the match and the whole series point. Right? But Boom made the comeback. So I don't think it's over for SPG. They've been there already. I do think they could do it again.
I think you're onto something there. In fact, one thing, we're talking about the difference between rookies and experienced players, and that rookies sometimes have that innocence
สุดท้ายด่า
about
เลย
them.
นะ
But what rookies also don't have
Bye,
is a
bye.
lot of best of 5 experience. And we've seen that happen throughout this year. We've seen it last year too, where a lot of teams couldn't quite do the 5-mapper, not to name names, but you guys know who I'm talking about. But this is it, Dax.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. It's innocence, but it's also in a way ignorance. They've never really had this kind of situation put in front of them as much as Boom Esports, and Boom Esports has tasted that bitter taste of defeat. We know what placing they ended up in last year's Ascension. We know the struggles Boom has had throughout the years, and right now they're the ones with the right mentality, right? Because we're seeing them bring out first-time agents for certain players. We're seeing these small adjustments in composition to the usual Boom style, and they're the ones getting more of the adjustment going compared to SPG, who yes have a very strong game plan, but it's getting solved by Boom.
Yeah, it is. And Vic, we talked about this backstage as well. We love that Boom are putting it all out there and taking these risks. Dax, do you think we're going to see a risk again on Bind? Do they stick with the same old, same old?
This is where it's getting interesting, right? Because the last time Boom did play on Bind was Disguise, and the first half was all good. It was 10-2, and just like, DSG's going home. But then DSG mounted an incredible comeback, and had to win in overtime. And they were very strong with the double controller as well. There's still a concern, though, that if you got Dambi getting in there, he's going to get that space. We've seen for the side of SPG that even though they have so much utility in so many lineups, when Dambi causes chaos, it becomes just an utter trade system, and usually that's where SPG comes ahead.
Yeah, I would expect them to still stay with the Cypher, right? The Cypher is the huge counter that we have against Dambi's Neon. Let's see. So, okay, we still see on Boom's side that default comp that comes through, and on some Prisa decks,
Blame
something to say
Stone.
there?
So no more fade here for Simprisa. They're gonna go for Francis on the
Combo
sky
ni
instead.
Meng.
And this has been
Damn.
a composition that we've seen from Simprisa
เอาสกาย
back
มา
in
เล่น
VCT
old
Korea. It
school
was what they used with both the Astra and the Brimstone variation. It seems like for Francis though, he also wants to get in there now, be more of a fighting role, and especially we know how strong Sky can be on a map like mine.
Yeah, we were surprised how many rounds SPG was winning with the Neon with no flashes in their comp. Now they have flashes. They've been doing well on the attack side of Bind. Dex, do you think they're going to do even better than that?
Well, they're starting on the defense, so that's the interesting part.
That's
and
true.
Boom Esports will be the ones who have to start from the side. They really struggle against the SG, but my eyes are now on Famous. He's really stepping up to the plate, and can he complete the story here for Boom Esports or the Simprisa? Join yet again more of those Korean teams in the Pacific League.
I can't believe we made it this far. We are this close. Both of those teams can smell victory. Either one of these teams could be crowned champions, and this is their last and final shot to join us in this VCT Ascension and to bring us to this last map. It's Quack and Pilski.
Are you ready? Everything up to this very moment, back to old compositions. You've got to think about it. Now they've wanted to be here. JFT, they've wanted to be here.
เฮ้ย
It's up to Boom and SPG. Who's going to lift up that trophy and ascend to greatness?
Get to find out if we're going to witness one of the best historical comebacks we've seen here at Ascension Pacific in Jakarta, or whether SPG is going to go home to Korea with nothing, or go home to play the best teams in the world and hit that next level. The best teams in Pacific. Aggression on B-Long here.
Whoa.
NC Slasher gonna get caught unawares. Famous hand in hand with him. Francis hits the first shot and doubling up.
Whee!
They've been
Francis
caught
doesn't
completely
come.
off guard.
Zesby tries to reaggress. He's looking for it, but the relay ball hands him off. And that's not going to be good. It's all down to Berserk.
ชิปหาย
Flawless round to kick things off onto a bind.
SPG front running again. Defensive side of Bind. Running in with the double controller. The Cypher Deadlock has been a comp that they have developed and played for a long time now. This should be the ultimate comfort zone for them to recover after losing the last two maps. Boom. Eco round for them. Got to reserve your expectations. We'll see if they can get any damage done here. But they need to keep the momentum going from the last two maps. They cannot let SPG get back in here.
Bind is one of those maps that SPG is so famous for. Their composition, the double sentinel, and the setups that they've got. But now, feeling the heat from Boom, the paint cells, the classics, they connect.
โดน
Francis went
เฮ้ย
the angle,
เอา
but
ว่ะ
ultimately
วิโถม
overrun.
วิโถม
They're gonna eco them. Berserks on the off angle.
อยู่ดีก็มีภาพ
Cubby dashes back straight behind the Sky Smokes. Boom playing it safe.
Craftnet as well. Boom, they've completely fallen off, and it's going to be the paint cells refresh from Famous as well, just trying to
ไม่ได้เก็บ
play
Guardian มาดิ
for that spike. Where has SB gone? Cyber Cage comes up, a bit of a tap, and boom, they stay hidden. Strike while the iron is hot. Margaret, he needs to go on the offensive. Good little frag, but Famous up with the classic
ยอด
kill
เยี่ยม
and
มาก
instant
น้อง
thrifty.
I can tell you from personal experience how it feels in a qualifying match to lose the eco round after winning the pistol. It happened to me when I tried to qualify for Ascension.
ยังไม่จบ
It is crushing for the momentum, and it's going to be even
เฮ้ย
worse on a
สวัสดี
stage
ครับ
like this.
เฮ้ย
That is an unbelievable
ได้ดูปะเนี่ย
round for SPG,
นึกว่าจบ
a
แล้ว
team
เดี๋ยว
that's
เพิ่งมา
been
ดู
working
ยัง
on
โห
all tournament wrong,
ก็นั่ง
like the
รอ
slip
คิว
up.
อยู่ข้างล่าง
เวลาเดียวก็เสียวได้พี่ผมบอกเลย
Couple of sheriffs.
ไม่คิดว่า
Info
มันจะแบบ
lines
ตึงข
being
นาดนี้
taken off.
นึกว่าจบไปแล้วนั่นนะครับรถมาเห็น
Ferocious.
2-1 ตอนแรก
Taking their time, working the map.
ตอนแรกอะ
What
จะ
worked for them
3-0
so
ด้วยซ้ำ
beautifully.
แม่งขาดอีกราวเดียว
Even NC Slasher again back on the
แล้วอยู่ดี
sky roll,
ระเบิดฟอร์ม
able to inform the decision making of this team. Trailblazer going to go forward and re-clear mid, but this is a cheeky
SPG อุตส่าห์เล่นรอพี่เอ๋ยเลย
SPG. Net
ไหนจะ
and the
ที่งาน
camera
เขาดีเลย์
in place for SPG. What will they get from this?
Looking to at least get a couple of players crouched down. But they need the shots. Margaret has to be ready. It's not going to happen because Berserks is here. Boom! They managed to slip into the site. Danby trying to cut them
Ooh,อะไรวะ
off.
น่ะ
It's a teleporter play.
They're gone.
Francis now. He's online.
เฮ้ยโหแดมบี้
in for the chase,
แหม
but ultimately pushed off. Francis, good little headshot, but still the spike on the ground. Boom. It's too simple for them. All they've got to do is
มุมมันระเบิดฟอร์ม
and
แล้วอะพี่
click and shoot.
The decision making is so snappy for Boom, hitting the TPs on bind right when they need to, and Persia's got nothing. Boom recover from losing the pistol, keep 4 guns up, and build themselves an economy to win this grand final.
Finish it, says the crowd. Sin Prisa, so good up to this point. They haven't quite been tested, but here it
อันนี้
is.
ใช่ไหนดูอยู่ตอนนี้
Crowd is on their
ทวิต
feet.
โอเค
SPG
Nipet.
going into their first gun round. Seeker's active. It's a beautiful retake tool to have access to in an important round like this. Guiding light going forward. Damby's waiting. He wants to get in there with the relay.
Damby
bomb,
เล่นออก
but
ไหม
Boom is ready. The jump
แบม
spot.
บี้มันก็ออกแหละแต่มัน
Keeping tabs on what's happening. Berserks is active on the other side of the
มันก็ออกแรกๆอะตอนนี้มันเริ่มไอ้นี่ไม่ไหวแล้ว มันเริ่มเมาหมัดแล้ว โดน จะคัมแบ็กรัว
Long B.
There's a little sonic sensor though.
Yep.
But dealt with.
He was ready for it. He heard it. Clears that. Throws
อ๋อมัน
forward
จบ
the
ช้า
cam.
มีโชว์แมตช์ด้วยนี่ห
Francis
ว่า
has been tagged up. Danby swinging out onto the bathrooms line.
Swing!
Spotting that Boom is still
Sure.
waiting outside A.
ไม่ใจนี่หว่า
This is such a tense standoff. This is such a tense round. Berserks having a little bit of a look inside the smoke, inside of the hookah window. Boom making their way back to B. The guiding light sees nothing, but still you get the rotation from Margaret, but he's not sure. He's sticking around in spawn side. There's only 2 players here. They've got to play retake. Persia doesn't get caught on the cross back to repeak. He repeaks into that.
Great little shot from Berserks and the Seekers forced out.
โอ้ย
A little bit of a rotation.
ทำอะไรก็ดีไปหมด โอ้โหทำอะไรก็ดีไปหมดตอนนี้
Ivy through the teleport has
ทำอะไรก็ดีไปหมดครับ
Danby in with Margaret.
They've got nothing.
โอ้โหอันนี้บูมชนะมาแบบถือขึ้นคอ2แมตช์เลยนะว่ะ
ทุกแมปพี่
Margaret gonna go join up with him. They can drown their sorrows together. Going back into the bathrooms. But this
ก่อนจะ
game
เริ่ม
has
เกือบ
been
บ่าย
anything but clean
ก็ตาม
from
ตารางมันต้องเริ่มบ่าย 2 อยู่
SPG.
แล้วปะใช่ไหม
All 5.
ใช่ มัน
at
เริ่ม
the
กับ
ready.
บ่าย 3อ่ะพี่
This might be a round already won,
Oh.
but the crowd, they want blood.
Are they gonna hunt them down? Is the
ไม่เริ่ม
crowd
ทุ่มหนึ่งไปเลยวะ
beckon
แต่กลับมาพอดี
forward to feed their appetite?
นี่มันดีเลย์มากเลย
These last 2 rifles, Danby passing
ข
the
นาดแบบ
test.
จบแมปแรกอ่ะโอ้โห
Sure he
แม่ง
can. A phantom
เหมือนรอคู่ถัดไปอ่ะ
into the next round. Is he
แม่ง
ready?
โคตรนานเลย
Berserks on Heaven's
เล่น
side.
TFT ได้ 2 ตา
He's slashing between a rock and a hard place. He needs to hold on to this rifle and he's done it. Boom. Up.
แต่อินโด
3-1.
ได้ไปก็
Four
ดีอยู่
guns
นะ
alive again. They will never run
เกาหลี
out
เยอะ
of
แล้ว
money. They've got a showstopper into this next gun round. And SPG, the cracks are beginning to show. Mistakes are being made right and left.
Boom. They are hungry. They have been hungry, Pilly, ever since
พอแตกอะบอกเลย
2022. Making it through
อินโดได้
APAC
ไปตอนชนะ
LCQ in towards champions, where unfortunate incidents might have happened.
สินภาษาตอนนี้แบบโอ้ my god เมา
On
หมัด
towards
ไปหมด
2023.
The timeout comes in. The crowd booing Sin Prisa Gaming for trying to take a breath. They're continuing. The pressure is unrelenting here in the Britama Arena.
On towards 2023. Boom. Being in this spot before. Knocked out by Bleed, who are currently in Pacific.
Hey, to get knocked out by the best, there's no shame in that.
But the point is the fact that they might be
อะไรอ่ะ
able
เป็น
to
ชนะ
pull this
อ๋อ
off. They are
เป็นช
forcing
นะ
the timeouts from
เฮงนิ่งนิ่งนิ่งนิ่ง
Sin
นิ่ง
The complete opposite narrative to last year, though. They were up
อันนี้คือล้อเลียน
9
เหรอ
the second map against Bleed. They should have got that one a long
เป็น
way
ช
over
นะ
the
ทิ้ง
line, and
จะ
they
ได้
let it
ทิ้ง
slip
ทิ้ง
through
ทิ้ง
their fingers this time.
ติง
They
นิง
were on the verge of getting knocked
Right.
out. They go down 3-9 themselves.
They are rewriting the pages, Pilly. The question is, can Sin Prisa do that as well?
It's been a terrible start to this game of Bind. If this was an online game of Valorant,
อย่า
guys,
แล้วตลกต้น
I
ฉบับ
would tell you that this game's already over. that Boom's going to go up 9-3 or something like that, 10-2. They're never going to run out of money. They keep getting their old timings. But Sin Prisa have got to conjure something.
ไปนอนเล่นอยู่ข้างล่างตั้งนานนึกว่าจบแล้ว
Straight off the rip. Only pushing all the way up B, but it's been smoked off.
The B-long setup, only a half buy. The reactive showstopper could just break that all apart if Boom needs to, but they're going to be patient again, walking into bathrooms.
เอาแล้วไง
The neural
โยนหมงไปทีครับ เอโร่ครับผม
SPG, and that A site is open for business.
Margaret, though, he's still here, and he's trying to keep things down. Tries to reposition up
แฟ
around
ด
lamp.
เข้าไปตัวหน้า
Has
เต็
to
มฟ้า
work with so
นี่
many.
อ่ะเพื่อนล็อกทำอะไรก็ดีไปหมดตอนนี้
Off to the races. Persia and Francis, it's only sheriffs.
I mean, yeah, they can't get back in. They're locked out. Deep sky smokes on heaven, on spawn side. What can they even do here? The crowd, they just keep willing them. They say to
เสียง
finish
โคตรดัง
it,
เลย
and
นะ
that's what Berserk does. 4-1 for Boomquack. Seekers and a showstopper. These kind of rounds play themselves. SPG's got an orbital. And they have looked broken on this game of bind. Unless you compete, it's hard sometimes to understand
และเกาหลี
impact
แบน
of
สอง
getting
แมปแพ้
eco'd
เนี่ยนะ
second round in a big game. But try to understand, guys, that SPG can feel this game slipping through their fingers. It's a lot of pressure. It's a huge test of character. Boom take B long control. Progression smoke forward. They're keeping tabs on the middle of the map. Berserk's over on A. He's got a deep trip to contest with. If he can deal with that,
แต่ถ้าวัดตามประสบการณ์
back across A,
บูม
perhaps.
ชุดนี้ประสบการณ์นี้
Shooting it
รอบ
down
จัดอยู่
now,
นะ
but still, Boom
Nen,
all
ใช่ไหม
the way up front,
Nen.
in towards Garden. It's famous in with the showstopper.
Ui.
An incendiary,
Ui.
but here comes Dabby.
นี่แหละ
ปืนนี้
ปืน
It fires
เปลี่ยน
off.
เกม
Good
hitting
little
the
kill, but
TP.
still, it's going to be Boom quick on the TP into the A site.
They've
Rotations
over-rotated.
online.
ไม่
Boom
ค่อย
and
ชอบ
Heaven
เลย
as
ปืน
well.
เนี่ย
And still
Boom
now here
มันดูเล่น
comes
ด่าน
Giro.
บายโหด
Off to the races, into the site. They get the spike down. Mark
Oh.
trying to find the lines, but it's not going to happen. Francis, good for a little bit of trade. On to the next, it's going to be Dasby.
โอ้ตอนสองเกมแรกอะศิลปศาสตร์นี่โคตรคมอะเอ็มดิฟแบบยับๆอะ ตอนนี้เหมือนหมดพลัง
He's got plans of his own. Straight into charge. He pumps the overdrive. Oh! Shiro. He needs to fight back, but it's too
Oh.
darn slippery. The tracking
ยิง
near
ยากจัดเลยตัว
ตัวนี้
impossible.
มันส่งพลังไปนีออน
เออมันอันติแล้วมันวิ่งไวขึ้นอีก
And that's what Danby does best. He had a gun to work with in that round, Quack. He said, I need to pop this ult. I need to be the hero here for Sin Prisa Gaming. It was a round that didn't start well. Persia under too much pressure from the Seekers and the Showstopper to be able to get his orbital strike off in reaction to the B site hit. Boom hits the TP, and Sin Prisa, despite being out of position, despite being
Persia
run
น่าจะ
around
หมด
the
แรง
map,
ดูทร
they
งแล้ว
scramble their way back into a
หมดปืน
retake and
เพื่อ
win
เอา
the
ให้
round.
Still though,
อย่าใช้คำว่าปืน
in
พี่เอ๋ย
those
ครับผ
player
ม
cams,
หยาบคายที่สุด
eyes, a little bit of signs of
Ow.
uncertainty. The operator shot in with
Oi.
Persia. Francis
so
able to
bad.
fight
Oi.
back, but
โอ้ยชิโร่
อะไรวะน่ะ
Spray downs! Just in with the garden hose. They are not completely dry.
อุ้ย
Onto the next
ไอ้นั่นเห็น
side.
ไอ้นั่นเห็นไอ้นั่นเห็นนะ
Somehow spotted.
Where to from here when everything's happened in a matter of seconds and the round slows down? Boomer can do what you'd expect experienced players to do. Play it by the numbers. Group up, re-clear the map control where you've just taken duels, where you know that Simprisa with 3 players on A, back towards bathrooms, will be killed, where you can use the neural theft to get the perfect read on this round.
And there it is. Gravnat will be thrown down. And that's the gauntlet too. Boom. They're looking for the frag. If they can take down Margaret, if they can take down Ivy, that's going to be the round. But still, so slippery in and out of the smokes. Ivy stays alive.
นั่นไง
Just me,
เดิ
unfortunately
นเย
taken
อะไง
out. Heads on duel, and that's going to be SPG
เดิน
looking
เย
for
อะกลาย
their
เป็น
way
2-2
back
เลย
into the
ทีเนี้ย
game.
ตื่น
One
เต้น
off
ละ
the annihilation.
ชิโร่
Neural
เจ็บด้วย
theft there for Margaret.
ไอชิโร่โดน
And
เนี่ย
here it comes from behind.
Oi!
Giro has no
Oi,
idea,
ow!
but he's managed to stay
He's in the
alive.
Oh, the Giro
He's
Mianti,
up, needs
Giro
to make a
Mianti.
quick run for it through market. It's going to be Berserk now. Has to hold down the line. Ivy in for the tap. Baits out the peak. Orbital strike goes off.
ว้า
เบอร์เซอร์มีโพซิชั่นครับ
What's he gonna do?
นี่แล้วไฟมาอีกเรียบร้อย โอ้โหเบอร์เซิร์กนี่ไม่จัดไม่พักเลยพี่รู้ว่า2 เกมที่ผ่านมาพี่เบอร์เซิร์กเขาแบบ จัดให้ยับ
เดินเปิด
But with the orbital,
ระเบิดฟอร์มจัด
like we saw in the game against DSG in an A side after plant, Shiro comes through with the goods.
นัดสุดท้าย
มันพระอะไรอ่ะ
Straight
โลด
down in bathrooms, the orbital
Violet.
down to the last bullet. This game is ridiculous, Quack.
Cheer as much as you want. The crowd loves good Valorant. SPG definitely trying to give it to us as well. Ultimates are online, but it's all Sheriffs.
Back to slow pacing for Boom. Waiting for mistakes
Been
from
bedang apa?
Simprisa. Waiting for them to over-aggress and lose their nerve, but Simprisa is giving them nothing. Famous will throw out the Boom bot towards Buka. Clear out the middle of the map. Guarding light, clearing out long. You've got a sonic sensor and a relay bolt, sky smoke trap on B long. Trailblazer going through the middle of the map. Up short A clears out all of that info. They see no one on the A side of the map. That's been hurt by Shiro, but still, they'll commit into the B site here. But that is troublesome, Quack. The Annihilation and the Orbital could be crushing for Boom here if used correctly. The net, the relay bolt.
They're set up for it. Do they have enough time and space to make it happen? The Trailblazer, it connects, and here comes Danby.
Orbital.
No shots connected. Orbital.
Old
It
bar.
might burn NC Slasher to a bit for Chris, but Boom, they managed to stay alive. Heading back off. Still an option for a teleporter play.
Yeah, what are they going to do? You can see Margaret scrambling in position. They're going to
ถ้า
go
เมื่อ
through
กี้
that into
เด
the
ดล็อกมันยิง
sensor.
ไอ้นี่ต่อนี่คือ
There's 3 players here.
Thinking about it, still not quite committing.
25 seconds, they got to do
That's a mod
something.
Sonic Sensor dealt with, and there it is. Teleporter play.
Back through the TP, Berserk sticking around on the A side. He's going to go for a late flank. Margaret's trying to maintain control of U-Haul here while the rest of the boys come in for the retake. Boom have used every smoke, Snakebite and the molly available for the afterplant. They're going to wrap back across short.
And this is where the Annihilation could be so useful.
เอาละ
Popped off, but where's he going to send it? Straight into shower, surely. Is it going to connect, though?
Nope.
Not quite. Snakebite,
Hey.
there it is, but Francis looking
He's
to
on
stick
it.
it through. Incendiaries, though, takes him off. And here come the shots. The shots,
Oi.
they connect. Ivy, how is this possible?
โอ้ย
โอ้ย
Famous!
ฟรีมัด
The
จัดให้
country knows your name.
Yep.
Your country knows your name.
Holy
That's what it means to be
shit, bro.
famous.
โอ้โหแมนอะไรอะทำไมมันดูดีไปหมดเลยอะ
มันทำอะไรก็ดูดี
เนี่ย
Shout it out from the top of
เมื่อ
your
กี้มันต้องแพ้
lungs.
แล้ว
โอ้โหไอวี่แม่ง
What a play.
They almost got back
Đi
in
không
there
một
with
cái
the
tay.
Sheriffs again,
Ôi.
Quack. And Boom just keeps coming up clutch time and time again. 6-2. A lot of ults
Mentality
invested
back then.
in that round for SPG. The
ติดไฟ
ultimate
สา
has been played.
Ôi.
Try Francis is just
นี่ไง
trying making
เอาไป2
sure.
เลย ทักไม่ได้
ฟรานซิส
They're desperate, SPG. He gets 2. Able to clear out that part of the map, push through the smoke. This is desperation
book
play
map,
from SPG, but it's kind of working.
Yeah, aggressive.
อุ้ย
Unlike
โอ
what
เซ
we
ไม่เจอ
saw
แบบนี้ครับ
from the Korean squad. Boom. They're
Ôi, cướp.
scrambling.
โอเซไม่เคยเป็นแบบ
Berserk's
นี้มา
getting
ก่อน
taken down now. Straight back into A short. The toxic screen plays. Danby is well aware. A little bit of a hop. Spotting out for information. His team is here. Slides back through. Little wall bang into Zespi, and he's dead. NC Slasher now, all up to him. Able to flick at least onto one, but still, SPG able to take swings back against Boom.
And SPG's had enough. You're seeing the desperation plays come out. Francis, he doesn't care that he's on the info in it. He's not playing supportive. He's dry peeking short A. 5 seconds into the round. We're back to ranked brain. We're back to sending it. Persia try pushing through a smoke on B long. They're cutting corners to try to come back.
Posted up on B long. The firing squad that Famous wants absolutely nothing to do with. In goes the Trailblazer straight into U-Haul. Zespi making his way in there, chucking himself in nice and cozy. Famous spotting out the push from the Neon.
Oh, that
See
is-
you later, boys.
Big information. Pack your bags up. We are straight into the A sites.
Danby keeps pushing though.
Margaret alive in the back of the side. Is he ready for the lurk from the Viper? He's not.
Completely blinded, full white. And in with the Seekers, SPG looking to retake. A little bit desperate with the pushes though. Boom, they've got the post plants. The Viper pit has come up, completely surrounding most of the site. Berserks in with the showers control too. Dambi slides on through, but here comes Shiro. Ivy trying to fight back, and they managed to eliminate the Viper, but still, Berserks is alive. Annihilation still not quite spotted.
มีอันตีแล้วไอ้
Annihilation might
วี่
be online, but can he really pull it out? It takes a little bit of time. Famous, he knows it. It's all too clear. He comes
วิ
in,
นหน้า
he eliminates.
เฟรมัสมีอันตีอีก
Patience for Famous.
โอ้ราวเดียวก็เด็ด
That is
จริงไหมเนี่ย
character development
ไอ้ที่สมพรปาก
from
เล
a
ย
duelist player that might at times be said to overheat, to over-aggress. There's a lot of duelist players who have that kind of reputation, but that round was all the kind of class that it takes to win a grand final. Information gathering on B-Launch. Spots out 3 players, says, I'm not going to repeat. I'm going to go meet up with the boys, and I'm going to close out the post plant. Beautiful stuff. Trailblazer up short again, and the rest of Boom is behind it this time.
All too aware. Spy camera though, in their way. Dambi trying to go for the crunch test.
Oi!
But, hit with the bucky. He still connects, trying to slip past. But
Yes,
Zero's good
gột
for
đấy,
the
quá
trade.
phình
กด
สเต็ปแบบว่า
Showers and in comes the neural
เอาคำไหนมาหมด
สเต็ปไม่ใช่เกมยิงใช่ไหมพี่
เออ
Flank up from behind.
พี่เอ๋ยไม่ถูกใจสิ่งนี้
Ivy
เฮ้ย
though, still alive.
Annihilation.
Annihilation sent
อันนี้
through,
แบบ
but not
อันนี้คือใช้ติไปใช้ไปเรื่อย
เดดล็อกตัวนี้ต้องฝึกอีกเยอะ
Trying to hold back
นะ
up around truck. A little bit of an angle.
เล่นล็อกตัวนี้กับพี่บ้านอ่ะ
And Boom has to be well aware.
พอๆกันเลย
Everything online and available, but then
Oh,
here comes
yeah,
the
yeah.
shots.
That's the orbital.
All down to
ไปเลย
Persia.
ครับเพย์เซ
And
ฟ
he's trying to sneak through. No sneaky peeky for you. Zero
93ป่ะ
picks up the 8th round for Boom with the headshot.
Get a bit of FPS stuck in the cast, why not? That's a throwback. Boom on the verge of a 9-3. Orbital strike picked up for
Boomแล้ว
Shiro
อย่างเงี้
at
ย
the
Boom
end
แล้ว
of that round.
บูมได้ไป
And
แล้ว
the crowd is hungry for blood.
เหมียวจะร้องไห้เลยดูดิ
Last chance here for
Esports.
SPG. Creeping up on B long. There's the wide peak. This is what I was talking about. Again, it's
93 โดน
desperation
คัมแบ็ก
plays
มารอบ
from
หนึ่งแล้วนะ
SPG. Instant sim trying to
ไม่
peek
ใช่ขนาด
down
นี้
middle. Catches nothing. Dambi, one off the overdrive.
แต่ตอนนั้นคือที่
Pull that out late
93
into
คือ
the round for another hero
โอ้
play
คนละ
like
ภาพ
we
กัน
see
เลย
time and time again. Francis on the off.
Oh.
He's so sharp.
ไอ้84ล้างคำสาปไป
Still pulls out utility as well just to check. So well aware, so cognizant. NC Slasher wants to take it back.
ฟันซินมันคมมากเลยพี่
Don't go to U-Haul, bro. It's not worth it. You can still go elsewhere. And that's what NC Slasher's gonna do.
But in towards Showers, Berserks, he's been spotted out. Persia, readying out the smokes.
เปอร์เซียตอนนี้นี่คือเมาหมัดไป
How
แล้ว
do you get up short into that util?
เมาจริง
All the traps, all the
โอ้โห
cameras. But
ดูดิ
Boom
เลื้อยแบบ
dredges
โคตรเอาอะ
on.
เล่นโคตรมั่นใจอ่ะไอเนี่ย
Completely fully stunned. Berserks desperately tries and shut down by Ivy. SPG will take this
เฮ้ย
last round in the
48
first half.
48ไม่ได้พ
Play
กนี่ก็
Guantanamo Bay on short,
หนาวอยู่
eh? Sonic sensors, trip wires. You can't make it through that. And off the back of some more
แต่อันนี้คอมแบบ
dry peaks,
โอ้โหคอม
5
มันต้องรับ
seconds
ได้เยอะก
into
ว่านี้
the
ปะ
round from Francis. Or in the mid-round, rather. Another multi-frag on the sky.
It's been a fantastic, fantastic first half for Boom. And we're going to hear from some of the crowd with an interview.
Britoma Arena! I would like to ask everyone in Britoma Arena to open your flashlight and hold your phone above your head. Swing it and rip it up after me. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la. Oh, Boom Esports!
มันก็อยู่ดีกระสุนที
Donkey, my man.
ติดเหลืองวะเนี่ย
เฮ้ย ไม่ติดเลย
Oh, boom esports.
ชิมภาษาคงแบบก้มกูมาแล้วกูละเครียด ในนี้มีใครเชียร์กูบ้าง
Look at the crowd, the lights. It's all lit up for one team and one team only, Billy.
ไม่แฟร์เลย
This is going
เจ
ham
อ
again.
โฮมคราวเข้าไป
How does this keep happening?
มือไม้สั่น
SPG, I don't know how you can overcome this. I would not be able to do it. There's very few who would be able to. But if you do, it's undoubted that you deserve a spot in VCT Pacific among the best. Boom. On the defense now. Doubled up on the bathrooms line. Deep smoke on
เชียร์เกาหลีดีกว่า
the
ว่ะ
shore, trying to disrupt, but they're aggressing straight
ใช่
into the sack
เสียง
from
ดังจัง
SPG. They hit all the shots.
นี่อ่ะ เชียร์เกาหลี
Timing again.
Ridiculous. Persia now desperately trying to head back just to retrieve
ก่อน
the
กลับบ้าน
spike,
นะ
but
ลงไป
Zero
ก็ตีกองเชียร์ฝั่งซ้ายเรียบร้อยเลย
เชียร์เกาหลี
spotted out by the
เชียร์ผู้หายไป
camera.
สี่
And here comes that crowd chant.
Boombot goes
Finish
forward.
him.
เห็นเองเมื่อวานฟอกจอดับคืออะไรอะ
Shiro trying to swings out. Punished by Ivy. That's one more to the annihilation. But Boom wins the second pistol. SPG has had some incredible attacking sides on Bind, despite the fact that they've been playing the double Sentinel and a Brimstone. Agents that don't really interact in the early to mid round with the way that the game works. You just rely on Damby and his neon movement on the initiator util, but I don't think it's going to be enough this
เห็นแล้วค
time,
รับ
Quack.
นี่ก็ทุบโต๊ะเป็นบุ่มเลย
Surely it is. The Korean squad desperately needs it. Damby, here he comes.
He's in.
Off to high lanes, in towards lamps. But
ปืน
Famous
นี่อีกแล้ววะ
stuck up top on top of trucks. And Giro
เฮ้ย
with a bit of support,
Oh, no.
but
แจ๋ว
fired onto the other side.
Ui.
Damby! He's managed to sneak in.
Ow.
He's getting
Ui,
lucky
hài
with
với Sam.
Lucky. Famous
Đây là phải
SB,
không điều
they're all trying to fight back. They've got the guns, but now wrangled away by SPG.
See you later. They just put down that deadlock wall and they go, no, we got to get back
no.
out of here, Quack. Straight through, swarm back to B. Famous out of position now, 40 HP. Got to make his way. It's a long journey. Like, Jesus, man. This is a marathon run from Famous. 2 kills already in the round. Gets hit by the tripwire. I'm sorry, folks. It's never happening. It would take a huge mistake from SPG. Margaret's already on the off angle. Ivy spotting out long. This one's done.
Lines in sight.
ไอ้แบโก้
And SPG will be able to pick it up. Up with the thrifty from Boom in the first half. SPG fires right back.
Unbelievable.
It all happens through Damby's Bucky.
Again, a small purchase, but when set up like that, the fast lane across short A, the perfectly timed guiding light straight into U-Haul, straight into a Cypher that can't see a thing. It's the easiest kill of your
เห็น
life.
ทวิตเตอร์ยัง
But that's the
ทำ
thing
ไม
ทวิตเตอ
about
ร์ที่
Damby
ฟอกบอก
Quack.
ว่า
That's
จอ
not
ดับ
where
อะ
he
เราส
stops.
ตาฟ
He
ไม่
keeps
มาดู
sending
อะ
it into spawn.
ผ่านไปหลายรอบ
And
กว่า
he's
จะมา
gonna
ดูอะ
keep sending it now.
ใช่เหรอ
Upgraded
Ờ.
Bucky to
มี
a
อย่างนี้
gun.
ด้วยเหรอ
See ya.
เชียร์เกาหลีเว้ยเอา
That's
ดิ
the first
โดนไม่ดิ
and to the next.
อืม
โดนไปโดนไม่ดิโดนไม่ดิ
เอามาพี่เอ๋ยเชียร์จัด
Only burn off.
นี่ไง
It's a classic. It's a pea shooter. And Damby continuing to hop all over the place.
Okay,
Runs out of
sing.
ammo.
And that's the only reason why you're alive as Zesby. But he's going to keep getting hunted by the rest of SPG. 4 guns alive. You lost naught but a judge. You won the eco round. It's a huge economy swing. They might be behind by 3 rounds, but they have got the economy to come back in this game. Danby's got an overdrive straight against the first gun round. What are you going to do as Boom? Where's Berserks?
เปลี่ยนฝั่งเชียร์ครับ
Putting the right trips down. Boom have been
ตอนขับรถ
punishing
กลับบ้าน
Danby
ยัง
over and
เปิด
over
สกอร์
again
ดู
the
อินโด
last
ก็
2
ดี
matches, but they've
เปลี่ยน
got
ละ
to do it now that the pressure's on.
The
เห็นท
Cypher,
วิตเตอร์แล้วขึ้นเลย
the skies, these have been
ขึ้นเลยฮะ
intentional picks
ขึ้นเลย
for
เปลี่ยน
the
ฝั่งอย่าง
composition.
รวดเร็ว
Now they've got to hold.
Deep smoke, high low here. Boom looking for fights. Danby's made it all the way through bathrooms.
Right.
There's a trip there. They're getting disrupted by the Molotov guiding light. Trying to force their way out of bathrooms, but shut out by another sky smoke. Boom is disrupting them. They're trying to fight them in the close choke points.
And they've managed to pull off the utility from Danby. No relay available. He's got the overdrive though, Pilly. And they've got to be careful. Trailblazer back in just to check.
It spots them. They know it's still A. There's still 4 players here for Boom, but where's NC Slasher going? He's rotating back to spawn. He's not quite sure. They can't hear anything. But SPG, they don't like the way this feels. They've left Francis behind. He's got no utility. He can't do anything but fire off a couple of shots as a bit of a fake, to be honest. He's pretty useless in this round. Margaret, though, this is the key fight. Zaspy's got the judge out in hookah. We all know how this one feels.
But he's been spotted by the camera. Snakebite instantly, just to delay. He's done his job.
He's getting surrounded. There's no one there to help him, Quack. He needs help.
The rotations are slowly coming over. He's good. He manages to hold his own. Danby in with the overdrive into the sides. SB trying to stay tucked away, but here comes the slide. Off to the first frag. Berserk's now in. Has to step up top, and he manages to take Danby down. Famous in from the teleporter too, Persia.
โอ้แล้วเหลือเปอร์เซีย
You do it.
เปอร์เซียกำลังเมาๆอยู่เฮ้ยนี่ไง
Famous off to the paint shells. Cuts him off up around elbows, managing to stick it halfway. Comes in for the
โอ้
frag.
ยยืนเลย
Clutches up yet another round for Boom, the Hungry Wolves.
Talk about changing the narrative. Into this grand final, Persia had about a 50% clutch rate, the highest in the tournament, 8 from 17. You'd put your house on him to clutch that round. But Famous comes up with the goods and secures a showstopper into this next round. But Boom, Quack. Boom are broke. Only 1 rifle retained. This
ยังไม่ขึ้น
is
เลย
where
อ่ะเกาหลีตอนนี้
SPG can reset them and close this round deficit.
And Gary firing off a shot with his hand gesture as well. The aura from Boom.
แต่แม่งห่วยจริงจัดงานอินโดรอบนี้โหมัน
There's the net. They take B long.
ห่วยสัตว์
Heroes playing for, Zesbu is playing forward with the judge in hookah. You can see it's very intentional where Boom positions themselves. They want to fight forward so there's space for the rest of the boys to retake in. Trailblazer gonna go clear B long. Nade is there and ready. Showstoppers in position.
Well aware of the plays from SPG.
อยู่ก็ติดปาร์ตี้ครับ อุ้ย
From the days of Anki
เอ้า
Red Force.
แก้ตัว
Persia,
เปอร์
he
เซียว่ะ
pushes up, and that's gonna be Danby, but here comes the
อุ้ย
shot from Zero.
อะไรอ่ะ
โอ้โหดูดิ
Oh, just bringing their eyes to
บ้าจัด
down
อะ
white. Francis tries to fire back.
เฮ้ยมันไม่รู้หลุดเข้ามาแล้ว โอ้โหหวานเจี๊ยบหวานเจี๊ยบเลย
has
เฮ้ยแต่มันรีโพซิชั่น
earthly idea.
Margaret just needs to buy time.
โอเค
He
มา
just
กันเลยได้
needs
ยิน
to
ละ
wait for Francis
ถูก
to
กล้า
have
ไป
a chance to catch Zesby off guard, but this is a beautiful reposition
ตอน
from
นี้ซีวิวแบบ
Zesby. Sneaky
no info จัด
position inside of hookah, but they've got an idea. They've got
ไม่
an
รู้ว่าแบบ
inkling that he
เข้าเอโบ
might
ไป
be
หรือเปล่า
there.
SB,
ตัดสินใจเปิดท็อกซิสกรีนครับ
that
เช็คหลังก่อน
patience. Crowd,
นี่เกาหลีได้เลย
they're
นะครับ
telling you what you need to
วางเรียบ
know.
ร้อย
Margaret's one off the neural
ได้ใน
tech
ไซ
as
ส์หนึ่ง
well,
ครับ
with
ไป
the
บีลองหนึ่ง
help with the process of
ต้องถอยมาเล่นด้วยกัน
elimination,
ว่ะ
working out
นี่มี
where
toxic
Berserks
skin อะ
is. He's closing in through spawn side. Francis has got that marked. Margaret, on the other hand, has got to deal with
แล้ว
Zesby
ฟาน
and
ซิดเป็น
hookah.
คนล็อก
เฮ้ย เฮ้ย เอ้า
Around the toxic screen. He needs to
He
buy
sees
a
it.
little bit of
โอ้โห
Berserk
เบอร์เซิร์ก
There it is.
ทำไมมันถึงทำอย่างนั้น
First frag down.
One off
Now
the
you
neural.
gotta find Margaret. He's up around guarded.
โอ้ละมุด
But no! Zesby!
ไม่ทำ
He
ทำไมดีกว่า
stands up. He shouts it
ทำไม
out.
อ่ะ
This is my home.
Wait, don't defuse. Oh, they defused it. He got the
ราว
neural.
เดียวไว้เนี่ย
It's not a huge deal. But I want to see the Viper getting the pit there. I really want to see the Viper getting the pit there on defense.
อันนี้คือไม่นิ่งไง
They'll both one off. the pit's the bigger ult to take
I
it to the
hear
next
you.
เพราะ
round.
มันช็อต
Regardless
ช็อต
though,
มันเก่งจริงๆนะเนี่ย
small
เกาหลีตอนเนี้ย
details, but the
หลายช็อตอยู่
details
นะ
you should focus on is
เหมือนเจนจีที่เจอกับเซนติเนลรอบชิงเลย
He plays
ฟิล
that
วันนี้หลุด
round
อัน
หม
นี้
ด
ห
พ
ลุด
ลัง
เออ
หมดพลัง
The right position, the
โดนเม็ด
patience
เดียว
to
อ่ะ
break
มัน
clear
อะไร
mid,
ยิงช็อตนี้โดนแค่เม็ด
popping
เดียว
out to take Margaret out at the right time. And on the other hand,
บับเจ้า
คือ
บ้าน
เมื่อกี้จริงๆนะ
the
ให้ตัว
overpositioning
บีลองอ่ะ
for
เช็ค
an
บีลอง
attack
ทีนึงจบ
timeout
แล้ว
for
เราไม่ต้องดูบีลองอีกแล้ว
Fraser and the crowd
แล้ว
is
ตัวบีลอง
giving
ใช่
it
ป่ะ
to
ดู
them
กูกล้าโดด
again.
ลง ตัวในท่อก็ปิดมุมไว้รอ
Just
ซีที
when
ออก
it
ก็ได้
matters most, Billy. Boom are 2 rounds away from completing this reverse sweep.
โคตรง่าย
Of
เมื่อกี้
course, they need to keep themselves in the game, but take a look at them up around their desks.
แพ้แล้วอันนี้เกา
This
หลี
would
แพ้
be
แล้ว
a
ผมเมื่อกี้วิน
historical
ตัดสิน
comeback
เลยอะ
in the making.
มันเล่นยากแล้วไง
Here Esports
อินโดมันขึ้น 11 แล้วอะ
down and out in this series, down 0-2, down 3-9, twice in a row. They are 2 rounds from ascending to VCT Pacific.
Dude, Dambi looks exhausted. This does not feel too good. Everything was right. Everything was set up for Sunbrisa
Code-
to take this home
Wait.
back to Korea. That's where Pacific is. But boom, here they are.
ลอง
Where's this match quack?
ไอ้แคปเจอร์
Where's
มัน
this
ไม่ค่อย
match
ดี
though?
Jakarta, Indonesia, in the Pratama Arena. The wave going off. Almost welcoming boom.
That's how I felt after map 2.
Oh, man.
Thank you, beautifully hatted man in the crowd. Absolutely right.
Will Boom truly complete this? Step up to the plate and join their brothers. Monyet, he's in the crowd. X-Pharaoh, he's there too.
Pressure on A short here. Trailblazer goes forward, 2 trips in position. Famous
Ow.
playing off of them. Damn, he slides straight into it.
Damn,
He's
B.
down.
เอาอะซ่าเลยค
เรีย
รั
บบ ร้อย
Famous up on top.
Oh,
He
hey,
drops
game
down.
เปลี่ยนครับ
But Ivy
เอาแล้ว
able
นี่
to
อันนี้
convert
อันนี้ลก
NC
ลักไง
Slasher back in
ล
two.
กลักกดไง
Annihilation's out. Huge reposition. Annihilation just to
ตีมันไม่โดนเลยว่ะ
SPG. They
เมื่อกี้
pick
นึก
the
ว่าดูอา
TP.
ซูน่าครับผม
Open plant.
เอาบอก
Seekers
ตรง
for Francis off the back of the plant.
แต่บูม
Zesty
นี่
picks
น่า
up
จะ
a rifle.
ได้แล้วมั้ง
Upgrading from
เดื
the
อดทรง
judge. NC Slasher up from a Guardian. They're both
โอ
going
เค
to hit the TP. But
เข้า
there's
กล้า
a
สอง
sonic
คน
sensor
กระโด
when
ด
they
ลงมา
jump
โด
out
น
of hookah.
โดน
That
แท็บ
could be the round right there. The Seekers go out. The
วีนี้
2
เกาหลีได้ครับ
guiding lights on Francis.
Seekers out.
เกาหลีได้แน่นอน
Francis,
แท็บ
he's
แตก
got
ปุ๊บ
those guiding lights.
ขาด
Looking to full send it. The
They're
snake
waiting
bite.
for the sensor.
Back into the corners to clear. There's the flash. It clears.
เนี่ย
And
โอ้โห
course,
ตามสูตร
Ivy
เลย
picks up a contact.
ตามสูตรเลย
Zesty down to
เรียบ
30
ร้อย
HP. Not gonna make it happen.
Jeez.
Sunbrisa off the timeouts. They completely managed to turn things around.
And that's the power of a deadlock. When you get into the post plant, you get those sonic sensors up. Good luck getting back into the site. Doors closed, mate. Guiding light off the sonic sensor. That second guiding light is what secures SPG the round. And they're
ไม่เจอ
fighting
วินโดว์
back.
เฉย ไม่ได้มันไม่ธรรมชาติไง
So close. But SPG wants it. They break their money. They're going to go up to 8 here. They've caught Berserks on the cross there. Nice and easy. Dambi's not even needed. Straight through the cyber cage. Ivy's going to take him out. There's U-Haul control.
เห็นแล้ว
There's all the
เมื่อยปวด
bathrooms.
นิ้วแทน
Trailblazer spots out Margaret. They're trying to send it through the TP. You know better than that against Margaret. He's been hitting those all game long. And what can Boom
11
get
หนาว
out
เสม
of
อ
a 3-on-5? I mean, they've got to do some damage to the economy, Quack.
เจนจีไม่ได้กล่าว
Can't let SPG come through this round with 5 guns up.
That's precisely what they're looking for, Pilly. Up around heaven, a potential peek out from Famous. He's got that sheriff. But of course, SPG, all too familiar with this.
Famous could get a couple of showstopper ult orbs here. Dambi, this is what Dambi does, man.
Yeah, he's comfortable here. Even when the heat is hot.
Oh, no way.
But Shiro fires back. Little bit of damage, but it's just a judge, so not too bad. Shiro picked it up.
That's what SPG wanted. Down to the spike. Ooh, Margaret. Someone be dropping that rifle.
11 หนาว
That's
เส
more
มอ
damage than Boom thought they were getting out of that one. You were happy with 4 rifles. 3 is a pretty even result. So bit of an oversight there from Margaret dropping the rifle. And those are the kind of cracks that you would never have expected from SPG earlier in this tournament. But
ตอนนี้
that's
เหมื
the
อนพี่
pressure
เบอ
of
ร์
a
เซอร์เขา
stage
ก็เริ่ม
game.
หมดพลังแล้วปะ
Big ults online into this
โอ้ย
round
เมื่อกี้
and
ครึ่
a
งแรกยัง
timeout
โหด
for
อยู่เลย
Boom Esports.
โอ้โห
Orbitals
พี่
and
มัน
the
โหด
pit
มา
is
3 เกมติด
SG
อะ
are what you have to consider. Where's he going to put it? You see it short A, you see it B long. Very rarely you'll see it in bathrooms. So the question, really the crux of the issue here for SPG is, where's the pit going? Where's the cypher setup? And what are we going to do? Simple as that. They've just got to make the right decision based off where the pit goes. But what I will give credit to Shiro for, Quack, is this whole tournament, he's been holding his pit on the defense. On Lotus, he sits in that little C main choke and he holds out the pit. And when SPG is past the point of no return, when they burnt 45 seconds off the clock, that's when he throws down the pit, and it's crushing sometimes.
Definitely lots to consider. Meanwhile, for Boom, also needing to figure out exactly how to deal against Danby. Just before it heads in, we saw him in with a judge.
Crowd is silent.
Please,
The crowd
let's
is
go.
tentative. They're waiting to see what Boom's going to do off the back of this timeout. Boom needs energy, but they're going to have to conjure it themselves. This is where the chance starts. All right, let's have a look. What's Boom up to? Yeah, instant pit on short A. That's the standard one. You've got a deep trip there as well to try to keep Shiro safe. Little bit more Cypher util to keep an eye on bathrooms. SPG, they will have been prepared for this. This is a common situation to end up in. How do they deal with Shiro in the pit?
Trailblazer and then the relay. That's what it is.
อ้าว
Granite as
ว้า
well.
วุ่นเลยทีเนี้ย
Oh, orbital onto
ว้า
it.
วุ่นเลย
Sick util combo from SPG.
เฮ้ยถือมันเอามาแก้
That's
ตี
what
แบบ
I'm
เปิ้ล
looking
สวยอยู่นะ
at. The other
ไอเดียดี
offensive approach. Danby looking to judge off
หา
from
ข่าวปลา
showers
ดึงขา
into its
ตีบิ
sight.
มจบเลย
Berserks
ครับ
unbeknownst to him,
They're just
holding
holding.
the angle.
ตีบิว
Danby
เฮ้ย
slides off through,
โอ้
checks
โห
the fence, but Berserks has looped around him.
360
Margaret
องศา
able to trade.
Back through bathrooms now. They're forfeiting the A site. They've seen 3 or 4 players there. They want nothing to do with it. Famous on the off angle could save Boom Esports here, Quack.
It's been spotted though, that guiding light now tries to take the initiative up against Francis, and
Oh,
he's
that's
done
a
it.
spike.
Pulls out
Hey.
the boobot though.
Oh,
Spotted out by
เกือบหลุด
Margaret.
อยู่เกือบหลุด
Giro
แบบ
has
นี้
the orbital, and he's looking for the right time to pull it off.
Deadlock
Yeah.
ball keeping them back.
ถ้า
Sonic
deadlock เนี่ย
sensor,
ได้วาง B
this
นะ
is how you play the
เฮ้ย
deadlock. Orbital gonna
Oh.
deny the plan, trying to flush Ivy off the side, but he doesn't overstep. He's
เอา
still
รถไฟเบรกรอบ
alive.
นึง
15 seconds. There's the incendiary.
Ow.
It burns the spike planter.
ว้า
He
วุ่น
picks
อี
it
ก
up
ไง
right
จริง
off
ก็
the
ว้า
net.
วุ่น
ไฟ
เลย
แผดเผา
Desperately breaking down that barrier match. Shiro alongside NC Slasher looking for the entry, and they've got the guiding light by Preserve. He's in for the off angle.
Hey.
A big
Ow.
line step. Ivy! He managed to
ชี่ย
bring
มาแล้ว
the
ว่ะ
barriers
ไอ้นู่น
down.
บีบแก
เกาหลี
คนแรกอะ
Fundamentals
นึก
that
ว่าโดนแล้ว
win you big games like this. Once all that util's been worked through, the sonic sensor, the deadlock wall, it's the old-fashioned TAC
โคตรจุก
FPS.
จิกอะครับเวลาเล่นเดดล็อกเราได้บอมไซบีอะ
Swinging off contact to secure the round.
กว่า
Ivy,
อินโดจะ
one more
เคลียร์
bullet
ของออก
away
มาได้
from
โห
death. What a 6-spray control from him.
And a huge morale boost.
แต่คือเมื่อกี้
for
ชิโร่
some
คือสวย
Freezer
มากนะ
game.
ดีเลย์แพนจนเวลาแบบ
Smiles
เหลือน้อย
across the board.
แต่
They
พอดีมันเป็น
know
เดดล็อกไง
that Boom's economy is
ถ้าไม่ใช่
broken.
deadlock น่าจะโดน
They know
น่าจะโดน
they've
จังหวะ
got
เอาไป
shots
วางโดนลุม
coming
ไปแล้ว
back.
Yeah, absolutely. Going up to double digits now. Danby straight up short A, sending it into U-Haul yet again. The net, clearing a little bit of space. They get rid of the cam, but this is where Berserks has got a judge of his own. Is he going to get a chance to use it? They're going to hit the TP here. They're going
โอ้ย
to
ข่าว
go
โฟแล้ว
for
แบบ
the
บีโบ
ใจแป้วเลย
How
ว่ะ
down does SP to hold this?
รู้ตำแหน่ง
จะใครชนะก็ชนะไปเลยตอนนี้
Shoot it down for now.
จบ
But here
จบ
comes
เกม
Danby.
นี้
Oh, what a shot! Ivy though in for the
ยิง
trade.
โดนได้ไงอ่ะ
And it's going to be NC Slasher down as well.
Boom desperately trying to get back into the site, forcing out of that spawn smoke with the
คัม
guiding
แบ็กอยู่
line.
ที่วินหน้าละ
Taking across into elbow.
วินหน้าถ้า
Famous
บูม
one
ไม่ได้
off
ก็
the
เหงื่อตก
showstopper. That
หลัง
could be
เปียก
huge to come back in here. 2 sky smokes are going to cut off the hookah and the B long lines.
ไม่อยากเชียร์
นี่
Is
ไง
it
โค
gonna
ตร
be
โผล่
enough?
มันไส้โอเคไหน
ดูดิ
เดี๋ยวฟานซิสมาแล้ว
โอ้จัด
เราเปลี่ยนสีอย่างไวเลยว่ะ
And it's going to be down to Francis with
Yeah,
the frag.
พลังจิ้งจก
Famous, the only one left, trying to wrap around from elbow. SPG, they've sensed it way too long. Turns around, that's the right time. Persia almost tying up the score. SPG.
Double digits. 4 in a row. What a grand final. This is unbelievable.
Boom. Will they
It
need
is
another timeout? Things are
unbelievable.
starting to get out of
ไม่อยาก
hand.
ให้มันเกิดขึ้นเถอะดิ
Back into the gun round now, though. Money's back for Boom. Showstopper's huge. One off the Seekers for NC Slasher. Him and Zesby were so huge on bind before, but they're going missing a little bit. Famous is the one stepping up. This is the individual inconsistency that Boom has had to deal with this tournament. Guiding light
ตึงเลย
spots out
วินเนี้ย
a player
วินนี้
jump
โคตร
spotting
เก่ง
backside, actually. There's no one in
วินนี้โคตร
hookah,
เก่งครับ
but SPG thinks there might be. So they're going to read this round a little differently. Again, refresh Sky Smoke. Shiro trying to play disruptive. This is very intentional. This is game plan
จ
from
บ A
Boom.
โอ้โห
They don't want SPG
A
to
รอ
get
อยู่
their
3
executes off. They want to
เฟมัส
trap
มี
them
โชว์
in
สต็อ
the
ปเปอ
chokes
ร์
and shut things down
ไป
before
เบร
they
กจัง
get
หวะ
out
แรก
of
ไปก่อน
control.
นีออนทะลุเข้ามา
Here comes
โดน
Dambi.
Beautiful.
Good little
จะ
shot
โชว์
from
สต็อปเปอ
Shiro.
ร์
And instantly
Bam.
with the showstopper,
ไม่
the
โดน
party. Here it
เอ้า
comes.
They've overlooked Margaret. He snuck out bathrooms. Famous. They know exactly
รู้
where
รู้
he
ไง
is going in
เรียบ
together
ร้อย
with the annihilation. It's not even
แล้วก็ยังไม่
needed.
โดนครับ
And off with the
เอ้า
others. It's gonna
มาแล้ว
be
ว่ะ
เดียวไง
Yet another frag.
เราเปลี่ยนสี
Zesby,
เลยเดี๋ยว
your
ใช่ไหม
brothers have
จะ
fallen.
แข่ง
ไม่
จ
ไหว
บ
แล้ว
ไอ้
วะ
พี่น่าจะต้องมายิงอันติเลยรอสักพัน
Spike
ทีเนี่ย
planted just around the type truck.
You gotta say,
พัน
ต้องไป
ที
ซ้อมก่อน
there's nothing in this round
โค้ช
for
สั่งเลยไปยิง
SBU.
มาพันตัวอันติเด็ด
Nowhere
ล็อก
near is Viper roll. You just gotta cling to the
ยังยิงไม่โดน
Vandal
ใคร
and
เลย
hope
อ่ะ
for the best. SPG gonna even things up 11-11 on their attacking side of bind. This is their comfort zone, Quack.
This is why they intentionally left this map to be the last. Their strats are good. Their
There's
players,
Francis going, hello. Oh,
Are
what a
looking
beautiful
to
shot
show
of
it.
spot. What the pre-fire,
the
what's that?
stunner
Oi.
step.
The mechanics on this man are unbelievable. They
unbelievable
take everything away from Boom Esports.
อันนี้
You can't even hold on to a
เป็นทาร์
Vandal.
เป็นทาร์ตี้เบรกแดงของจริง
Putting a half by back
ถ้า
together
โดนอย่างเงี้
just
ย
to
โดน
try
5 วิ
to
ติดจบ
stop
แล้ว
SPG from
เงียบกริบเลยฮอ
securing
ตอนนี้
themselves.
เออ
Series point.
อยากโอ้โหอยากเป็น
VCT
นักแข่งเกาหลี
Pacific
ว่ะตอน
point
เนี้ย
Quack.
จะลุกขึ้นมาทำมือบ้องบ้องหั
Anything
ว
possible to ascend
ลุกขึ้นมาหัน
to
รับรองอย่างเงี้ย
greatness.
เสียงไปไหน
He
วะเสียง
gets
ไปไหน
his
วะ
Seekers off that. That's why he was hunting so hard for that frag. Another ult online for SPG. That's a great ult to inform your decision making against a half by to reduce the risk, especially when you're only running a single initiator. You only have the guiding lights, you only have the trailblazer, but when you have the Seekers, you can read the setup perfectly.
เอามันแซบมาต้องแซบกลับดิครับ
So
เราต้องสู้คนอย่าไปยอม
awarded to SPG because of that
เอ้า
last kill.
ว้าวุ่นเลยอย่างงี้โอ้
Dambi
โห
back in with the judge too. Zesby pulls out a judge of his own, and so does Berserks, but it's a little bit desperate.
Patience from SPG. Guiding light read clears B long, and
มันใช้
that's
คอมโบ
not so
นี้เพื่อให้
patient from Boom.
30
They're
ดา
reading
เม
this
จ
as an A site here, but that guiding light, that's been called by Persia. He said, Boom's gonna read that there's no one towards B, and that's exactly why we should send it
เอา
in.
ละครับ
Seekers for Seekers, and here comes the
ตาม
push.
วิ่งซิ่งด้วยไม่มี
Dambi
แท็บ
off to the sky smokes. Boom, trying to wrap around the side, but it's no avail.
อุ้ยจีจี
The kills are
GG
still
เลย
from
ว่ะ
SPG, and they're getting the spike planted. Back in from hookah, but
มัน
without
เซตอัพ
the
เขาโคตรน่ากลัวเลยอะ
weaponry. Boom does not have the range, Billy.
They don't.
ป้าจัดอะ
Famous with the stinger up around elbow. Doesn't quite have the space either. Boom. This is the worst round possible to have. Spotted out as well. Dambi one away from his overdrive. Famous at least takes him down, but this
จะดูอันติก่อน
is match point Sin Prisa Gaming. Looking
Dambi
to
มีอัน
close
ติ
this
ครับ
out. The crowd needs to
อยู่
rally
ดีๆ ฮอ
behind
ก็
you
เงียบ
in this very,
โกลบอลไซเลน
very
ด้วย
crucial moment.
เดี๋ยวแดมบี้เสกให้ปิดเกม อันตินีออนไม่เคยนั้นผิดหวัง
Just heard it from the Indonesian caster. This might be the last round. Is this a timeout from either team?
ถ้าไรออดเนิร์ฟนีออนเหรอ
Time is not moving
ก็มี
right
ปัญหา
now.
อยู่เหมือนกันนะ
Everyone's sitting in spawn. That'll give us a little more time to set the context here, Quack. Overdrive's there for Danby. He's got an Odin in his
เอา
hands. I don't think he's going to keep that. If he
ห้าม
does, he's
เอา
a
ไง
madman. Series point.
เฮ้ยมันแบบนี้เลยพี่
Specific
ไอ้
point.
ราว
If
เดียว
he
เนี่ย
comes
แล้ว
into
มัน
this
ก็คัม
round
แบ็ก
with an Odin, I'm going to lose it.
He's got the Odin as a neon.
And the overdrive. Maybe he just wants to let it rip with the overdrive. When he runs out of overdrive, pull the Odin out. Keep it going. Keep sending a hail of bullets at Boom. Timeout here. Boom have been here before, Quack. Boom were here on map number 3. 1 round away for Sin Prisa to secure themselves a spot in VCT Pacific.
สีหน้าของโค้ชอินโดกับ
This is
คนละเรื่องกับตอนครึ่งแรกเลยครึ่งแรกบอกโอ้โหอารมณ์
one
ดีจัดอะตอนนี้แบบ
round could be
น่า
the
เสียจัดอะ
difference. One kill, one death, one frame of a second. Boom. This was not supposed to happen. This has already been what the performance.
เออเมื่อไหร่จะจบวะเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยใครก็ได้ชนะ
All
ไปที
they
ไม่
need
ไหว
is
แล้ว
one to
สัต
send
ว์
it to
แม่ง
overtime.
เว้นแมตช์ทีแม่งเว้นเกือบ
ตอนนี้
ชั่
บ
ว
รร
โม
ยาง กาศมันแข่งออฟไลน์อะ
ยัง
เหมือนแข่งออนไลน์ตอนนี้
But it's a good old-fashioned gun round to close us out here on the last map. 1 round difference between Boom fighting and continue to fight time and time again today for this spot
นั่ง
in
ดูตั้งแต่
VCT
บ่าย 2 ไอ้
Pacific.
เหี้ยนี่2 ทุ่
Or
ม
whether
6
you'll
ชั่วโมง
see a new wave
ดู
of
เอา
Korean
อะไร
talent join 3 other Korean teams in the Pacific League.
ไม่สงสารกูบ้างเลยละ
Bathroom spite, the net hits the both and they
See
spray
ya.
them all down.
อ้าวเฮ้ย
Danby goes in. He's
Oi,
just
ow,
gonna
oi,
look
oh.
for some frags in with the
Oi,
Odin,
ow.
but somehow What? Of all things to net a kill, that's what it is.
Orbital forces them back. They're scrambling back into
Dambi.
spawn. Zespi is
Minor.
already behind them. He can hear all of these
Oh, yeah,
footsteps.
Dambi.
He's noted the position of the sky. Persia fighting hard in bathrooms. Gonna take one with him. Shiro hits the deck.
Hey.
He's falling straight back into Zespi. That's a spike.
That is the spike. Francis, all alone. The lone survivor for SPG. He's done huge
เฮ้ยเจอ
wonders
แรง
for
เกิน
him
ไป
so
อ่ะ
far on this map, but I don't think he's gonna make
ดู
sure
ไตภาคไอ้ที่
that
จะ
he
ดู
can come back here. He's
That's
got to pick up the spike. He's got to push
Do
it
yang
aside.
man
He's
เลย
got to get the spike planted.
That's
And
his-
meanwhile, 3 players from Boom
เป็นเรื่อง
are
เลยทีเดียว
surrounding
ครับ
him,
แดม
all
ปี้มีอัน
converging
ติ
on his position. Look at Zespi wrapping back around
ตาย
from
แบ
the
บ
tunnel.
ยากที่สุดอะที่จะ
Francis
เกิด
has
ขึ้นอะ
no
โดนแท็บไซเฟอร์สะดุด
idea. And here comes Zespi! You stirred up the nest. You stirred up the hornets. And Boom have come here to take vengeance.
Revenge for the upper bracket game. Revenge for last year. Boom keeps fighting time and time again, no matter how far they're down. Down at the half in both of the maps, 3 and 4. Down 0-2 in the series. Down 3 or 4 rounds here on
เสีย
Bud.
ง
They
ดัง
keep fighting.
มึงแน่จริงโอเวอร์ไทม์สัก 20
First
ไป
OT, and it's gonna be an
ไม่ได้ท้านะ
on-play.
พลาดจัด
Bit of a glass cannon
That's a change
on
up.
the attack,
Yeah,
too.
Shiro whipping out the op. I thought the Odin was interesting. They're going to fight straight down B long right off the
ซ้อม
rip
มาทั้งปี
here.
เพื่อ2 วินนี้
Boom's kind of ready for it. NC Slasher taking a little bit
อาจ
of
จะ
a
เป็น
look at that
4 หรือ
cam
6 ก็ได้
close in
ครับ
the middle. Cam over on Bathrooms, keeping the information game solid for SPG, who are stacked up. 4 players here. Are they going to hit the TP
ไม่
and
อยู่
meet
วี
up
ลอง
with
4 เลยเหรอ
Margaret?
The
ไซ
potential
เฟอร์อยู่
for
A
that
คนเดียว
TP play exactly that, Billy. They've done it before, and there it is. The
Hello.
relay instantly
Yeah,
sent
yeah.
down. Boom are prepared.
อุ้ย
But Dampy in for the double spray. Zespi fires back.
He still gets 2. They're all inside the TP. They know that all of Boom is in spawn. This is such a weird round. Francis picks up the orb, 2 off the Seekers now, but Boom, they regress.
มันรีอีกทีว่ามันรี
They
โพชั่นอี
call
ก
the
ที
trump card. They know that SPG
เอาละวัด
has
ละ
got to
ฟัน
rotate
ซิก
back
ช็อต
to
นี้
B. Francis,
อื้อ
the one
คม
tap
โอ้ย
again.
2 taps. NC
ดื้อ
Slasher
จัด
in
ดื้
for
อจ
the
นได้ดี
trade. But now he's got to do
แล้วเหลือ Sentinel
so
2 ตัว
much more. He's got the
โอ้
utility
หวาน
pilly.
เจี๊ยบ
He's got the spike as well. But does he have the kills? Does he have the skills to pull it
กระโดด
off?
ข้ามแท็บ
In towards the
โดน
off
ยิง
angle is Margaret. And he's holding. He's waiting. The traps all over the place. NC Slasher hops over. But he's just not
Ui.
It's going to be Margaret with the kill. The first round.
เอามาหนึ่ง
คือตอนนี้นักพากย์ไม่ใส่สุดละคือก๊อกสุดท้ายที่กูจะมีละ
He hopped on the
เดี๋ยวพัก
cam.
ยาวแล้วไง
But NC Slasher, He had a standout game on Ascension on this map earlier in the tournament. And this time, he's not been hitting the mark. And Margaret, who's been clutch time and time again for SPG, comes up with the goods. One round away for SPG.
มันไม่แบบวางโปรงวางเป้า
and Boom
สวยๆ แล้ว
have to
มัน
fight
นั่ง
again.
กดสเปรย์ค้างแล้วตอนเนี้ยจิตใจมันแบบว่าไปหมดแล้วอะ
Imagine the feeling in the server right now. Dambi back in with a dodge.
He gets
ผม
the
ว่า
shot in overtime.
ถ้าแรกเขาดูไอวี่อยู่นะ
Following
จะ
in
บัฟ
the
สกิลอันติ
trailblazer
ที่
into
บอกว่า
the side.
ทำไมดูบูมยิงกันไม่โดน
Everyone from Boom tries to back off. Great shots from
Oh,
NC Slasher though.
ไปกันต่อ
That's
เลย
Dambi down. Two more from SPG too.
ท็อกซิกจาก
Francis
จีน
and Margaret trying to
Molly.
find space, but everything's been
Bim,
blocked
smoke
off,
bim.
cordoned off. No
ตีไงอะ
entry.
Where's Francis off
No
to?
space. Francis, he's got the door in him. He's going exploring. But what's he gonna do?
แต่อย่างเงี้ยแหละ
Got in
นี
the
ออน
backpack.
นี
That's
ออน
what
มัน
I'm
ต้องวัด
wondering.
ใจ
I
อยู่
don't
แล้ว
think
ไง
he's got a 1v5 clutch. That's a little bit outlandish, Quack. Berserk's on the line, spots him out. Boom need to mobilize into spawn side. He's still sharp with it, but I don't think he can make this
ปาน
happen.
ซิคัตอะแล้วก็ลุกขึ้นยืนจบเลย
Tries to step out.
Oh,
What is
โอ้ย
no! So close!
วิฟานซิ
made it happen?
มันน่าถอยก่อนแล้วกดอันติตอนเจอ3เสร็จอะ
How do you hit those shots?
The
Imagine a world where he hits that last kill. That might be the best play I've ever seen, and I've been casting TAC FPS for 10 years.
Unbelievable.
เกือบได้ลุกเลยไงเมื่อกี้
But still, this means Boom stays alive. Needing to convert a win
เนี่ย
on the
ปุ๊บ
attacking
ถอยมานะ
side.
กดอันตินะคัดเลยเนี่ย
Real, bro. Look at him. Look at him. I love that reaction as well. He's like, that would have been a clip, bro.
ถ้าเป็นนิโกะ
All
ถูก
right, back to
ต่อหักไป
another
แล้วตอน
time.
นี้
Round 27. Here we go.
เห็นป่ะเอฟเห็นในโซ
เห็น
เชี
แล้
ยว ล
แล้
ว่ะ
วผมว่าทุบแรงทุบแรงเลยขนาด
their own toxic orb. Bit of a progression all for them to take some space. In goes
น่า
the
จะแรงที่สุด
trailblazer.
แล้วตั้งแต่เคย
So
มี
much
แข่งเกม
sensible
มา
YouTube, but all of it's been
ทุบ
destroyed
ส
by
ตู
the
พัง
prank
เลย
shells.
Still though, Margaret up around elbow. Not quite spotted just yet. Has the potential to spray through. Gonna be famous in from
Oui.
first shot. He
Oh.
peeks out. Shut down by Berserks. Dambi fires back. What is that flick from Dambi?
Oh.
Persia in this
พวกมันเล่นกันเร็วอย่างเดียวแล้วตอนเนี้ย
คือนำ
เห
ก่อน
มือน
รอบกับ
Another
เกาหลี
4K from SPG to start off the second OT.
How do they keep pumping out Koreans that aim like that, like it's a bloody conveyor belt? Unreal from Persia. Again, VCT Pacific point for SPG. We're only winning defense rounds in overtime. No one can break through on attack. It looked like Boom had almost done it. They got into the site. They got a couple of entries. But on the flood, Dambi and Persia come up huge.
Oh, and off the win, they call out the timeout too.
They need an attacking round.
Confounded.
They need a plan, man. They need an attacking round. No one can get one. But Sin Priester, if there's anyone that can get one, go look at the stats, boys. Go back in this tournament and look at their attacking sides.
น้องปามี่คุณ52 เดือนกว่าปามี่
They
ว่ะ
should
จะ
be
ถาม
able
ปา
to
มี่
get this across the line.
ค่อยถามมัน
paper, the stats say it all. But sometimes it's the magic. Sometimes it's Boom. They've made it here so far. And they're looking to extend their life just a bit more.
Give themselves another opportunity. Eyes closed there for Gary.
They've been good dealing against Dambi so far, just trying to get the reads up against SPG. They need to do it again.
What have SPG come up with? Coach has been given input. They've got a plan together on this attacking side. They've been one round away so many times, Quack. This has to be it. They have to have come up with the goods in the timeout. Boom is going to fight for Short A right off the bat here. There's two players over there. No, it's actually bathrooms. But SPG's creeping up short.
ที่รู้ว่าเกมแรกอะ
Four players
ผม
here
ดูแบบ
for
ไม่มี
Boom
UI อะ
Quack into you, Hawk.
Oh,
Goes
even have
SPG
a-
wrapping onto the backside of the side. Hello.
มันมี
Great
นักชิง
sidelines. The firing squad
แข่ง
is
มาตั้งหลาย
here.
วัน
They are ready. Magazines locked in.
อุ้ย
Crosshairs locked in too. Good little
เฟ
trades off
เฟมา
from
มันแอบ
Zero.
โล่อยู่นะเมื่อ
It's
กี้
gonna be Berserks.
เห็นปะ
Right back around Dice.
If they hit the TP, look where
Say
NC
sun, say
Slasher
sun.
is. Look where NC Slasher is. He could come up so huge right now, Quack.
The timing on
Oi.
this is crucial.
อ้าว
อุ้ย
What a spray conversion! Danby desperately looking to hunt him down.
And see you later. He's on his horse out of there. Shiro's seen the
Oh,
push
wow,
back
wouldn't
through
have.
market. Danby sprinting his way straight up through short A, trying to meet up with Persia inside bathroom. Zesby biding time. They've got a huge advantage here. They don't need to overcook it.
Up from the top, you've got Berserks as well. This is effectively a crossfire. How do you stick the spike in this situation? No, sir! It's not happening! Persia still crunches sprays
Oh,
away!
no.
What? He got the 4K from before.
One off the orbital. He's got a Molotov to work through. They're trying to spam him through the box down to 20 HP.
Does he have the position to pull off the utility though? He goes for it. Zero swings!
ถ้าได้กดยิงหัวแล้วก็
More kill! One more round! One more overtime!
ปิดไม่ลงวะ
The spike ticks away. The server ticks away. This is what Valorant is about!
More defense rounds in overtime. Against all odds, NC Slasher has had a rough game, but the confidence to push down Belong and cut the map in half, cut the rotations, stop SPG from making their way through the TP was a huge play to make in that position.
เอาเว้ยไม่นักแข่งกันนะ
Slow
พลาดอะ
start
ต้อง
for
มีใคร
Boom
คน
yet
ใด
again
เป็นลงก่อนตอน
here.
นี้
Fight over on Belong could be something to keep your eye on. Deep smoke for Persia. Spit goes in. Trailblazer followed and replied by the Molotov, by the guiding light. SPG say no thank you, no entry to Belong. They're going to forfeit it though. Persia just having a bit of a jump spot. And boom, they're going to walk back onto Hookah. Off angle from Francis could be deadly the way he's been playing today.
So ready for it. How he moves back and forth, trying
Inside,
to stay alive.
inside bathrooms, Berserks is taking a little bit of a look here. Guiding light goes into middle,
Oi.
doesn't see anything,
What?
and that props out the pick from
Oh,
Persia.
no.
That's a
Feedback on ya.
mistake. Informed by the guiding light, he thought no one was on B. He was trying to go for a push. Dappy goes through the TP.
อันนี้ผีภาคหลบช็อต
SPG
เนี้ย
has got a complete misread on this
Oh.
round.
Gonna be
Lên
keeping
khỏng
himself
quá, Indo.
looking at the back of those moments. Boom now, off the kill, rotating back into the A side. Berserks still undetected inside the showers. And here it comes, smokes down. Draft net avoided. NC Slasher, he spotted out, he's got the
แล้วที
dig,
นี้โดน
he's got
นำก่
the
อนวา
spray.
วุ่นหนึ่งอะ
It's gonna be the spike flag pretty soon, Francis.
Oh,
You
จบแล้ว
can't
วะ
do
จ
nothing.
บแล้ววะ
It's all down to Danby.
อย่างนี้จบละ
Just trying to slide up to heaven.
GG
But can you
GG
find
เลย
the
ครับ
shot? The whole
ใจ
of
เสียละ
Indonesia.
นำก่อน2 รอบไม่ได้
All 5 members staring down
โด
your
นนำก่อนบ้างที
barrel.
นี้
Danby
วาวุ่นเลย จบ
slowly
แล้ว
slicing the pie. Slowly creeping up in the showers, but where could Boom be? He's got to consider everything. The incendiary out. It's a
GGว่ะ
high-low setup. He burns. He falls.
GG.
It's a flawless win for Boom.
They finally find an attacking round in overtime, and they finally secure themselves VCT Pacific point for the first time today.
One
SPG
more.
under pressure, bro. They got to come up with it on their attacking side. They weren't able to do it even after a timeout before.
จบ
What have they got for us?
The timer ticks away. Countdown's over.
โอ้ยจบสักที
Boom, well aware.
Belong control taken.
มึงโอทีสัก 20
Try to contest. No, it's actually the poison orb being
แดมบี้บอก
sacrificed. SPG
สไลด์จนเข่าเปิดมาแล้วตอนนี้
case an execute
โอ
comes
ที
through once that
30 อะ
smoke
วันนี้พี่
collapses. 4 players ready to defend
จบแล้ว
here
เนี่ย
for
จบแล้ว
Boom.
จบ
Full
แล้ว
retake setup on the A side. Trailblazer sees nothing. Well spanned
อยู่
by
บีนโคตร
Persia,
เยอะ
denying the information to Boom. They're getting nervous. They're getting tentative. You can see the movements a little bit from Famous as well as Berserks in Spawn. The longer this takes, the longer they're concerned about the A site, but the guiding light confirms the contact on B long.
Gotta consider about Hookah as well. Good little toxic create from Zespi though. It might just be able to fend them off.
coming.
Dambi comes in. He evades all those shots, but NC Slash has got him locked down.
จบ
And
ว่ะ
now
จีจี
Hookah
ว่ะ
completely blocked
จี
off
จี
too.
จี
They're going back to Margaret. It's plan B. He's sprinting
เขา
through
ได้
the back
B
of the site. This can all be heard by Berserks in
ได้ A
heaven. Boom not shifting a
เขาเล่น
muscle.
Elite
This
กันดิ
is going to give time for SPG to come in to set themselves up a winnable post
มัน
plan.
3-5
The trips need to be avoided. They're stumbling over themselves to get into the site.
ไอ้วี
Boom
แบบไม่
knows
สนละ
everything.
This could be it, Billy. If
มีทุกอย่าง
Boom play their cards right, they punch a one-way ticket through.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวนะ
The
ไม่แน่นะไม่มี
teleporter
ส
play
โมก
now
นะ
in through showers. Berserks still up on top of heaven. The
เฮ้ย
Paradigm's in their way.
เอ้า
Francis,
ผม
he
ทุก
puts
ตัว
up a good hold, but unfortunately still falls to the ground. Back
อยู่ดี
to
ก็
a
winnable
2-on-3. Margaret trying to stay alive using the cyber cages. Berserks tries to push up from spawn. Considering their options, looking out through. It's Ivy.
นั่นไง
He's good for it. This
เอ้า
is his
ไปกันต่อ
The vines wrap around him. The annihilation
จบแล้วแปลว่า
locks on. SPG pushes out to
เหลือเชื่อไปชี้ดีกว่า
overtime.
How do they make that 3-on-5 work? Margaret
เป็นไป
giving
ได้
them
ครั
a
บผม
plan B. Boom, trying to play
เป็นไป
things
ได้
safely, trying to play things by the numbers. Berserks was playing patiently inside of heaven.
โอ้
But even in
เห
a
ลือเชื่อ
3-on-5, when you've got a Cypher and a Deadlock alive, you can win the post plant. When you've got Francis that multi-frags every time it comes up with the goods on the Vandal, you can win a 3-on-5 and you can keep your hopes alive.
All these tiny little moments. A single slip up could cost you the game, could cost you the trophy.
Crossfire over B long. Deadlock's been moved to B. Sonic sensors at the bottom side of B long and over towards Hookah. Trailblazer goes forward, cleared by Francis. Famous inching forward. It's a dangerous thing to do. The guiding light's going to safeguard his approach into Hookah.
Onto the other side too. It's going to be Berserk. He's spotted out.
Oh,
Captured on by Dambi.
SPG springs the trap off the cam. The relay bolt. Berserks moves past the point of no return. And boom, walking up behind the Viper wall. Guiding light. I don't know if it's scanned. Famous inside of Hookah, but Dambi's seen them on the jump spot.
Fast lanes out just to block them off.
อุ้ย
Boom.
โอ้โห
Look to
ไม่มีคน
burst
ซ้
forward. Oh, they can't quite march on.
Where do they go? Patching up Zespiu. Shiro sticking around, trying to catch Derby on the jump spot. They're meeting up with Famous over towards Hookah. But look at this B-long setup. How do you break these off angles? As boom, you have got one
Hey.
guiding light to work with. And that's what they've got to do. Dambi's TPing. He's trying to sow some zig.
อุ้ยดัมบี้
อุ้ย
That's right.
ปาดจัด
Onto the overdrive
ได้ด้วยเหรอ
too. Oh, on towards Famous. He doesn't have the time. Just looking for a
โอ้
couple of
ย
frags.
อะไรขนาดนั้นน่ะ
เฮ้ย อะไร อะไรมันจะขนาดนั้น
Back alive on the server.
พี่เอ๋ยทำได้ไหมแบบนี้ในแรงค์
โอ้โหเลื่อนล้มตั้งแต่
Broken
ตัวแรกเมื่อ
record
กี้
at this point, Quack. But SPG, against all odds, down in a 3-on-5.
ทำเอาเลยนะ
Maybe they're the ones performing the comeback. This series has gone for so long, I can't keep track of it anymore.
จบแล้วเนี่ยจบจริงพี่
Timeout, boom. They're on the defense. Pressure back on them. Poach Meow led the majority of this squad in last year's disappointing Ascension run. He's learnt the lessons. He's learnt what it means to lose and come up short here at Ascension, and he knows if they drop this round, it's all done for them.
In for what could be the very final LAN for Boom. Everything written up to this point. All the overtimes, all the blood, sweat, and tears shed down to
ควา
this
มรู้สึกเป็น
moment.
ไงวะอยากสัมผัสความรู้สึก
Can they
wait.
make this magic happen again?
โคตรบ้า
I can't wait, bro. I just want the overtime to be over. Just show me
โอ้
some more
ทานได้เงินรางวัล
Valorant
เฉยๆที่หนึ่ง
right
ก็
now.
มันก็เครียดจะแย่
Inject
แล้ว
it
นะ
straight into my veins. I'm
อัน
ready
นี้แบ
for
บ
another couple of hours
ด้วย
of
ชี
this
วิต
clap.
ปีหน้าทั้งปีอ่ะกระทำมาทั้ง
The
ปี
rounds
อ่ะ
just keep coming.
2 วินตอนเนี้ย
SPG, can they secure the bag? Can they go home to Korea to play the best in the world? Or will they go home with nothing?
It's all down to that trophy. Ladies and gents, chat back home, you've all been in this moment before.
วินนี้กำหนดชี
Whether
วิต
you're playing online,
ชีวิตของ
whether
ปี
you're
หน้า
an
ครับ
underdog, whether it's your boss or your teacher telling you what you can or can't do, it's down to Boom trying to fight back.
Disruption over on bathrooms.
อยู่ในสนาม103
Sky
101
Smoke
โอ้โห
being thrown up here by Boom on the defense. SPG lying in wait. Margaret and Ivy biding their time, waiting for the right opportunity. A lot of emphasis and control and pressure applied to the extremities from SPG. They've taken B long. They've thrown up the progression smoke. Big rotation back across the side. This was a winning round for Boom last time. Retake A with 4 stacking B. They're gonna try to hold the execute again.
Trailblazer, and then the TP play. They're
Yeah.
just thinking about it, but there they go.
This time there's not a 3-on-5, boys. This time, everyone for SPG's alive here. Berserks ripping the cage, playing for time. Famous on the rotation, breaking down the deadlock wall. It's gonna be so hard to get back in.
The sonic sensor set up around the spike as well. Boom, they've got to hit their target. They got to hit their shots.
Beautiful.
So far, so good. But here they come. It's gonna be down to it. And Danby trying to hold up around showers. So many players alive on the other side of the site. And there goes those traps. A relay. It all hits. Danby slides.
Whoa.
What a headshot. But Boom, they managed to fight back.
เอ้ยมึงยังต่ออีกอะ
He's been good in this overtime so far, but can he do it again? He might be the
มึง
prince
มันอะไรนักหนาเนี่ย
for the ultimate, but Berserks tries to stick
He's
to
got
spike.
it.
His teammates just need to stay alive.
Is there enough time?
There's the ultimate. He sticks it.
เฮ้ย
Oh!
ไอ้ชิบปืนเสียโห
They have done it. The kill, the ultimate, the orbital
จบ
strike.
แล้ว
ปืนเสียเสกวินจัด
โอ้ยลืมเปิดไฟ
Welcome to VCT.
เชี่ย
มันต้องประมวลในหัวไว้แล้วเว้ยเมื่อกี้
กองเคียงเงียบกริบเลย
ไอ้เชี่ยฮอแม่งโดนโกลบอลไซเลน
New wave of Korean talent, inspired by generations of excellence in esports. 4 teams in VCT Pacific, all Korean, and there's a reason. They are just the best.
ก้าวเดียว
Just imagine them standing up next to the Korean greats in Pacific, but still tears on both
เชี่ยอย่างนี้ต้องพาเปอร์เซียไปเลี้ยงบะหมี่ปากซอย โอ้โหยิงคัดให้
SPG was so close to letting it slip away. So much relief for them, but so much heartbreak for Boom. They got a step closer today, but they deserve the
ไม่ลองนึกภาพนะ
from the crowd. They deserve
เมื่อกี้มันจะยัดทำไมครับ
They were good enough to ascend
3 คน
today.
น่ะ
ล็อกก็พอปะ
มันจะยัดทำไม บ้าหรือ
esports.
เปล่า
An incredible showing, without a doubt. Nobody expected it to be this tight, this
ยัดทำไม
close. Hold your heads up high, boys, because you are definitely the people's champions, but still, Sin Prisa
โอ้โห
Gaming.
งง
They
จัด
are the ones who have made it through. They are the ones who pull out the most impossible wins in overtime.
And the crowd giving them the respect they deserve, even here in Jakarta, even here in the Bratama Arena. You have to give props where it's due. Sim Prisa was fantastic today.
ดูจีทูนาวีดูเนี่ย
Just look at them, how much they're doing it. All the work put into this. They came in as the favorites, and here they are. Sin Prisa.
ไอ้เชี่ยยินดีว่ะ
Welcome to VCT
มันเป็นฟิลยินดี
Pacific.
เข้าไปในลีกก็
แบบ
ฝากตบโซนอื่นเยอะๆนะ โอ้โหเปอร์เซีย
That trophy is theirs.
เกาหลี4 ทีม อุ้ยก็เยอะ
แอน
จัด
เคียนดัตทูมิลา
ก็
นฟโนดีนุ
ถามว่ามันเซ็งไหมที่เห็นเกาหลี4 ทีมในลีก
ทีมไม่หน่อยเดียว
หน่อยๆอ่ะแต่แบบก็
แอน
ถ้าได้
เคียน
เข้า
ดั
ไป
ต
ก็
ทู
ดี
มิลานอินฟโนดี
สุ
นุ
ดท้ายมันก็ยังโซนเราไง
They were knocked out in the open quals in VCL Korea, in VCL Japan for Persia. They come back in full force and dominate in
นาวี
the
เลยแอนเคียน
stage. And
มันก็ยังยินดีอ่ะที่แม่งได้ทีมเก่งๆเข้าไป สุดท้ายมันก็เก่งอะ
they're gonna relish in the moment every
บูมไม่
single
บูม
one
ไม่
of
เก่ง
them
อะบูม
back.
มันก็เก่งแหละ
And it's just so
แต่คือที่หนึ่งมันก็ต้องเก่งกว่า
well
ปะ
deserved. Yet another raise. Coming
นี่
in
ถือ
from
อยู่แบบ
challengers
มือ
from
ไม้อ่อน
down.
เลย
Yeah.
ถ้วยหล่นใส่หัว
Into Ascension Pacific.
เอาไปสู้โซนอื่น ก็ถือว่ายินดีอะเราจะไม่เอาทีมไปสู้โซนอื่น ตอนแรกก็เชียร์ SPG แต่พอเห็นร้องเพลงแล้ว ตอนแรกผมก็เชียร์บูมนะแต่พอเห็นข่าวฟอกแล้วแบบเฮ้ยมันสองจิตสองใจใครชนะก็ได้ไป ไปแล้วแชทเจอกันขอบคุณนะครับ ผมได้พักแล้ว ตอนแรกอะผมคิดว่าถ้าแม่งจบสัก6 โมง5 โมงเอาง่ายๆถ้าแม่งจบตั้งแต่โลตัสอะผมว่าจะเล่นต่อแล้ว โอ้โหแต่แม่งเมื่อไหรจะจบเนี่ยดูจนปวดหัวเลย ไว้พรุ่งนี้แล้วกันเดี๋ยวค่อยมายิงนะ ยังไงก็ขอบคุณนะครับทุกคน ยังไงก็ฝากร้านด้วยนะครับ ตุนมากับพอยครับ ใครที่ยังอยากได้สกินอยู่ก็มาจัดกันได้เลยครับโอ้โหราคาถูกเติมแพ็คใหญ่นี่2,300เองนะสบายๆเอาไปสุดดีร้านตุนมากับพอยเปิดช่องทางเติมเกมใหม่เติมไว้จัด .com มาพร้อมกับบริการเติมเกมสุดฮิตสุดปังถูกเหมือนแจกราคาแบบแบ่งกันเล่นคุ้มสุดๆเลย และยังเติม VALORANT ในราคาถูกมากสามารถเติมได้ทั้งในเว็บและในไลน์พร้อมบริการตลอด24 ชั่วโมงเติมถูกเหมือนแจกไวเหมือนติดจรวดมีแค่ที่นี่เท่านั้นเติมไว้จัด .com มาเลยปวดหัวเลยได้เลยเจอกันครับบ๊ายบายขอบคุณครับเจอกันทัวร์หญิงดูหมดครับมาดูผู้หญิงเล่นกันบ้างเนี่ยน่าจะมันผู้หญิงเขาบอกว่ามีแต่คมๆตรงนั้นเลยคมสัสๆบอกเลยเจอกันครับ